Chapter 1 Hyperdimensional Website. Looking at the few clicks, side by side, it seems that I'm not doing this. Let's change the theme. Change what? He is a small up of a video website. Originally, he cut some movies and mixed them. There were only a few hundred people in the thread, which was horrible. Now there are too many similar themes, and it is too convoluted, and it is too difficult to make new ideas. So, he is going to make a few more blockbusters to stimulate his brain and see if he can find inspiration. One swipe is a whole day, starting with Iron Man, X-Men, and ending with Batman, The Dark Knight. After watching it, I feel suffocated. That is to say, Iron Man should be cool, X-Men and Batman are so aggrieved. What the heck, if I were Professor X or Magneto, would I be able to make my own people feel so suffocated? If I were Batman, I could make Joker so rampant. If I were Magneto, if I were Batman. Soobai's mind flashed and he felt inspired. Then, start Kaka's video cutting and dubbing. It took several days to cut 3 videos. At this time, a message popped up, multi-dimensional video website, invites you to upload videos. Soobai rolled his eyes, what broken website, what broken name? Originally, he was going to click the cross, but suddenly he thought that the video website he was on was too big. Why don't he find a small website to try? Otherwise, upload this website. On the contrary, you are a little transparent, try it. He registered an account, named it Super Dimension Strategy Group, and then uploaded a video of Super Dimension Strategy, if I were Batman, to test the water. Gotham. Batman Bruce Wayne is investigating intelligence about the Joker. Joker's sudden appearance made him angry. He tried his best to save Gotham, but he felt that nothing had changed in Gotham, and even a character like Joker appeared in Gotham. But at this moment, a projection screen suddenly popped up in front of him, and it appeared so suddenly without warning. Batman couldn't help but wonder, what is this? How did it come about? There is no one other than Afu here, and it is impossible for anyone to come in, and I don't know it at all. Even if someone hacked into his system, he didn't have such a device that could project a virtual screen. How did this person do it? Why would he do this? Mastered my identity and threatened me? Batman puts his attention on that virtual screen with the only video on it, Hyperdimension Raiders, if I were Batman. What the hell? The extreme north, below the extreme ice layer. Superman Clark's eyes spewed 2 red lights, melting the ice and snow, and opened a path under the ice and snow, leading to the spaceship left by his biological father. And behind him, Louise quietly followed him. Soon, he arrived at the spaceship, the door of the spaceship opened, and he walked in. Floating in the air, the statue-like Kryptonian smart device activated immediately, scanned his DNA, and began to play his father's photo. Louise sneaked in, alerted the ship's defense system, and Superman appeared to save her. Just when she was in shock, a projection screen suddenly appeared in front of them both. The Krypton smart device immediately alerted the police, warning, warning, unidentified information detected, unable to trace the source, unable to check information security, unable to contact, unable to close. Superman was slightly surprised. He still had a superficial understanding of Krypton's technology. I don't know how many years ahead of the technology on Earth. Even Krypton technology can't understand this projection, so how did it come about? What does it want to do? Is it Krypton's enemy? However, I didn't feel aggressive at all. At this time, he finally noticed the video called Super Dimension Raiders, if I were Batman. Batman? Both he and Louise have heard of it. Is this the legendary Gotham vigilante? The outlaws who hide their heads and show their tails all day long, thinking that they can represent the law. But that's it. With Batman's force, his information appeared in this high-tech place in this way, it is simply out of line. New York. Iron Man takes down Iron Man and confesses his identity in front of the media. As soon as he got home, he saw a black figure at home. The black figure was a burly black man with a blindfold and a shiny bald head. It was the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick Fury. Iron Man became alert. Having been kidnapped, he had already upgraded his security system to the highest level, yet he was actually broken in like this. Not a nice guy. Nick Fury said coldly, Tony Stark. Iron Man tit for tat, who are you? At this moment, a projection screen suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Iron Man was shocked. What did you do? Nick Fury was also dumbfounded. You didn't do this. Mutant school. Professor X, with long flowing hair and a full beard, laughed wantonly while drinking, and said to Wolverine, There's no Professor X here, you've got the wrong person. It was then that Wolverine understood why Professor X would say that when sending herself back to this time. This guy is completely useless. He wanted to say more, but at this moment, a projection suddenly appeared in front of Professor X, Wolverine, and Beast. Professor X and Beast looked horrified. Is this the high-tech of the future? Wolverine said, I only have consciousness, and I can't bring anything in the future? This is not what you put in my mind. After confirming the eyes, it was not the other party's doing. Who did that? Asterisk. Chapter 2 What? Bruce Wayne is Batman? At this moment when everyone was surprised, several people suddenly found that there were several identical virtual projection screens around them, and their appearances appeared in these virtual screens. Louise recognized Batman on the screen at a glance, and said in surprise, Bruce Wayne of Wayne Group? You did this? Are you following me? I go. What is this? Live delivery? I was recognized. Batman was startled, then relieved, since I wasn't wearing a battle suit, they didn't know I was Batman. He looked at Superman and Louise, and focused on the high-tech equipment behind them that didn't look like Earth. What's up with these two? Could this virtual screen be made by them? He was a little angry. Who are you? Louise didn't think of this. She explained, I'm Louise, a reporter from the Daily Planet. This is... Speaking of this, Louise remembered that this was an alien, and she was still on the alien's spaceship. This virtual screen exposes these? Could it be that the Wayne Group is tracking itself just to find the alien spaceship? She is starting to worry. In her eyes, these big consortiums are not good birds. Superman also noticed the human high-tech equipment around Batman. His eyes were a little cold. This is what you did? Are you following me? Bruce Wayne is a famous rich man in the beautiful country, and Superman definitely knows him too. He thought that this evil capitalist had tracked him down to find out where the Krypton spacecraft was. Damn, Bruce Wayne, what is he trying to do? At this time, Iron Man on the side felt a little uncomfortable, as if he was being ignored. The bald head on the side is so surprised, it doesn't look like he did it. Haven't heard of the Wayne Group? Can they create such a large virtual screen in their own home without even realizing it, and let J.A.R.V.I.S not even notice it? What exactly do they want to do? Iron Man's eyes fell on the other people, and he said, whatever you do, play this joke with me, I don't like it. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger, Professor X sighed in his heart. He thought that this was probably something that some mutant did. But now he doesn't want to care about anything. Don't look for me, don't care about me, I'm a waste. And Wolverine is nervous. Is this Sentry Black technology? Tracked from the future? So arrogant? That's when the only video started playing. The screen jumped, revealing an image of Bruce Wayne. Name, Bruce Wayne. Nickname, Batman. Character profile, the greatest detective in the human world. The most powerful warrior of mankind, proficient in all kinds of fighting skills, each of which is perfect: physical strength, stamina, ability to fight. All aspects of the body have reached the limit of human beings. Proficient in various torture techniques, he is a master of fear, a master of psychology, a master of strategy, a master of tactics. Proficient in all kinds of weapons, all kinds of vehicles, including, but not limited to, cars, planes, helicopters, fighter jets, submarines. At the same time, he has a very high theoretical knowledge of science and technology, is a powerful engineer, and is good at manufacturing all kinds of black technology equipment. He is the elder of the Justice League and the brain of the Justice League. He thinks carefully, always expects the enemy to be the first. Has no fear of the enemy, always has equipment corresponding to any situation, and can always win against any enemy. Unlike the rest of the Justice League, he does not have any super ability. Yes, he is super rich. He has only one principle in his actions, not to kill. The video is playing the screen while showing the introduction of the characters. When it is said that he is the most powerful warrior of mankind, the picture is of him rebelling against the water in the Assassin League, overturning the entire Assassin League with one person, and even the picture of him beating the Scarecrow and Joker. Those vicious criminals were as powerless as children under his fist. Batman was stunned. What am I exposed like this? Even the things I did in the past were recorded? His scalp was numb. Who did it? What exactly does he want to do? Superman and Louise were equally stunned. They didn't expect that the rich second generation, who was famous for doing nothing all day on the surface, was actually the urban legend of Gotham, Batman. A super rich second generation can be a vigilante? Moreover, looking at these introductions, so powerful, is this still a human? Are these things that humans can do? Superman is also very strong, but it comes from his bloodline. Unlike Batman, his strength is acquired through hard training, except for money. Others can't believe their eyes, there are such awesome people in this world? But it was only the appetizers and the next picture that shattered their three views. When the subtitles say he's always equipped for any situation and can always win against any enemy, it shows a drawing of his fight with Superman. Superman fell from the sky, looked at Batman in heavy suit, and said sincerely, "Bruce, don't do this, I was wrong." Batman stepped back step by step, and then Superman stepped on the switch, instantly making strong high-frequency noises on both sides. This is a pain for Superman, who has super hearing. And Superman just bent down, picked up the manhole cover on the ground, tore the manhole cover in half like a piece of paper, and destroyed the high-frequency sound wave device. Then Superman walked up to Batman, tapped it lightly, and Batman flew out like a rag pocket. No, 4 drone guns were raised on both sides, shooting frantically at Superman. But these bullets hit Superman and they didn't do anything at all. Superman's eyes spewed red light, turning these machine guns into molten iron. He carried Batman through the building and threw Batman to the ground. "Stop, Bruce." Superman was about to stop, but Batman staggered to his feet and threw a smoke bomb. Superman didn't care, he didn't want Batman to shoot another arrow. Superman caught it, and the arrow exploded, and a cloud of green smoke burst out. "That's kryptonite dust." Superman felt weak. Batman walked over, Superman punched him, and he raised his hand to hold it. He said contemptuously, "You are not brave at all, human beings are brave." Seeing this picture, everyone is stupid. Iron Man said, "What is this? CG? This is too ridiculous. Is there someone whose eyes can emit laser light? What is the Wayne Group? This is your new movie." Wolverine disdainfully said, "Have you not seen it? I have also seen someone who can set fire and lightning." Nick Fury added, "I've also seen people who can shoot energy waves with their hands." Iron Man is also stunned. "What world do you live in?" Professor X murmured, "What a powerful mutant." Wolverine also nodded. With his knowledge, a mutant as powerful as Superman is really rare. Compared to these spectators, the two parties were really deceived. Batman's eyes straightened, and he was even more shocked than when his identity was revealed before. I will fight such a monster in the future. Is this man so powerful? Indestructible? He also has lasers in his eyes? The profile says I can defeat any enemy? How can I win this kind of monster? No, this person is familiar. His eyes fell on Superman, who was projected to the side. Superman also looked at Batman at the same time, and was also shocked to the extreme. That person is me? It can only be me. I will fight this vigilante. Why? No matter how strong he is a very strong human being, and he cannot stop him. Got a punch from me? No, why did he block it later? That green fog. Now Superman, don't know what kryptonite is. At this time, the screen changed again, but I saw that Batman was already flying a bat fighter. He was driving a fighter jet and was luring a deformed monster nearly 10 meters tall, and then he was shot down. At this time, Superman rushed over and fought the monsters hand to hand. This is the picture of them fighting Doomsday. Their battle was devastating, and the entire city was reduced to rubble in the midst of their war. At the same time, there was also a beautiful woman holding a round shield and a sharp sword to cut off the monster's hand. It's just that the monster seems to be the regenerative healing factor. The severed hand is recovering, and it is still absorbing the surrounding energy that is getting bigger and bigger. This? Are the two parties stupid again? What the hell is this? Why did we fight to death before, and now the two sides join forces to fight monsters? Is there such a monster on Earth? And who is this woman? Everyone's interest was attracted, and they were curious about what the video was about. Don't even believe the picture is the real Iron Man and Nick Fury. This mysterious person played a video for himself in this way, so he shouldn't use CG to entertain us, right? Asterisk. Chapter 3 Joker Must Die. The screen flashed again. But it was Batman who dodged behind the huge amounts of the monster and shot the monster. A cloud of green fog exploded, and the monster was obviously weakened. Then Superman took the green spear and pierced the heart of the monster, and the undead monster died. Superman and Doomsday died together. Superman finally couldn't hold it any longer and asked, "I just died like this? Bruce, what is this?" Batman is still stunned. "I said I don't know, I haven't done these things, will you believe it?" Superman paused for a moment and said, "I believe. But, it's obviously me and you." Although he believes that the person in the picture is himself, but these things, I have never experienced it. At this time, Iron Man also said, "The people in this picture, are you too? Who are you?" Professor X finally couldn't help but say, "Bruce, are you really an ordinary person? How can an ordinary person be so strong?" Batman said depressedly, "I don't know, one day, I will fight with this monster-level enemy." Superman was a little angry, "I'm not a monster." Professor X educated mutants' nature and said, "I know, you are not a monster, you just have some special ability." Superman was stunned again. Seeing their own performance, most people will regard themselves as monsters, right? This person only said that I have a special ability, this is a good person. Nick Fury's bald head is sweating profusely, and this man is almost as dangerous as Captain Marvel. I don't even know there are such powerful people on Earth. No, I must find out who he is. At this time, the screen changes again. Batman was attacking a fortress-like thing in his Batmobile, surrounded by strange creatures with wings and armor attacking him. Seeing that his car was about to be destroyed, the woman who had fought the monster earlier appeared and stood in front of the car. Then a man in armor with 3 halberds also jumped into the car and picked up those winged monsters. A black man with full armor flying in the sky flew over. A man in strange red armor with white lightning lingered around his body was running around, and his speed was so fast that he couldn't see it at all. Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Aquaman, the Flash appeared at the same time. This is the picture of them fighting Steppenwolf. Nick Fury looked at the demonoid and said stupidly, "What are these? Aliens." There was a feeling of beeping in his heart. So many things happened on the Earth, how could I not know? After calming down, Batman said, "I have a guess, this is a picture that may happen in the future." Future? How is this possible? All are unbelievers. Batman said, "I don't know what this is. Since he appeared so suddenly, he can also take pictures of what I did in the past. It is not impossible to take pictures of what will happen in the future." The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Especially what happened at the headquarters of the Assassin League could not be recorded. There was no such equipment in that place, but he still appeared on the video. Also, the Scarecrow to combat these pictures, too, was impossible. Someone's. So explain, shot these pictures. People have incredible power. And this picture of people do is their own, the mighty, the eyes will shine man is the man the edge of the screen. We have not experienced this, but he was immediately shot down. After all, exclude the possibility that the remaining possibility seems incredible, then, must be the truth. These things happen in the future, but was shot down people. What kind of power? What people can do this degree? Even he, the whole body felt cold. The battle screen is finally over, to write long, but also cut a few mixed picture but nothing more. At this time, the screen sounded narration voice. Bruce Wayne, this super wealthy people, why would become a vigilante? This is definitely a reason. The picture changed again. Batman saw a familiar piece cannot be familiar alleys. See the memory of their parents. Then the robbers appeared, gunshots rang, the mother of a broken necklace, a Wayne couple died in here. So by narration sound sounded again, parents died, aroused the anger of Bruce Hart's. As he grew older, he could no longer sin of the entire Gotham City's brother turned a blind eye, so he went out, he has to find ways to cure Gotham of evil. He joined the League of Assassins, very rigorous training to become the strongest. He laid the foundation of humanity. Back to Gotham after he became Batman. During the day, he is a second-generation rich debauchery. At night, he is a sin against the Gotham vigilante. He knows the human heart of darkness, but also aware of his strong. If they opened the kill ring, he did not feel that they will be able to control the dark heart. He felt that time, he will cause immense damage. So give yourself drew a line, only one line, do not kill. It's not without reason, when Batman is completely plunged into darkness, he's terrible, really strikingly. But this also caused a lot of hard to imagine, disastrous consequences. For example, in the face of the Joker. So by narration definitely also accompanied by a picture. It began as Batman in various unconventional shaped reception terrible picture, and then his first showdown with the Joker. He will face the Joker paint-sided in the wall, tell me, where Dante in. Joker without the slightest fear, strange smiles. Kill me, and I'll tell you. This is my only principle. Then you have to break this principle, kill me, you got to save them. Them. At first I was really Harvey to you, that lady. These words, other people heard strange, but Batman seconds to understand. These days, he contacted his former lover old Rachel and attorney Harvey Dent. The Joker caught Harvey and a woman, that woman? Make themselves so excited, it must be Rachel, damn, Joker son of ABCH. Other people also saw Batman's face. Nick Fury, many years engaged in intelligence work, immediately got my guess from these faint clue, this. Joker, grab your significant girlfriend. Batman calmed down roar suck. I will not let him get away, this is a matter not occur in the future, it will soon be determined, because I was being hunted by the Joker asterisk. Chapter 4 To deal with Joker, I have 3 methods, 3. Is this right? Everyone has a great fear of this mysterious and unpredictable superdimensional strategy team. Iron Man said, if it's true, he's kidnapped your girlfriend and needs help, say so. Iron Man can't stand this kind of hijacking of other people's families. Batman never thought he would get someone willing to help him in this way. He said, "Thank you. If his identity is not exposed, he will definitely not accept it, but these people know their identity and are willing to help, and they seem to be able people, so there is no need to refuse." Iron Man said, "Where are you from?" "I've never heard of the Wayne Group." Batman said, "The beautiful country, Gotham." Iron Man was stunned. "I'm in a beautiful country, I am a beautiful country, is there a city like Gotham?" "Then where are you? You do not know me. Are you famous?" "I'm Tony Stark, the helm of the Stark Group, billionaire, talented engineer, scientist, Iron Man. I'm in New York." "Have not heard." Superman and Batman are both confused. This Tony Stark is very confident, but even Louise, a reporter, has never heard of the Stark Group in New York. At this point, Wolverine finally spoke, "I'm a little concerned. I just found out, that, Superman, the equipment behind you, and Bruce, or Batman, the equipment beside you, looks very advanced." "What?" The two are a little embarrassed, they are very advanced compared to this era. Iron Man frowned. "It's very advanced, but it's about the same as me, isn't it, J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice sounded, "Yes, Mr. Tony." Two robotic arms stick out, guns in their hands, pointing at Nick Fury. His security system is still there. Wolverine took a deep breath. "So, aren't you guys from 1975? "Definitely not." Several people said in unison. Wolverine let out a long sigh. "I knew it would be like this, maybe we are not the same era. We are here in 1975, and the Vietnam War has just ended." As soon as these words came out, several people took a breath of cold air again. Although the appearance of this virtual screen is miraculous, it has not reached the point where it is completely incomprehensible. But being able to speak to the people of 1975 is really beyond their understanding of technology. If it wasn't for Wolverine, who just went through a time travel and knew the gap between the world's technology in 1975 and later, he would never have thought of it. "So, you are from a different era from us. Then," he pointed at Batman and Superman, "what about them?" "The same beautiful country, but without the city," they said, "and without the Wayne Group." A brainstorm started in his mind. Could it be a parallel universe? This guess shocked everyone, but after all, it was just a guess. They were stunned by what happened behind the video, and they all stopped talking. Joker said, "Dante is at 250 52nd Street, Rachel is at Cicero Street." Batman goes to save Rachel, the police go to Dante. But when Batman went to Cicero Street, he saw Harvey Dante. Then the bomb explodes, Harvey is seriously injured, and Rachel dies, until she thinks Batman went to save Dante. Although she felt that Batman was right, she said in her heart that she was not sad, it was false. Iron Man was angry, "Damn, this BD Joker. He did it, he made Rachel think before she died that you went to save that Harvey Dent. This is simply murderous." Batman clenched his fists. He really thought in his mind that with Harvey Dent around, Gotham wouldn't need Batman. He's been supporting Harvey Dante and doesn't want this to happen. His heart hurts like it's about to burst. If it weren't for him, Joker wouldn't find them. Professor X shook his head and said, "This Joker is really a rare type. I have hardly seen this kind of pure evil. He did all this to make Batman break his only rule and become the same as him. People. Although he has lost the ability to read minds now, he is still a master of psychology, and he is analyzing the reasons for Joker's actions." Subai's narration sounded again. Because of his refusal to kill, his ex-girlfriend Rachel died, and after Harvey Dent was seriously injured, he was stimulated to psychopath by Joker. he is no longer the light of Gotham, it's a two-faced person who decides whether to kill or not by tossing a coin. Not only is Rachel dead, but Harvey is blackened. Just because I didn't kill Joker? Kill you, BD, I'll kill you. Batman roared angrily in his heart. Su'Bai's narration sounded again, it was only a personal blow to him. Joker escaped countless times after being imprisoned in Arkham Asylum, killing countless people. And the most terrifying time was when he killed Superman's girlfriend Louise, made Superman angry with Blacken, killed Joker, and attacked all evils in the world with absolute force, which caused the division of the Justice League and made Superman become a god among men. This part has not been filmed yet, but it is mentioned in Jia Dao's Zhenglian Easter egg. Su'Bai also cut some clips. Louise and Superman are dumbfounded again. Will we be a couple? Will Louise be killed by Joker? Will Superman become a god on Earth? What does this mean? The narrator continued, Batman and Superman are really miserable. Joker is Batman's first heavyweight opponent. So as Batman, can you completely solve the problems caused by Joker without violating his principles? Definitely yes, and there are countless ways. Here are 3 for the time being. Seeing this, everyone understands why this video is called Super Dimension Raiders, if I were Batman. No wonder this video is called Super Dimension Raiders. It's giving Batman a way to deal with his enemies. If this is the case with Batman, will the mysterious man behind the scenes also make a strategy for himself? Asterisk. Chapter 5 Your super ability is rich, then kill Joker with money, 4 flowers. Su'Bai's narration continued, to deal with a person, you have to understand a person. You don't need to know about Joker's past, because after becoming a Joker, he is completely different from his previous self. What we need to understand is what Joker's experience after becoming a Joker. In the narration, a group of people in masks robbed the bank, saying that it was Joker who planned it all. The robbers felt that Joker was not among these people, but all who watched the video felt that Joker himself must be among them. 2 robbers cut off the bank's communication from above, and when they were done, one robber killed the other immediately. The robbers below, after the vault opened, one robber killed another robber. These are all Joker arrangements. Of the 3 remaining robbers, one died in a school bus crash, one was killed by a bank security, one was shot by a fellow robber, and only one survived. Finally, in front of the bank security guard, the surviving man took off his mask and put on Joker makeup on his face. Sure enough, he was the real Joker. He stuffed the grenade into the mouth of the bank security guard and said nervously, I always believe that sentence, those who can't kill you will only make you more strange. Then, he jumped on the school bus drove away, the firing pin of the grenade opened, and the school bus mixed into other school buses and left safely. This new robbery made everyone look at each other in dismay. Iron Man slapped his tongue, how cruel. Sure enough, he is very good at playing with people's hearts. Nick Fury said, he has a very accurate grasp of people's psychology. Judging from the reactions of these robbers, these are all old robbers, and they are actually fooled by a few words from him. Cannibalism. Although Joker's performance is a little weird now, few people haven't looked at him yet. After all, if you can fight, Joker can also fight, but neither Batman nor Iron Man put his combat prowess in their eyes. Not to mention a few other people with extraordinary powers. This is just a robber who is good at planning and playing with people's hearts. This kind of person is only dangerous, and it can't be said that it is difficult to deal with. Then the scene changes, it is an abandoned warehouse, and there is a lot of money. Those were money that Joker robbed from the bank before and belonged to the gangster. Joker said to the gangster, I don't care about this kind of thing, I just like gasoline, bombs, and gasoline. After speaking, people poured gasoline on the pile of money and burned it all. Everyone looked at each other. There is no shortage of rich people here, Batman and Iron Man have seen too much money, but they don't burn it like this. Since it is going to be burned, why is it so hard to rob the bank? Everyone sighed, this is a lunatic. The picture changed again, and it was Joker who mixed into the hospital and met Harvey Dent, whose half of his face was burned. Everyone thought that Joker was here to kill Harvey, but they didn't want Joker to chat with Harvey. He said, "Harvey, I don't want any unhappiness between us, you and that." Harvey growled, "Rachel." Joker seemed startled and said, "I didn't put the explosives, I was at the police station." Harvey said angrily, "That's your plan." Joker waved his hand quickly. Like a child admitting his mistake, "Look, do I look like someone with a plan? I'm just a puppy who likes to chase buses. After catching up, I don't know what I'm going to do. I just do whatever I want. The police have a plan, Gordon has a plan, the gang has a plan, everyone has a plan. They are all conspirators, the conspirators have a plan, I'm not a conspirator, I don't have a plan. You tell people that a punk will die, and no one will panic. You tell people that a carload of soldiers will die, and no one will panic. Because these are all planned. But when I say an old man will die, people go crazy." After he finished speaking, he took out the gun, stuffed it into Harvey's hand, and asked Harvey to point the gun at his forehead, create a little riot, destroy all the existing order, and everything will fall into chaos. I am the agent of chaos, you know what the essence of chaos is. It's fair. Come on, let the coin in your hand decide my life or death. This absurd reasoning is hard to hear. Professor X's eyes finally became serious. This is a complete lunatic, he doesn't care about anything, including his own life, he just wants to make the world extremely chaotic. He's dangerous, more dangerous than I thought. Bruce, you must take it seriously. Professor X is an expert in psychology, and his ability has seen too many people, but he has never seen such pure evil. The same goes for everyone else, who just finds this moment of Joker creepy. It's not how powerful he is, but this twisted thought. Nick Fury said, "What is the principle of not killing? This kind of person is shot down, no shit." Wolverine agrees, "If it wasn't for the time period we didn't think about, I'd kill him for you." Then the screen changed again, but it was Joker who controlled 2 ships and gave 2 detonators to the people on both sides of the boat. Joker said, "After 12 o'clock, I will detonate your ships. But I gave you the detonator on the other side's ship. If one of you blows up the other ship before 12 o'clock, then I'll let the other ship go. Or else, everyone, bang." Joker's performance made everyone feel cold. Even Superman is like this, he is not afraid of anyone in terms of power, but this kind of pure evil is really scary. This time even Iron Man said, "This lunatic, fall into my hands, I will not let him go." Soubai's narration continued, "Now we know, Joker is a lunatic who likes to throw the whole world into chaos, and the laws of the beautiful country of the lunatic are useless. Ordinary mental hospitals can't keep him. Those doctors who come to treat him will be turned into lunatics by him. He is extremely motivated and understands people's hearts. He is very, will use his distorted and chaotic thoughts to contaminate others. He's not afraid of death or pain, so Batman's conventional methods won't work for him. But, Batman is a super rich, beautiful country, and money is everything. He can find the best and most expensive lawyer, and let that lawyer prove that Joker is not mentally ill, so he can legally let Joker die. As long as he has money, whether Joker is a lunatic or not, in court, he can only be a lunatic. Even in the beautiful country, Batman can use his money to lobby the legislators in Congress to create a law for Joker, and use legal means to legally let Joker die. All of you are from a beautiful country, and with that said, everyone thinks this is really possible. Spending money to lobby and promote new laws, isn't this the normal state of the rich? Using a lawyer to achieve your goals is the norm for the rich." Soubai's narration continued, "This is the first type, using money to kill Joker, and it's reasonable and legal. The second type is spending money. Isn't Batman's super ability just rich? Batman built a lunatic asylum by himself to detain those crazy criminals, injecting sedatives with sleeping pills every day and letting them sleep every day. In this way, there is no possibility of escape. Batman's only principle is not to kill, and thus not to kill. This really cruel. It's not as good as killing these criminals with one shot. The narrator continued, the third type, exile Joker on an isolated island, away from the isolated island in the world, find a way to hide it, and let Joker fend for itself on it. If you really think the money can't be spent, doesn't Clark have a spaceship? Use the spaceship to send Joker to Mars, and build a small ecosystem to let him fend for himself. The most terrifying thing about Joker is his mind. His fighting ability is not good, and it is easy to deal with. There are always more ways than difficulties. Jumping out of Batman's previous framework, you will find that there are 30 ways to deal with him, not to mention 3. It's really a strange idea, but combined with what Joker did in the video, this may really be the best way for him. The narrator continued, Joker is Batman's most important opponent and will haunt him for the rest of his life. I hope he can solve Joker quickly. In the next issue, for the second enemy Batman will face, Luthor and Doomsday will be the strategy. These are completely different opponents. Naturally, there are completely different strategies, and they will be much tougher. Then, the video disappeared, but 2 new videos appeared. Super Dimension Strategy, Iron Man. Super Dimension Strategy, Professor X. These are the other 2 videos that Subai has edited. At first, he just wanted to upload one to test the water, but then he thought about it and decided to upload it together. If you have enough volume, maybe someone will like this series. This chapter has a lot of words, but Hwawa is really small. Has anyone read books on this subject? Asterisk. Chapter 6 Despised by Everyone, Iron Man? Just an arms dealer, for flowers. Batman's strategy video has come to an end, and these viewers are still in shock and still have infinite questions. How did this virtual screen appear? Who did this and why did he do it? And, most importantly, it's all true and false. But I didn't want to, and suddenly there will be 2 other videos. Who is Professor X? Batman and Iron Man don't know, but Iron Man has introduced himself before. Everyone's eyes turned to Iron Man. Iron Man pondered, although I'm not sure, and I don't think other people can give me any advice, but it's okay to take a look. Then look at this about me first. Everyone nodded. Iron Man clicked on Super Dimension Raiders, Iron Man. The video popped up, and sure enough, an image of Iron Man appeared. Name, Tony Stark. Nickname, Iron Man. Introduction, Howard Stark's son, chairman of the Stark Group, billionaire, playboy, super genius, genius scientist, world's #1 engineer, inventor of the arc reactor, creator of a super personal mech, Avengers veteran, Avengers source of finance, technology backbone. The names of these profiles are not much worse than Batman. Images of Iron Man also appear on the video. He is showing the new weapons of the Stark Group to the military of the beautiful country. A missile split off dozens of warheads, destroying a mountain, and Iron Man stretched out his hands, holding red wine, smug and high-spirited. Seeing this picture, Wolverine murmured, with so many introductions, I thought I was a great scientist, but it turns out, it's just an arms dealer. Even Batman and Superman changed their expressions when they saw Iron Man. In the limited communication before, Iron Man was a little narcissistic, but it wasn't too annoying. But one pair of arms dealers, the 2 also have no good face. Iron Man touched his face and felt a little embarrassed, but his eyes quickly recovered. These black histories were stains that he couldn't erase, but he was no longer the arms dealer who only knew how to make a fortune. Nick Fury's pupils contracted and his face changed greatly. Avengers? How is that possible? He came to Iron Man this time to discuss the establishment of the Avengers. He is the only one who knows about this. Why is it in this profile? Before Batman said that this video was made by someone who edited the past and future, he scoffed, but now, he believes it. The introduction on the video continued. It turns out that Iron Man was just an unscrupulous arms dealer who was attacked by terrorists when he was selling arms to the military. In the picture, Iron Man is sitting in a military vehicle, bragging with the soldiers, and he has made a few more stars, which perfectly shows the Playboy style. Suddenly there was a loud bang, a bomb fell, and the car blew up. Iron Man climbed out of the car with difficulty. At this time, he saw a bomb in front of him with his Stark Group logo on it. Then the bomb exploded and he fell to the ground. He tore off his body armor and saw, the bulletproof vest has been pierced, and blood is flowing out. Professor X was surprised. You were bombed by your own missile. Wolverine sneered, what should this be called? Self-inflicted. Iron Man's face is extremely ugly, not because he made a fool of himself in the video, but, there is no way someone could take this picture. Is all this true? Do you really have the ability to edit your past actions into pictures? Even the future can be edited? His last trace of suspicion was also dispelled in the next screen. The narration sounded, the terrorists kidnapped him and wanted Iron Man to build weapons for himself, but Iron Man was in the cave and used some leftovers to build the first generation of the arc reactor. That is, controllable fusion technology. In the video, Iron Man has an iron ring embedded in his chest. The iron ring is connected to the battery, and the magnetic force is used to control the bomb fragments from entering the blood vessels. This was created by Dr. Inson, who was also a prisoner, to save him. An Iron Man was in this cave, and he took down those missiles and made up his first-generation armor. Iron Man's face turned pale. He said, Batman, I believe what you said now. These videos are indeed real, they were cut from the past and the future. Because of these pictures, it is impossible for anyone to take pictures. Batman was also shocked and inexplicable. You created controlled nuclear fusion in this cave. Professor X and Beast both stared in disbelief. Controlled nuclear fusion. This is the energy in the dreams of human beings. If you control this, human beings will have enough power to enter space, and enter the space age in the true sense. Such an epoch-making invention. Is this person actually knocking these out with some junk in the cave? The cow is heaven. Although this man is a disgusting arms dealer, the genius scientist, the world's #1 engineer, really deserves his name. The screen changes again. Iron Man's body is no longer the shoddy first-generation armor, it has become a classic armor with red and yellow colors. He went in and out of Qingming, and attacked terrorists everywhere. There are also scenes of fighting against Iron Overlord Abaston and against Whiplash Yvonne, all in a flash. The narration sounded at the same time. After these accidents, Iron Man realized how wrong it was to be an arms dealer. He closed the military industry department of Stark Industries and focused on the research of clean energy. And he himself became Iron Man, wearing his own armor to fight crime, fight terrorists, and defeat the Iron King Abaston who took his technology, and also control the whip of the arc reactor Yvonne. And at the prompt of Nick Fury, I found a solution to the palladium poisoning caused by the arc reactor. I was invited by Nick Fury to join the Avengers. For an Avenger, we also ushered in his first real enemy. The third prince of Asgard, the descendant of the giants of Jotunheim, the evil god Loki. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Evil God Loki? What a weak god, begging for flowers. This is how Iron Man transformed from an arms dealer to a crime-fighting superhero. Although this turning point was huge, it was not incomprehensible, and everyone couldn't help feeling a little emotional, and their senses of Iron Man were also changing rapidly. At first, Iron Man's enemies were just ordinary terrorists, criminals with high-tech skills, but suddenly the picture changed. Iron Man's enemies turned into Asgard's evil god Loki. From a sci-fi painting style to a fantasy painting style, it almost broke everyone's waist. The evil god Loki? Asgard? Is there really a god in this world? This simply shocked Batman for 100 years. Superman was also stunned. Is there a god on Earth? He knows that he is an alien, the universe is so big, there are other worlds with intelligence, and life is easy to understand. But there is a god. Even Superman finds it incredible. After all, the legendary gods are omnipotent. Does this world really exist? Wolverine choked on the smoke from the cigar in his mouth, and Professor X directly spit out a sip of wine. The existence of mutants in this world is incredible enough, but now there are even gods? Wolverine murmured, is there really a god? He has lived for hundreds of years, and he has encountered all kinds of strange things, but it is still somewhat unacceptable for him to say that there is a god in the world. Professor X even wondered if they thought mutant was a god? The most shocking thing is Iron Man himself. My special purpose is to fight some terrorists at most, and the great opponent is a careerist like a Bastion. Now I have to fight with the gods? Are the days over? The footage of the video has switched to New York, and there are huge amounts of voids above New York. Countless Chitauris rushed out of the hollow. They rode their chariots toward New York. For a while, artillery flew around, and the whole New York turned into ruins. In the video, Iron Man flight is in the air with weapons in disarray, shooting down one after another of Chitauri fighters. Then a huge amount of spaceship like a big fish drilled out of the hole. This makes everyone's heart tighten. This thing is too big, bigger than an aircraft carrier flying in the air, and its shape alone brings an infinite sense of oppression. Afterwards, countless Chitauri flight chariots flew out of the huge amounts of fish-shaped spaceships. Everyone's heart sank. Then Iron Man fell from the sky, and beside him stood a few strange people. A burly man in blue and white clothes with a shield in his hand. A sexy and glamorous red-haired woman with a pistol. A burly blonde man in armor, holding a hammer, wearing a red cloak. There is also a short-haired shrewd man with a long bow in his hand. Iron Man was even more stunned. Are these Asgard's troops? Are the Asgardians aliens? Aliens invaded? My teammates are actually these weirdos, shield, pistol, bow, and hammer, and rely on these to fight aliens. And this man, dressed like this, do you think he's the captain of the United States? He can't help it, no matter how you look at it, these comrades in arms are so unreliable. Nick Fury said bitterly, yes, that's the captain of the United States, we S.H.I.E.L.D. just dug him out of the ice. That woman and that man are our S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. I don't know the man in the red cape with the hammer. He had already completely believed that these pictures were real, and an indescribable feeling of powerlessness also filled his heart. Are we relying on this group of people to fight the alien invasion? Enemies are spaceships, lasers, we just use pistols, shields, bows and hammers? How to fight this? Then the huge amounts of fish-shaped spaceship swooped down, and a man who looked elegant and easygoing stood in front of Iron Man, showing a simple and honest expression, tell you a secret, I can be angry at any time. Then his body began to swell, suddenly became larger, and turned into a green giant. He punched out and directly hit the giant fish-shaped spaceship, blasting the alien spaceship into scum. Then, he screamed up to the sky, jumped into the sky like a gorilla, and pinched those Chitauri to death. Everyone's mouth is O-shaped? What the hell is this? One punch to blow up an alien giant spaceship? Could this man be the legendary Hercules? No, Hercules is not green, nor is it the god of Asgard. Iron Man felt that the Hulk was a little familiar, and Nick Fury said bitterly again, this is the Hulk Dr. Banner, and I originally wanted to absorb him into the Avengers. Iron Man covered his forehead, I really don't want to fight with these weirdos, I feel so ashamed. Then the screen turns again. Iron Man returns to his room, where he sees a man in a green cape holding a scepter. Everyone guessed that this person was the evil god Loki. Loki held the power of the mind on Iron Man's chest and wanted to control Iron Man. But totally ineffective. Next, Loki faced the Hulk, and the famous scene of the Hulk carrying Loki and smashing it on the ground like a sack shocked everyone. "I'm going, this Hulk is so fierce." Wolverine slapped his tongue. "This is the evil god Loki? I can't see how strong he is at all, is he here to laugh?" Louise almost laughed, but she couldn't laugh at the thought of this man causing so much damage on Earth. "Do you need any strategy to deal with such a person?" "No need," Batman said. Superman just shook his head. Such a god is really vulnerable in his hands. Is this God? So funny. The feeling of tension that I had previously disappeared and became more relaxed, and everyone began to make fun of Loki. His performance, and his name, really do not match. The narration continued. The evil god Loki is the first formidable enemy Iron Man and Avengers face. Compared to Hydra, the future super artificial intelligence Ultron, the universe overlord Thanos, Loki is not a very strong opponent. It's not that Loki's ability is not good. Loki, who claims to be the #1 magician in the 9 realms, has very powerful spells and is good at illusion. If he is not stupid, he is a very difficult enemy to deal with, but he is indeed a fool, and in a way, he is as stupid as that second fool brother Thor. In this Loki invasion, the greatest danger to Iron Man is not from Loki, but from humans. Soebai's narration once again shocked everyone for 100 years. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Iron Man, am I so fierce? Why don't I know? Seeing this scene and hearing these words, Iron Man only felt a buzzing sound in his forehead. According to the video, I will form an organization with a few weirdos. It's called Avengers? Shame. And his enemies will range from the evil god Loki, to Hydra, super artificial intelligence, and what cosmic overlord Thanos. What is this and what? Hasn't the organization Hydra been wiped out long ago? Captain the United States took Hydra leader Red Skull and perished decades ago. Since then, there has been no news of Hydra. Could it be that after the Captain of the United States was dug out, the leader of Hydra was dug up too? And then Hydra came back to life? As for what kind of super artificial intelligence, Thanos, the overlord of the universe, even if you don't know who it is, it's hard to just hear the name. Even Iron Man didn't think he could be so good against so many characters. I started out just wanting to fight terrorists, now I want to fight cosmic overlords? I haven't brushed my teeth yet. But in a flash, Iron Man had confidence in himself again. Tony Stark is a super genius after all, there is nothing in this world that I can't do. He is so confident and narcissistic, and he is indeed so strong. Nick Fury even felt that his brain exploded with a bang, and he couldn't believe his ears. Hydra? How could Hydra still exist? Hydra has long since been completely wiped out, okay? Nonsense. However, although there is not much information disclosed in the previous video, many of them are top secret information that only he knows, so he completely believes in this video. He didn't want to admit that the news was too shocking. However, he quickly calmed down. S.H.I.E.L.D. director is not something ordinary people can do. So, Hydra really exists? With the urine of Hydra, since it exists, it is absolutely impossible not to make trouble. Such a big organization has been doing things all the time, how could my big S.H.I.E.L.D. not notice it at all? His roar's suction came down quickly, and a very terrifying possibility occurred to him. After the end of World War II and the destruction of Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. has received some Hydra scientists and detained a group of important Hydra figures. Could it be these people who made Hydra grow again within S.H.I.E.L.D.? After thinking about all the possibilities, he felt that this was the only possibility. Nick Fury knows how powerful the intelligence ability of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is supported by the whole world. Only by hiding inside S.H.I.E.L.D. can an organization like Hydra be able to hide from SHIELD. And it has developed extremely powerfully, and it is possible to completely cover up the news of Hydra's existence because of the intertwining of SHIELD. Thinking of this, his scalp tingles. He couldn't imagine how far S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated. Batman murmured, "What god? What kind of super artificial intelligence, overlord of the universe? I thought my future was bad enough, Tony Stark, and the future on your side doesn't look too good. It seems that the parallel world thing you mentioned before is true. If everyone was in the same big and beautiful country, it would be impossible for me to not know the news that a super rich like Iron Man was kidnapped by terrorists." That video continues. Nick Fury is on the phone, shooting black eggs? You can't do that. There's still Avengers over there, and so many people, I'm sure they can sort it out. The other end of the video said, we can't just count on them. If these aliens are not eliminated, the entire Earth can be destroyed. As for the others, it's war, it's a necessary sacrifice. Nick Fury's objections were ineffective, and then the military fired the black egg. Seeing this scene, everyone scolded. Batman said coldly, "In order to eliminate aliens, I would rather eliminate so many of my own people, even in a beautiful country in a parallel universe. These politicians are exactly the same, which is really disgusting. Superman is very angry, how can they do this?" Wolverine couldn't help taking a cigar. Sure enough, these politicians are also ADK in another world. There is no good bird. I just don't want to remember the feeling of being killed by a nuclear bomb. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help looking at him. You said that you seemed to have been bombed by a nuclear bomb? Wolverine shrugged, I was bombed once, but my physique is special and I can't die. But it really hurts. Can't die? I go, who are you? To survive a nuclear explosion, it doesn't look like something is wrong at all. In the video, the black egg flies towards New York, and Nick Fury informs the Avengers. In the end, Iron Man stood up. He carried the nuclear bomb alone and rushed to the big hole in the sky, passed through the space gate, and threw the nuclear bomb on the Chitauri fleet suspended in the cosmic starry sky. Iron Man opened his mouth again, and his client was stunned by himself. Am I so fierce? I'm actually going to charge the alien fleet with a nuclear bomb. He never thought he would do such a thing. Others, at this time, completely changed their minds about this arms dealer. Carrying a nuclear bomb to rush to the enemy, what kind of courage? Tony Stark. Although stinky, but worthy of their admiration. Thinking about the mighty dude at the beginning of the video, who only knows how to spend his life, and now this real Iron Man is really different. Soubai's narration continued, the invasion of Loki with the Chitauri is the first major crisis for Iron Man and Avengers, but backstabs from the upper echelons of humans are equally dangerous. How to deal with Loki and the others perfectly, while facing the backstab of the higher UPS, is very difficult, but that's what it means to do it. Asterisk. Chapter 9 began Nonsense Raiders, up more 4th yesterday. Sudden cooling yesterday evening I did not want to move, and the 4th is more delay, make up today. Soubai Raiders do these videos, just because it mixed sheer flow is poor, it wants to engage in some tricks to absorb the flow bail. Thought would simply not be seen by the protagonist of the video. After doing the first Batman video Raiders, the Raiders he found himself doing too normal, although comply with logic, but not too eye-catching, no explosion point. But he too lazy to change it. Behind the video, he decided to pursue a major event, the Raiders do more nonsense the better, definitely, but also a little bit of nonsense in a logical, not entirely nonsense. So, on Iron Man of the Raiders, he would do very crap. His voice narration continues, first of all, on Chitauri army, because they are the cellular structures of society, so Iron Man killed Chitauri leader after all Chitauri simultaneously death. Secondly, a black egg sufficient to destroy Chitauri flagship, which is a bit difficult to accept. The flagship able to participate in the universe World War II surprised to be scrapped a black egg. Are the aliens so brittle it? You know, big beautiful country aircraft carrier strength test of time, a month, it will be a boom scrapped aircraft carrier sink. No matter how alien is also the flagship aircraft carrier more than the anti-beat, right? World War II, have been anti-cruiser black blast. A black egg solved Chitauri alien flagship, which is mostly like World War II, the Akagi, Kaga 2 aircraft carrier's neon country is a powder keg bomb hit caused by detonation of a small probability event. Video, Iron Man carrying into the space passage black egg, fried to Chitauri flagship. Chitauri flagship into a ball of fire, Chitauri off like those on Earth as a whole fell. All the audience feel some truth in the video, which some pull. Black egg is very strong, but not strong enough to this point. World War II when the Prinz Eugen, but after anti-black egg, it was just a heavy cruiser. In contrast, it was like an alien flagship papered like about the narration was right, this is only a small probability event. Iron Man himself is nodded his head, and he felt afraid luck guards to destroy the entire alien fleet with a black egg. People cannot just hope lucky. However, these are not the Asgard fleet it. Chitauri is another wave of aliens? Narrator tone continued, so do the raiders, be thoughtful, not luck. Iron Man need to deal with Loki, to deal with a complete Chitauri of fighting, only one way is the Iron Legion. Video screen to continue, a remote control steel armor flying in the sky, attacking the Legion of Hydra. These are the Avengers, Age of Ultron picture, so why will it cut into it here? Iron Man is entirely ability to create a core of steel, a steel legion enough to fight Chitauri fleet. People look to the Iron Man, his face is somewhat pale. Iron Man is fighting a strong enough, and if they have steel armor combat power of Iron Man, this is indeed a huge share of power, enough to fight Chitauri. However, a person has such powerful armed forces. This is very disturbing. In particular Wolverine, this Iron Legion, always reminded him Sentinel, some shudder. Narrator continues, but he's a man to have such a large private armed forces, not only in the law or not, but also easily lead to hostility human world. Video, humans have begun toward those of the Iron Legion throw rotten eggs. So, this Iron Legion is best not built on Earth, built on the Mars bar. After the automatic production line is completed, you can blast soldiers on Mars. When the Iron Man hands with sufficient military power after, they do not care about the big beautiful country, and you have a gun in the hands of big beautiful country willing to take to talk with you. Mars is not far away from the Earth, and can continue S.H.I.E.L.D. Pegasus plans to Iron Man's strength, creating hyperdrive not too difficult, so the Iron Legion can always return to aid Earth. This will be solved at the same time Chitauri and human backstab, too big problem. If you can create countless numbers of the Iron Legion, our nano armor upgrade, general aliens really beat. Definitely the Iron Legion has its limitations, in time for the Super Ultron's artificial intelligence, these dishes is the armor, every minute will be Ultron control. These natural raiders have resolved, on the next raiders of it. Thanks for watching. Black screen down. Everyone looked to Iron Man, some dignified atmosphere. Iron Man poured himself a glass of wine, said, some of the large amount of information, you let me reasonable grounds that the plan some crazy. Nick Fury is very serious look at him, Tony, it's dangerous. Iron Man waved, I know, so I'll reasonable grounds, by the way, Hydra really still exist. Nick Fury and his face darker, he thought, Iron Man is not the Hydra, or else someone else is not a world, or is not a timeline, it is impossible Hydra people. However, to secrecy, he said, well, after a while, we go into the details. At this time, Wolverine watching the last video, said, we look at this video about Professor X's, and I really want to know how he let us solve the problem of mutant. Different from Iron Man and Batman, mutant now the time has come to life and death. Accurate to say that genocide is a quick mutant. If this video raters, mutant crisis can be resolved, it would be great. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Mutant appeared, even Superman was stunned, 4 flowers. Everyone recovered from the shock brought by the video just now. Although fighting a big monster that can't be killed, and encountering alien invasions and the like, it's very frustrating. But now that they know in advance, even without this provided guide, Batman, Iron Man and the others feel that they can find a solution. Their attention also turned to this third video. Batman looked at Wolverine and said, "You know this Professor X? Or is that you?" Wolverine pointed to the decadent Professor X and said, "It's him." Although Professor X is very decadent, he feels that even if the strategy is useless, if he can predict the future, he may really be able to solve many problems. He saw a little bit of hope, a little bit out of that decadence. He nodded and said, "My name is Charles Xavier, Professor X is just my nickname, I'll take a look too." After he finished speaking, he clicked on the video. I saw a bald man in a wheelchair on the video. Professor X couldn't help blinking. Is this me? Impossible, even if I recover from my leg injury and can't walk, but my handsome hair? Where has my flowing hair gone? Am I going bald in middle age? No way. The video shows the introduction of Professor X. Name, Charles Xavier. Nickname, Professor X. Introduction, the leader of mutants' moderate faction, the most powerful psychic ability person in the world, has the most powerful new ability in the world, can perceive the human mind, control the human mind, if he wants, he can even momentarily kill all mankind. The video shows Professor X with a brainwave machine. Professor X still has long hair fluttering, and he said excitedly, "This kind of power, this kind of powerful power, the unimaginable power, the dream power." As soon as the screen turned, the eyes of a group of soldiers suddenly became blank. Then they walked over to the instrument, inserted the key, and entered the code. Then the camera was pulled to the whole world, and missiles flew into the sky. That was the famous scene in X-Men Apocalypse, where Professor X, who was controlled by Apocalypse, made humans shoot all black eggs in an instant. In fact, even if Professor X doesn't control humans to launch black eggs, his powerful psychic power is enough to sneak into everyone's mind and make them commit suicide under the amplification of the brainwave machine. In the picture, black eggs exploded in the sky. What? Batman yelled directly. In just this moment, he sees Professor X as the greatest threat to mankind. The introduction says that Professor X is the leader of mutants' moderate faction. Although Professor X only detonates black eggs in the air, from this perspective, it can even be said that Professor X is for the good of mankind. But having someone who can kill all of humanity in an instant is definitely the biggest threat in the world. Fortunately, not only are we not in the same timeline, we are not even in the same world. Superman can't believe his eyes, so strong? Is the telepathy ability so terrifying to control a person's mind at will, and on a global scale? Can I stop it? Iron Man and Nick Fury are even more numb. This is more terrible than what Loki, what is the alien team? At least these people have no way to kill all the human beings in an instant, and there is absolutely no room for people to resist. Afterwards, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not on the same timeline as us, otherwise such a terrifying person would really make people sleepless. Then another thought popped into everyone's mind: who is mutant? The narration continued. Mutant is an experiment of the Tenjin group on Earth, but they just gave up this experiment for some reason. In the video, there is a picture of the Tenjin group. It was a giant nearly 100 meters tall. He wore huge amounts of armor, 3 circles on his head, and a scepter in his hand. The scepter just touched the ground lightly, and the entire planet turned into a rubble. That's the scene in Guardians of Galaxy where the Tenjin group destroys the entire planet with the Power Stone. After all, the Tenjin group has rarely appeared in the Marvel movie universe, and Suibai has not found much material, so he can make do with it. In this scene, everyone felt numb again, including Superman. Superman knows that he has a very powerful power, but he is not sure if he has the ability to destroy the entire planet with one blow. Is this the God? Are gods so strong? Is there such a God in our universe? And Professor X is even more stupid. According to his constant research, he always thought that mutant was a natural mutation of human genes. But don't think that mutant is actually a test product of the gods. He didn't have a wry smile in his heart. If Eric could see this, he would no longer think that mutant is the future of human evolution. The narration continued, mutant is a recessive gene, if the gene does not become dominant, it will not benefit ordinary people. If the mutant gene awakening, there will be a powerful super ability. An image of mutant appears on the screen. They saw a roar of sadness from Magneto, his hands on the ground, the world's magnetic field at his command. Countless planes, ships, and cars flew into the sky under his control. They saw Storm's eyes turn white, summoning a gust of wind into the sky, and then lightning. They saw Scott snap on his glasses and a red light shot out of his eyes, piercing everything. They saw that Wolverine was hit by countless bullets, but in a flash, the bullets were squeezed out of his body by his muscles, his wounds began to heal rapidly, sharp claws grew between his phalanxes, and the tanks were dismantled. Even if the previous picture was so shocking, seeing these still shocked everyone. But what shocked them even more was the next sentence of the narrator. Mutants have such a powerful force, do you think they will do the best and be better than humans? On the contrary, they have been ostracized by humans, being hunted and oppressed. If there is resistance, there will be oppression. In this era, in order to resist and survive, mutant gave birth to two leaders. One is the leader of the moderates, Professor X Charles Xavier, the headmaster of the mutant school. One is the leader of the radical faction, Magneto Eric Laneshare, president of the Brotherhood. Asterisk. Chapter 11 is miserable, mutant is miserable. Everyone felt that their brains were starting to run out of steam. Each of these mutants has the energy to destroy the world, and they will become the party threatened by human beings? Superman asked Professor X, who's the one with the glowing eyes. He even wondered if that person was his own race. Professor X shook his head bitterly and said, I don't know, at least I don't know now. Iron Man said to Wolverine, no wonder you said that you were bombed with black eggs before. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. So you even have metal bones? Even metal will be vaporized in the black explosion. That's adamantium, it didn't grow out of me, someone injected it into my body, and it's all over it. Wolverine laughed to herself, I won't die, but it will still hurt. Everyone was horrified at that moment. They didn't quite believe it before, why is mutant being oppressed by humans with such a powerful force? How do humans oppress them? Now they seem to understand that someone was experimenting with mutant. For the first time in his life, Iron Man felt like he said something stupid. He's not good at apologizing, so he didn't say a word, just keep watching the video. The narration sounded again, Magneto is Professor X's lifelong friend and lifelong rival. The difference between the two is also affected by the environment in which they grew up. The footage shows a young boy in pajamas walking into the kitchen with a baseball bat. A lady in the kitchen smiled and said, Charles, what are you doing? Who are you? Why did you become like my mother? So, I thought I was the only one special, and there are others. The little boy didn't open his mouth, but his voice was remembered in the lady's mind. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The lady seemed to understand something, and her whole body cracked violently, as if it was broken into small fragments. Those small fragments turned into blue scales, and finally turned into a blue little girl. Everyone immediately understood that this little boy seemed to be Professor X's childhood. This little blue girl is another mutant. And both Beast and Wolverine couldn't help but glance at Professor X. It turned out that he and Raven had known each other for so long. It's no wonder that Raven's departure hit him so hard. Then the scene changed, it was raining heavily, and a group of people were driven into concentration camps by the Nazis. A little boy watched his mother being taken away and shouted desperately to his mother. He reached out his hands to his mother in desperation, and the iron gate began to bend, shape-shifting and rattle, and the little boy was knocked unconscious. The scene changes again, and the little boy is brought before a Nazi officer who asks the little boy to control the coins on the table. Little boys can't do it. The officer brought the child's mother, pointed the gun at the mother, and said, "Move it, or your mother will die." The little boy tried his best, but the coin didn't move. The officer lost patience and shot the little boy's mother dead. The little boy roared in despair, and then the whole room began to vibrate. Countless boxes scurried around, phones flew into the sky, and the helmets on the heads of several soldiers who were escorting his mother suddenly shrank, crushing the soldiers' heads directly. But at this time no one would blame the little boy. The Nazis were simply not individuals. The narration continued. Professor X has not suffered much from his superior living conditions. Have you ever seen too much suffering? So relatively mild to humans. And since Magneto was imprisoned by the Nazis and his mother was killed by the Nazis, he was very radical towards human nature. Both want to lead mutant to a bright future, but one wants to make humans accept him and integrate into humanity. One is to lead mutant to rebel against humanity and create a future that belongs to mutant. It can only be said that Professor X is too naive, probably because he has seen too many human beings and can feel the faint light in human hearts, so he chooses to believe in human beings. But he can see through the human mind, but he doesn't understand human nature. Seeking peace through struggle, peace will survive, and seeking peace through compromise, peace will perish. This is the principle of exile everywhere. Everyone immediately understood that the little boy behind was Magneto. Can he controlling magnetic field? Superman cares more about the phrase to seek peace through struggle, peace will survive, and to seek peace through compromise, peace will perish. Is that true? After all, he only grew up on a farm in a beautiful country, and no one had ever said such a thing to him. What should I do if I get sidelined by humans like mutant in the future? Should I fight for peace too? Batman and Iron Man, Nick Fury all nodded. The truth is indeed the truth, but they are all human. Although they didn't want to see mutant being bullied by humans, they also didn't want to see mutant bullying humans. Is there no way to live in peace? Then the screen turns again. The sky was dark, and there were countless coffin-like spaceships flying in the air. Then the coffin-like ships opened the hatch, and countless sentinels flew down from them. Everyone else couldn't help but look at Iron Man. Iron Man immediately shook his head. It's not like I made it. Wolverine gritted her teeth and said, "These are sentinels, my kind. Mutants, nearly killed by them." The screen turned again, and the fireman was madly breathing fire towards a sentinel. However, a layer of ice formed on Sentinel's body, and the living person was directly crushed to death by the fire. Iceman made a large piece of ice and froze Sentinel, but Sentinel released a lot of heat energy, melted the ice, twisted Iceman's head, which had become a piece of ice, and stepped on his head. The bishop frantically absorbed the energy wave sent by Sentinel, but was eventually torn to pieces by the energy wave. Storm summoned lightning and shot down a large piece of Sentinel, only to be stabbed to death by Sentinel in the back. What's even worse is that Colossus was actually torn into 2 pieces by Sentinel. Miserable, really miserable. Seeing this picture, no one can speak. Professor X couldn't help covering his mouth, shedding tears in pain. Killing intent gradually emerged in his eyes, and gritted his teeth. Or Eric is right, we can't treat humans so gently. We have to resist, we have to fight back, we have to show humanity our strength, our determination. Can anyone read this book? Can I give you 2 flowers to give Pooja a little confidence? In the end, it's not a popular live broadcast, so after taking stock of this kind of text, I thought about writing it in a different way, but no one read it. I was about to cry, asterisk. Chapter 12 Anger Spray Professor X. Here the usual easygoing elegants say such a thing of Professor X, Wolverine are quite unexpected. You know, even when the future, mutant almost extinct, he did not listen to Professor X said so. A young man he really is not the same. We hear this sort of declaration of war on human speech, as human beings of Iron Man, Batman, Nick Ferrer were all speechless. Mutant, this is much too miserable. A tragic death of a compatriot in the face of these robots, and listen before Wolverine mean, mutant be killed extinct. Professor X have this reaction, it is too normal. Mutant even if they are in the world, standing human point of view, they will not see the horrors that continue to take place. Iron Man said, so these robots created by humans to deal with the mutant. Wolverine nodded his head, he did not want to talk about this. Narrator tone sounded again, this is one of mutant encountered the biggest crisis. Trask Industries founder Bolivar Trask, bent on the destruction of mutant, then create a sentinel. Sentinel is mystique gene as a reference, can simulate any mutant ability of mutant almost genocide in the sentinel attack, only remnants of less than 10 people. This time Professor X to launch a plan to reverse the plans for the future. He will be transferred by Shadowcat Katie's super ability Wolverine's consciousness to a few decades ago, let Wolverine prevent the Bolivarian development of Sentinel. Although he was successful, but it really is not commendable. If mutant Shadowcat is not it. If there is no such mutant can be transferred to other people's consciousness a few decades ago super ability, this one is not that mutant demise. Until the last Professor X was saying, I believe that human beings can accommodate mutant. It is ridiculous to the extreme. With such a powerful force, while considering their tribe's survival lies in the hands of others. This is suicide together with all mutant. What is the difference? In Professor X's ability, even if there appears Sentinel, he has enough to protect all mutant. His super ability cannot deal with Sentinel, but against the manufacture of machine sentry people who are extreme, or even the world can do directly threaten human life, so stop killing sentry, rescued their own people. And he did not do anything, just think of a way to success rates so low, simply take all of the same family's life a joke. As a person, Professor X is indeed a good man, but as the leader of a mutant, he do not deserve. So bye, then a sentence like knife, straight in the chest Professor X's. Narration, then wind a turn, Professor X is simply a compromise has been sent, rather than the moderates. Let Professor X will not say directly modify the hearts of people around the world, so that they feel good practice for mutant. In fact with a little head a little, even if the moderates method according to Professor X, mutant there are myriad ways under the leadership of Professor X, and a better life. For example, to build a country full of mutant composed of naturally requires equality of diplomacy. It's not difficult. Someone spent 57 yuan to build a small country by himself, and he didn't care. With the power of mutants people, there is no problem in directly building an island on the high seas and declaring the establishment of a country. In this way, with mutants' powerful force, a situation similar to the Black Pretense can be formed, and mutant is naturally safe. Which black country do you think dares to really fight? Justice is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the reach of the cannon. Such a simple truth, Professor X, a scholar who is familiar with history and politics, why doesn't he understand? Forget it, there are too many slots, so I won't talk about it. In a word, Professor X can believe in the kindness and goodwill of human beings, but don't entrust the survival of his race on the goodwill of others. As long as there is this awareness, strategy, or something, Professor X really doesn't need it. So I really didn't like Professor X. At that time, he became more and more angry when he made videos, and his skills about Professor X did just that. The video then shuts down. A mechanical voice came from the virtual screen: "A new video will be uploaded in 3 days, so please look forward to it." Then all the virtual projection screens disappeared together, just as abruptly as before it appeared. The audience originally wanted to chat again, but suddenly there was no chance. Batman rubbed his temples. Originally, I wanted to talk a few more words and learn more about other worlds. But for now, he should focus his attention on Joker first. After seeing what Joker did, he would not let Joker succeed anyway. It used to be that Joker wanted to deal with himself, but he had no intention of calculating. But now I want to deal with Joker, but Joker doesn't know. This is his advantage, but how to find out Joker? When he was thinking about how to deal with Joker, his eyes suddenly froze. A man in tights and a red cape appeared in front of him. It was Superman. Batman was shocked and raised his estimate of Superman's strength by another level. Did he find me so easily? The two looked at each other and were a little embarrassed. After all, in the video, the two had fought and cooperated. Neither of them knew what their relationship would be in the future. Finally, it was Superman who spoke first. "I have super hearing. If I want, I can hear any sound I want. I have heard your voice, so I found you." Batman felt his heart pounding a little more, his blood pressure soared, and finally said, "Okay, Superman. The name really deserves it, superhuman. From the video, we will be enemies in the future, but we will also be comrades in arms. I don't know when we are companions and when we are comrades, but now we should all have an enemy to deal with." Superman nodded. "Yes, Joker. Now he and Louise are not boyfriend and girlfriend, but the video says that Joker will kill Louise. Even if Louise was someone he didn't know, he couldn't look at it like that." Batman said, "Can you find him like you did me?" Superman said, "Gotham is not big, I have remembered Joker's voice in the video, as long as he speaks I can find him." Superman, "If you take it seriously, it is so strong." Asterisk. Chapter 13 Changes, 4 Flowers. Gotham. Several gangsters get together because their bank was robbed by Joker. The gangsters actually have their own banks to use for money laundering, and there are people who dare to rob the gangsters' banks. This is simply too magical. So that after these big guys knew about these things, they couldn't believe it. Now that even their own bank is not safe, they can only find another way to launder money. They are in contact with a foreigner and want to find him to launder money. Suddenly Joker walked in, still with heavy Joker makeup on his face, smiling very funny, but quite scary. "Everyone, isn't my joke funny?" The gangsters were furious, they recognized Joker and threatened to take his head off. Joker didn't care, took out a pencil and stood on the table and said, "I'm going to make a magic trick, I'm going to make this pen disappear." Before the words were finished, the pencil had disappeared. Everyone stared at Joker behind him in astonishment. Joker turned his head and saw Superman in tights and a red cape. Hearing his voice, Superman finds Joker. Joker was knocked unconscious by Superman just as he was about to speak, and left. When Joker came back to his senses, he was already on an island. The island doesn't have huge amounts of trees, just a few bushes from which you can pick a few fruits and fish in the sea for a living. But even cutting down trees to make rafts is impossible. Joker was furious and roared angrily, "Where is the coward? Do you dare to show up if you catch me? Get out!" Superman and standing in the air, Batman flying the Bat Fighter, hovering beside him, the two watched Joker incompetently furious. Superman said, "Is this really good? I definitely don't mean to let him go, I just think this method. After all, we are not judges, can we judge him?" Batman shook his head and said, "No, I didn't try him either. I just made a deal with the police to build a private prison here, and he'll stay in this prison until the judge arraigns him. Is it still possible to do this? Superman was stunned. You built this prison in the Bermuda Triangle? They agreed. I'm rich, and I can do a lot of things with money. Batman sighed without Versailles. You might think I'm stealing. But I think the raiders are right. A man like Joker, the law can't deal with him, then the law has a problem. So, I found someone to lobby the congressman to pass a bill against people like Joker. If there is no accident, it will be passed in a few days, and then he will get his punishment legally. Superman said, this is not interference with justice. Batman said indifferently, in this beautiful country, the judiciary has been interfered many times. What do you think are so many new bills passed? To deal with such criminals, I will not introduce some unconventional means. After seeing the strategy, I have been thinking about a question. I found that I have been fighting crime these days, but I have been doing it for so long, and the law and order in Gotham has not improved. So we still have to start from the law, from the root. After all, if there is a Joker in this world, there may be a second Ugly. Superman also thought it made sense, looked at Joker and said, he shouldn't be able to escape. Batman said, if he can escape like this, next time I really want to send it to Mars. By the way, what do you know about that huge amounts of monsters? No. Maybe next time we see the video, we can find more clues, Superman said. Batman didn't say much, he made up his mind to find the green stone in the video. Superman has something to do with that monster. And this green stone seems to be able to restrain them. Superman is too strong, and his power is a threat to humanity. Just like an elephant, even if it is not malicious, it may trample many ants to death. Humans are ants to Superman, so Batman feels that he has to counteract Superman. That green stone is probably the breaking point. Although from the point of contact with these hours, Superman is like a good person, but he is prepared. Marvel Universe, New York. What? Do you suspect that Hydra is lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D? Iron Man stopped eating blueberries in surprise when Nick Fury said this. Nick Fury sighed, I've already told you about SHIELD. Your father was part of the founding of SHIELD. But only S.H.I.E.L.D can perfectly cover up the existence of Hydra. I have great reasons to believe that Hydra is lurking in SHIELD. Now the only thing I can believe is you and Captain America. I hope Avengers can be formed. Iron Man thought about it and said, I can deal with Hydra, and if Hydra is in S.H.I.E.L.D, I can definitely find them. But I want something. Nick Fury said warily, what do you want? Iron Man said, the video says I'm going to get palladium poisoning from the arc reactor, which makes sense. So the information my father left you, about the arc reactor, I want. And I want the information about the Tianma project. Nick Fury was furious. Pegasus plan? Are you really going to create a steel army? No, I can't watch a private person hold such a powerful force. Iron Man said lightly, no, I want to set up a security company, licensed, reasonable, legal, and compliant. Iron Man actually wants to form an Iron Army through the name of a security company. There are many excellent security companies in the beautiful country, and their firepower is no worse than that of soldiers. If he is willing to spend money, he will definitely be able to do it. This can indeed form a steel army above board. Damn rich man, you shouldn't listen to nonsense. Nick Fury definitely didn't want Iron Man to have too much power in his hands. I'll stop you. Iron Man looked at Nick Fury's one-eyed. So, what do we do with aliens and Loki, and what cosmic overlords are there? Still luck? Or, with that weird teammate? What if my luck is not so good because of the butterfly effect, and the black bullet doesn't hit the key point of the alien flagship? Nick Fury said firmly, no, I will never agree to this, I will definitely stop you. If the Earth really encounters an irresistible crisis, I will find a way. He also has a card in his hand. If the Earth is really in an irresistible crisis, he will find Captain Marvel. To be honest, he didn't want to call Captain Marvel back, and in his opinion Captain Marvel's departure from Earth was a good thing. If Captain Marvel stayed on Earth, someone with such power would give him a headache. Tony Stark didn't hold on, but no one could shake what he was determined to do. As for Hydra, he will find a way to inquire. If Hydra is lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D, their cobweb trail can definitely be found on the S.H.I.E.L.D intranet. For Tony Stark, diving into S.H.I.E.L.D's intranet is not much different from going home. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Raiders video of being a villain. The electronic technology inside S.H.I.E.L.D is not weak, after all, they are funded by governments all over the world. However, Iron Man's wisdom is beyond discussion. Think about knocking out a cold nuclear fusion device in a cave, and creating nano-armor with one person in a few years. This is so perverted. At the age of 8, he could use the White House and the Pentagon network as his own backyard. Under his in-depth investigation, he found a lot of very strange places. Not only found a lot of clues about Hydra, but also found many secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tianma Project, Insight Project, Tahiti Project, Tesseract Project. Sure enough, an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D that is linked to the government of a beautiful country, just like the FBI and CIA, has really dirty buttocks, and there is absolutely nothing good about it. He has always hated this kind of organization, which made him give up the idea of working with SHIELD. S.H.I.E.L.D is unreliable. People have to rely on themselves. X-Men Universe, also New York. Professor X did not take the medicine again, because of his injury. He has been taking medicine, and only with medicine can he stand up, but the medicine will suppress his super ability. When he stopped taking the medicine, his super ability came back. Then he entered the room of the brainwave machine in a wheelchair. This brainwave amplifier is a masterpiece of Beast. Beast's wit is not much worse than Iron Man. This time he didn't have the ability to use the brainwave machine like in the movie. Because he has seen mutants' tragic future, he wants to stop it, and he has this firm belief that his power is unbreakable. After putting on the brainwave machine, he thought about it and entered Wolverine's consciousness. He then approached the future Professor X through Wolverine's consciousness. The two looked at each other from a long distance. At that moment, both of them understood what they were thinking. The old Professor X said, "No, Charles. You have to trust humans, don't use such extreme methods, humans just need time." Young Professor X said, "Even the price of this belief is to use the lives of all mutants as a bargaining chip." The old Professor X was speechless for a moment. Young Professor X continued, "Sure enough, this plan was an accident. If there is no Shadowcat's ability, without this plan, mutant will be extinct. You are wrong, you have been wrong for decades. But I can fix this mistake." After speaking, he disconnected from the elderly Professor X, and began to search for the existence of Bolivar Trisk. Then he got angry. It turned out that at this time, Trisk had already started research on the mutant gene, and he was dissecting a mutant. For Trisk to build a probe that can search for the mutant X gene, he must have done research with mutant. Note, Trisk is the little guy in tech, not Colonel Stryker who implanted adamantium on Wolverine. Seeing those compatriots who were dissected and cut into pieces, Professor X's anger was hard to contain. "Fight back, I must fight back. Mutant must fight back." Trisk suddenly heard a voice in his head, "Why? Why? You have to do this." Trisk was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized in an instant that it was Mutant who had found him. He was not afraid, just said, "Because you are a threat, even if you don't want to do anything. If your number exceeds a certain number, it will definitely cause a devastating blow to mankind." Professor X said coldly, "So, in your opinion, this is a race war of your life and death? Even if mutant has no intention of starting a war." Trisk said, "This is a historical necessity." Professor X said, "Since you say it is war, then you are the enemy." Trisk's face was stunned, and suddenly the scalpel in his hand stabbed his throat. While the other staff didn't seem to see it, they started cleaning Trisk's corpse, destroying all the corpses, data, and materials. Then the memories in their brains were replaced. They forgot that they had experimented with mutant here, and even forgot that mutant even existed. "Just remember that I was doing a secret experiment, and now, this experiment has been terminated. Everything is as if it never happened." The young Professor X was much more radical than the old one. Originally, when he saw the picture of reversing the future, he thought of fighting back, but under the dissuasion of the elderly Professor X, he still chose to believe in humans. But now, he has made another choice. On the second day, after Subai woke up, he immediately watched his new video. "But I found that the website upgrade is displayed and cannot be opened." Subai's brain banged. "I didn't meet a liar, did I? It's too much to come up with a website to cheat and attack my small up with hundreds of fans." At this time he received a text message, "Your video is very popular, welcome to continue to create. In order to encourage creation, we will reward Grandma with 10,000 cash. After the website is upgraded, there will be new functions. If the video is still popular, there will be mysterious gifts. I uploaded 3 videos, can I have 10,000 yuan? Is it so naughty?" Then the phone dinged again, and Subai saw that there was a transfer of 10,000 yuan in his account. At that moment, Subai was so happy that he almost burst into tears. "I actually made 10,000 yuan by cutting videos. 10,000 yuan for 3 videos? His uncle, I want fire. Anyway, no matter what this website is like, I don't expect mysterious gifts, but the money is real. Just do it." So he immediately began to work hard, never sleep, cut the video, just wait for the website to update and upload the history. To be honest, the last 3 videos he did were relatively watery. This time he decided to be more serious. And doing decent power videos just doesn't feel good, because decent always wins anyway. So in this issue he decided to make a few more villain videos, 1 Loki, 1 Luthor, 1 Magneto. All 3 are his favorite villains. 3 days later, the website was updated, and he directly dumped the 6 videos he had made. "Good morning, please 2 flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 15 New Audiences, Find Flowers." At the designated time, Batman, Superman, Iron Man, Nick Fury, Professor X, and Beast as well as Wolverine goes to a quiet place. Wolverine future consciousness has returned, and he does not remember what happened the past few days. For Professor X to his words, he does not believe a word, but driven by curiosity, he is still here, looking forward to seeing the amazing video appears. And the next moment that really like about the virtual screen appeared. The same time, Asgard. Thor once again triumphant return. Odin looked at this scene some happy, that reckless kid finally grown to the point where special skills, it is time to pass him his position. Asgard people, take Nori plenty expedition 9 circles, never into a disadvantage. After the victory carnival is their essential part. This time both men and women, all gathered in the court pieces of meat, big mouth, and drink. Odin stood up, they want to say 2 words of praise Thor. But I do not want unexpected between a giant projection screen appear in front of Odin. Entire banquet suddenly quiet down, then shoved it exploded. Odin adults used to announce the news, why should put forward a virtual screen cast out? The technology behind do not know, Odin definitely its own meaning. Do not look Asgard people dress and weapons are like medieval people, but Asgard god who not only have, but also far more than the earth's science and technology. Thor subordinates, harvest goddess legendary Sif, go to the earth in the hunt for a traitor, when the computer on Earth is extremely despicable. They say that it was 6,000 years ago have been eliminated technology. While Odin was at that moment, the body stiff hairs stood on end. God's Odin even in this universe, but also come to call the name of the strong, but even he did not know how this is the emergence of the virtual screen. But do not know how to manage him. Even if it is not able to see the virtual screen, he would think that this thing does not exist. Impossible. What this world, who can do that? Why should I do? But this time not cause panic. His calm, said, everyone withdrew, leaving only Thor and Loki. Asgard people looked at each other, but for the will of God, the King Odin, they did not dare to disobey. When these people Asgard receded, there has emerged a few virtual screen Superman images in which these people appear. DC Universe, Metropolitan. Lex Group, Lex Luthor's office. He was looking at the information they gathered. The first one is the Batman video from heaven, the police will be thrown into the picture. The second is a frequency depending on Wonder Woman in a wartime photos, and videos Wonder Woman Diana is now working at the museum. The first three are in the sea, Aquaman Arthur handheld fork swimming in the sea video. The first four cyborg is only half of the body's machinery to grow a half video in the violent energy stimulation. The first five are the Flash Alan Paris, easily knocked down a criminal video in a small supermarket. The sixth is a fantasy figure, silhouette even if the video is decomposed into a one, we cannot clearly see. He muttered, Batman, Bruce Wayne, Alan Barry, Diana, Arthur, Victor, as well as an unknown mystery man. You still people. What can you bring to mankind? Fighting crime? Upholding justice? Hehe, who do you think you are? As the smartest human being in the DC universe, Luthor has a level 9 intelligence. After he accidentally collected some information about Wonder Woman, he believed that there are supernatural powers in this world. After that, he has been tracking these human beings with magical energy, and these are what he found. He disdains the behavior of these people. But at this moment, he suddenly found a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Then several virtual screens appeared at the same time, with some people on them, including Batman. He frowned. Could it be that he was found by Batman first? Should not be. In the X-Men world, in a cell hundreds of deep underground in a White House. It was a completely metal-free prison. Magneto Eric Lane Scher, sentenced to life in prison for the assassination of the president, is imprisoned here. Prison is a magical place. Some people are in pain, and some people are like a duck to water. There are also people who have realized the truth of life here. And Magneto belongs to the last category. But at this moment, he suddenly found a virtual screen in front of him. Magneto couldn't help but stunned. He had never seen such a high-tech thing before. After all, the era he lived in had just ended in the Vietnam War. He frowned slightly. Could it be the ability of a certain mutant? A mutant? Break through the blockade and want to connect with yourself? Then, next to the huge amounts of virtual screen, several slightly smaller virtual screens appeared. There were quite a few people there, among whom he only knew Professor X and Beast. He was a little surprised, but not flustered, just said lightly, Charles, what are you looking for from me? Am I looking for you? Professor X's teeth were itching with anger. Even now he doesn't think what Magneto did before was completely wrong, but Magneto betrayed him and took away so many companions and Capricorns, and he was very angry. Remember not wanting to talk to Magneto at all. Batman said, looks like you know each other. Hey, I remember. You're the Magneto that controls the entire Earth's magnetic field. And this fool in green clothes, isn't this the evil god Loki? Loki rode, how dare mortals dare to overstep? Kneel down to me. Odin coughed lightly, even if it was him, he still didn't understand what this virtual screen was, how did it appear? He was very dignified and asked, can someone tell me what's going on? Nick Fury tells it all. Someone edited the experiences of people in different parallel universes and different time and space, and made a guide for them? The newcomers are very surprised, and some people don't believe it. But the layman is watching the fun, and the expert is watching the doorway. Odin is an insider. Someone can interfere with parallel universes and time at the same time. What kind of power is this? Even him, absolutely cannot interfere with the parallel universe. Who exactly did this? The 5 legendary gods of creation? There are so few flowers, it's so painful. Does anyone see this? Please ask for a few flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Large-Scale Mythical Ethics Court Family Drama. The 5 creation gods are just a legend, and even Odin is not sure if they really exist. But hearing about Loki from these people still made him angry. Will Loki invade Earth later? Thor is standing with humans against Loki? What is all this called? Why would the two of them kill each other as brothers, and am I actually not responding? Impossible, I would never have seen this happen. If it does happen, it means I was dead at that time? I will die too? Ragnarok coming? Countless thoughts flooded Odin's mind, making him feel a little confused. Thor is also weird, he can't imagine the day he will fight Loki. And he was standing with that strange mustache, and the look of that mustache was very unpleasant. Batman glanced at Luthor. The Lester group was also a huge amount of Chable, he knew, but had never dealt with Luthor. In his cognition, the people who will appear here are definitely related to the video. Luthor, also related to these videos? Does he have another identity like himself? And that one-eyed, white-haired man is actually Odin. God really exists. The appearance of new audiences alone makes everyone think a lot more. If we really want to talk openly, we will talk all day and night, and we will not be able to finish talking. Let's watch the video first, Batman said. Everyone suppressed their doubts and nodded in agreement. There are 6 newly uploaded guides. Super Dimension Strategy, Superman 1, Super Dimension Strategy, Iron Man 2, Super Dimension Strategy, Batman 2, Super Dimension Strategy, Loki, Super Dimension Strategy, Luthor, Super Dimension Power, Magneto. There is also a reminder on the virtual screen. After watching all the new videos, there will be an hour left. Newcomers can watch the previous videos, and everyone can discuss and communicate here. Odin said, how about we look at Loki first? The current Odin is not at all the tough, irritable, easygoing. Anyway, look first, and see later, and everyone has no objection. Odin clicks on Super Dimension Raiders, Loki. The screen pops up, showing Loki's appearance. Dressed in green clothes, he looked a little wicked. Name, Loki. Nickname, Evil God, God of Mischief, number 1 magician in the 9 realms, 3rd princess of Asgard. Just the first few titles. But seeing that he actually had the nickname of the 3 princesses of Alaska, Loki's face turned green. A man who is dignified and upright is actually called a princess? This is humiliation. No matter who made this video, I Loki, and you are not finished. How dare you humiliate my evil god Loki like this? I will show you my anger. Introduction: the biological son of the giants of Jotunheim Laufey, the adopted son of the god King Odin, the good brother of Thor. The first sentence of the introduction alone makes Loki hit by lightning and pump up his blood pressure. The video shows the Asgard and the giants of Jotunheim engaged in a protracted war on Earth. Wang Laufey of the giants of Jotunheim used the Heart of Ice, the magic weapon of the giants of Jotunheim clan, to freeze the entire Earth almost instantly. This kind of shock is not inferior to the last time the audience saw the entire planet being destroyed by the god group. There is a gap in the power between the two, but they are equally thrilling. Loki's face turned pale. And he couldn't help but take a few steps back and look at Odin. Father, is this true? Odin didn't speak, and nodded lightly after a long while. Loki's three senses were almost shattered. He stared blankly at the video, defeated Odin, who returned to Asgard from the giants of Jotunheim, and met an abandoned giants of Jotunheim baby. He brought the baby back to Asgard and named it Loki. Finally, Loki couldn't hold it any longer and yelled, "Father, since I'm a descendant of the giants of Jotunheim, why didn't you tell me? No wonder you've always been optimistic about Thor. No matter how well I do, you don't even see it in your eyes." But the video hits Loki in the face. Odin adopted Loki, cared for him with all his heart, and nurtured him. In Odin's view, this is an opportunity to completely resolve the Asgard's hatred of the giants of Jotunheim. If one day Thor becomes king of Asgard and Loki becomes king of ice giants, and the two are brothers, then Asgard and the giants of Jotunheim will never be at war again. Loki's face brightened a little. At least he knew what Odin meant for adopting him. But the heart is still very uncomfortable. Just because I'm the giants of Jotunheim, can't I be the king of Asgard? I will definitely be more suitable to be a king than Thor, the Iron Man. Father, I will prove it to you. At this time, Taihanin Thor recklessly put his arm around Loki's shoulder and said, "Whether you are in Asgard or the giants of Jotunheim, you are my Thor's brother." The sentence almost completely knocked Loki down, and he felt Thor was taunting him. Video continues. Odin announced at Asgard's palace that Thor would be the new king of Asgard. At this time, several giants of Jotunheim broke into Odin's palace, intending to steal the Heart of Ice, the magic weapon of giants of Jotunheim. But they were armored by Odin's destroyer. The narrator said, "But Loki doesn't understand Odin's good intentions. In his opinion, Odin's preference for Thor is a red fruit." So he put in a few giants of Jotunheim when Odin announced Thor's succession, and let them disrupt Thor's enthronement ceremony. Then secretly pushed Thor, and let Thor lead his men to fight the giants of Jotunheim. In the video, Thor wields his Mjolnir, smashing a number of frost behemoths. But in the next moment, the giants of Jotunheim stood in front of Thor. Thor is strong, but may not win against the king of giants of Jotunheim. At this moment, Odin rode on a Pegasus, and the rays of light descended, stopping Laofi. Previously, Odin thought that Thor had grown up, but now it seems that Thor is still a reckless, ignorant, light-hearted boy. Thor is not ready, he can't be a king yet. He stripped Thor of his powers and banished Thor to Earth. At this moment, Odin only felt a pain in his heart. Thor was stupid and immature, and Loki was scheming, but he acted unscrupulously. It seems that it is true that the two are fighting each other. I really don't want to see this scene. On the other hand, Thor was very carefree. "I see, you are jealous of me, and you want to be the king of Asgard. Or the king of Asgard will let you be. Shut up for me." Thor's words made Loki even more angry. He felt that Thor was pity for him, pity for himself. My Loki doesn't need sympathy and pity from others. The audience on one side was silent in tacit understanding. It seems that being a father is really difficult. Even if you are the king of gods. Begging for flowers, I'm about to cry, *. Chapter 17 Loki's Sad Life. The video is still going on. After banishing Thor, Odin fell into Odin's sleep, and Loki gave a false decree, telling Thor that Odin had banished him forever. He even sent the destroyer to kill Thor. I don't want Thor's divine power to recover at this time. The screen turned again, and the border town had already appeared. Thor is being hunted by huge amounts of robots in town. Thor stood in front of everyone and said, "All you want is me, don't hurt anyone else." The merciless punch of the destroyer armor knocked out Thor, who was no different from a mortal. Thor opened his mouth wide, unable to believe his eyes. He already knew that Loki wasn't happy with him. But he doesn't care, he just thinks that this is a dementia behavior that Loki can't accept after knowing his own background. That's why he, who looked at the rough things, used his way to comfort Loki all the time before. But didn't want Loki to actually kill himself. Now, he is really disappointed and painful. You are my brother, just to be the king of Asgard, are you going to kill me? Loki? Does it worth? We are brothers for thousands of years. And Loki kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. There was no pleasure in his eyes, but there was a hint of pain in his eyes. The narration continued. Thor recovered his divine power at the most critical moment, and was recognized by Thor's hammer Mjolnir. He destroyed the destroyer and brought Asgard back. The screen changed again, Thor's armor appeared out of thin air, wrapped Thor, and Mjolnir, who was somewhere, flew from afar and fell into his hands. He swung his hammer to create huge amounts of tornadoes in which he flew into the sky. Then huge amounts of lightning fell, shattering the seemingly unmatched destroyer armor with just one blow. This is the first time everyone really saw Thor's power. Thor had always acted like a fool before, which made everyone underestimate him. But who knew that this Hanin actually possessed such terrifying power? As expected of the legendary Thor, Nick Fury's expression grew more painful. Iron Man, not to mention the Hulk, at least they are still human. But this Thor, an alien-like god, looks like he's still a member of the Avengers. A person with such powerful destructive power walks on the earth like a moving human-shaped black egg, which cannot be ignored. But how to manage this? Nick Fury, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, has a huge headache. He wants Avengers to be as strong as possible to withstand any crisis. But he didn't want the Avengers to be too powerful, because Avengers was originally a crisis. Humans are too fragile compared to them. Humans must have the strength to stand against them, or that plan should be carried out. Develop the power of the Tesseract and craft weapons. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. also have the power to fight these monsters. But Tesseract too uncontrollable, and need a top scientist monitoring the plan. Iron Man would have been a better choice, but Iron Man's power is strong enough, he did not want Iron Man to become stronger. Really headache ah. A screen again turn aside channel, Loki at this time, the Giants of Jotunheim directly open an Asgard channel will lead to the Giants of Jotunheim Asgard. He reached an agreement with non-labor, so labor non-kill Odin. Upon hearing this, Thor's face was difficult to read. Loki fists tightly clenched, he and some do not believe. In any case he would not want to kill Odin, I would never do such a thing. Odin's surface it touches a look of calm, but the heart is very painful. While Loki is Giants of Jotunheim, but he can put Loki as his own son to raise it, and now this son to kill himself. The pain is most people cannot understand. But then the picture of a turn, Loki actually killed non-labor, then hit into a group with Thor. Narrator, but, the real purpose is to lure Loki's non-labor came to Asgard, kill non-labor. Then, he wanted to use to destroy the Bifrost Giants of Jotunheim world. Thor did not agree, the two wars together. This is what Thor be a little sigh of relief, at least Odin Loki did not kill the idea. Odin first, a little happy, then anxiety anger. Destroy a world? The sun also harden than their own imagination. While others see Loki's eyes have wanted to kill. The people actually want to destroy a crazy world? Especially Iron Man and Nick Fury, Loki knew they would bring people to attack New York's criminal record just see actually there to destroy the world. No, we must find an opportunity to kill him. Then the picture sub, Loki fell off the Bifrost, Thor caught him, Odin and Loki looked excited, said. I'm the father see it your best son I killed Luo, I ruined Giants of Jotunheim off the entire world. Odin closed his eyes, almost do not want to look anymore. Thor regained his god, it shows that he passed his test, he has become a qualified leader. But why Loki become like this? Narrator continued, after the fall Bifrost, Loki did not die, he was Thanos' men saved. Under the hands of Egg Thanos, he brought people to attack the Earth, intent to win the Tesseract, but the Avengers meal fat beat. Failed invasion of Earth, Loki was recaptured Asgard, imprisoned. But at this time, Dark Elf awake from a deep sleep, they invaded Asgard. Loki escaped to heaven, cheat opened the dark elves, but do not want this move, indirectly killed his mother Fujiali. Loki did not know their actions will lead to such consequences. He eventually defeated the dark elves and Thor together. But Odin also disappeared, Loki posing as Odin, Asgard hangout in Sri Lanka. Thor Odin's time to find, returned to Asgard, recognized Loki. Odin considered to harm Loki, but Loki said he did not. Odin disappeared. In the end they found Odin on Earth. This time, Odin real death, Odin's death, by his seal eldest daughter death god Hela ban break out. Faced with Hela, two brothers, suffered a crushing defeat. Loki and Thor fled Senior High, where the final counterattack Asgard, released flame giant Megasur. The last flame giant Asgard is destroyed, Ragnarok comes, death god Hela perishable with Asgard. Thor and Loki of Asgard with people escaped from the Asgard, but encountered Thanos. Ultimately, in order to save Thor, he died in the hands of Thanos. This is Thulho Loki's life. He is like a bad exhausted all means want to get his father's approval unruly child. But he has far more than the average child's strength, his unruly will hurt so many people. With the narration, scenes Loki's name has also been cut in which sub by Seeking Flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 18 The Death of Loki. Loki invaded New York, but was mentioned by the Hulk, and the famous scene of repeatedly smashing it like a sack appeared again, which made many people laugh. Even Nick Fury and Iron Man, who hated him because of Loki's invasion, were happy to see this scene. Magneto laughed outright, "This is God?" Sure enough, a weak God. He doesn't like Loki's strength, he doesn't like the entire Chitauri fleet. As long as those things were made of metal, no amount of Chitauri fleet would be anything to him. Loki himself blushed with anger, "Mortal, how dare you look down on me, how dare you be rude to my God? And this green monster, I want him to know the price of disobeying the God." Magneto rolled his eyes at him, incompetent and furious. "If you have the ability, you can come to me through a parallel universe and see if I don't kill you." Even Thor and Odin, who are in mourning, see this look weird. Thor even sighed, "Loki, you should really exercise your body." Loki glared at him fiercely, "I'm a magician, okay? Am I going to fight with my fists like you are a fool? I'm a magician, the first magician in the 9 realms." Thor said, "But don't you usually stab people with a knife?" Loki is so furious that he doesn't even want to talk to Thor. Iron Man looked at Odin and said, "Lord Odin, you have seen what your child has done, and I hope you can take care of your own child." Odin's one eye narrowed slightly, "Are you teaching me to do things? What kind of character is Iron Man? Fight the air." Don't say that Odin is not here, even if Odin is in front of him, he dares to go up directly. Hearing this, he just said, "Your own son is not good at teaching, why don't I take care of it for you?" Odin was silent for a moment and said, "I won't let this happen." "But human, are you being too unreasonable?" Iron Man snorted coldly, "We didn't bring an alien fleet to attack your Asgard." No one thought that Luther also spoke at this time. What about gods? Are gods nobler than humans? Humans are never inferior, no matter what kind of enemy they face, or gods. Luther's words made all the humans here feel refreshed. Batman actually likes Luther very well. Odin was furious. If he was young, he probably wouldn't have come directly to Earth to inflict divine punishment, but now that he's older, he's calmed down a lot. This matter is also ignored by Asgard. He snorted coldly and stopped talking. The scene then moves to the Dark Elves invading Asgard, and everyone sees that Frigga is killed by the Dark Elves because Loki lied to the Dark Spirits. At this moment, Thor was out of anger, he picked up Loki and gritted his teeth, "Loki, you actually killed your mother." The corners of Loki's mouth twitched, usually tongue-tied, and he couldn't say a word either. Just like he never really thought about killing Odin, he never thought about killing his adoptive mother Frigga. But Frigga was indeed killed by him. Odin was still calm, but his fists were clenched tightly, and the dark elf appeared again, which meant that TIE particles also appeared. This is another catastrophe in the 9 realms. As for Loki, this kid is dead. Shut it down. Iron Man and Nick Fury were even more nervous. This world is too dangerous, and the power of human beings is too weak. The two were firmer about their plans. Iron Man felt that the Iron Legion had to be formed. And Nick Fury felt that the Tesseract weaponization program had to start. The screen changed again. Loki used the illusion to become Thor, and killed Molesky, the king of dark elves. At this moment, Thor and Odin, who had previously hated Loki for Fugelli's death, re-accepted Loki again. Loki is stubborn, but he still sees himself as an Asgard. That was just an accident. Loki, not that bad. Then, there is the famous scene where Hela directly crushes Thor's hammer. Thor couldn't believe his eyes and growled, "Impossible. How can someone crush Mjolnir with their bare hands? Father, is this fake?" Odin sighed. "It's true, she's your sister, and Mjolnir was her weapon." Thor only felt that his 3 views were broken. Am I not Thor? Why is Mjolnir her weapon? Odin is speechless. When will this silly son of mine realize his true power? He said, "You are Thor, not the hammer god. Mjolnir is just a medium to draw out your power." Thor said again, "Why did my sister fight with us?" Subai just cut some famous scenes to introduce Loki, supplemented by narration, and did not explain the reasons and consequences clearly. Odin sighed, "This is a long story, I'll tell you slowly when I have time." Then there is the entire Asgard destroyed in the Flame Giant and Hela War. Everyone sighed inwardly. In any case, this is a civilization that has been passed down for thousands of years, and it was destroyed in the fire of war like this. It really has to make people sigh. Then the picture becomes the inside of the spaceship. Blind in one eye, Thor knelt on the ground, bound with steel by Ebony Maw. The ground is full of Asgard corpses. The Odin trio even saw the body of the gatekeeper Heimdall. The 3 were furious at the same time. Who dared to slaughter the Asgard people? The battle between Hela and Thor brothers, it was just a civil war, but these outsiders dare to kill me Asgard? Who dares to be so brave? The Tesseract appeared in Loki's hands, and Ebony Maw took the Tesseract and gave it to Thanos on his knees. Nick Fury's one eye contracted sharply. Tesseract in Loki's hands? Did Loki invade Earth just for the Tesseract? And the next scene was even more frightening to his heart arrest on the spot. With a light grip, Thanos shattered the Tesseract's shell, revealing a blue gem that was attached to his glove. Nick Fury was sweating profusely. In fact, he's been working on Tesseract for a while now, and, with Hydra's previous work on Tesseract, he knows how amazing and tough Tesseract is. Who would have thought that this purple potato-like alien could crush it so easily? Pinch with your hands? Is this something carbon-based organisms can do? How could a creature have such a powerful force? Who is this big purple potato? It seems that this blue gem is the core of Tesseract. This big purple potato can use the power of Tesseract with something like a glove? How can this be? We have used so many high-tech equipment, and we can only use a little power of Tesseract. This big purple potato can actually use a fist to exert the power of Tesseract. Is this too unscientific? Thanos said, "There are 2 more gems on Earth. Find them, my children, and bring them back to Titan." At this point Loki stood up and said, "If you want to go to Earth, I think you need a guide." Iron Man yelled angrily, "Loki, UBD, if you dare to come to Earth, you will be killed." Thor felt like he was riding a roller coaster. Did Loki betray himself again? "My brother, why are you doing this?" But he didn't think that this time Loki just used this excuse to get close to Thanos, and pulled out a knife and stabbed at Thanos. Thanos picked him up by the neck, then crushed Loki's neck. "Thanos, you are courting death." Odin finally couldn't hold back his roar. Hearing the name, Nick Fury, and Iron Man's heart skipped a beat. It turns out that this big purple potato is Thanos, the overlord of the universe. Will he be the enemy of the Avengers? Good morning, flowers please. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Say you do not believe, Loki loved Asgard. Everyone on the death of Loki are very unexpected. To be honest, after reading the introduction of Loki, no one has a crush on Loki. Odin and Thor are even angry at him cruelly. But no one thought about this at any time. Cross-jump, the man who stabbed a knife, since Thor catched to save his life at the last minute. Thor actually a little watery eyes, Loki I know. For thousands of years, we eat together, fight together, get into trouble together, you are my brothers, that will never change. I will not let you die. Thor's Wangziang Odin said. Let me point Kisagia father was military forces, to the conquest Thanos, I want to cut his dog's head. Odin angrily, shut up. He also does not mind calm, Thanos actually going to kill his son in the future, he definitely wanted to cut off the dog's head Thanos. But Thanos's prowess in the universe rule Iguanar, not so good to kill. And their Asgard Hela threat. Previous video screen albeit short, but Hela demonstrated the power of Odin did not dare even contempt. Odin old, although the older Asgard people, the stronger the divine, but the body is old, Odin is already bloated. Otherwise they will not rush to pass to Thor. The Hela power is much progress, but the power in Asgard Hela was limitless. If two people fighting in Asgard, Odin did not win the confidence of Hela. How this case might go conquest Thanos. Iron Man to see the two of them brothers affectionate look, feel very sick. No matter how affectionate brother, Loki is also the invasion of Earth murderer. He asked, Odin sir, I do not know about this Thanos, what kind of person he is. Odin looked Iron Man 1, said. Is displayed in the video next. Loki will invade the Earth, so you hostile to him, this is normal. But now that I know what the future will this development, I will not let such a thing happen. As Thanos, I do not know much. This crazy titans crack a lot of men, killing spree in the universe, I do not know how many planets have been his stamp too. Odin actually unprecedented for Iron Man to make an explanation, even a promised not to let Loki invaded the Earth. Thor and Loki stunned and jong to the mouth. Gods Odin unified 9 circles, Yansha Fajui, when it will need to explain to mankind what is promised. Batman then asked, Thanos said previously that, let his hand down to find 2 stones on Earth, and this is the generous pieces of the same jewel. Luthor DC is the world's most intelligent man, and Batman is not weaker than the wisdom of Luthor, and he is the world's greatest detective. He inferred that little bit of clues inside the purpose of Thanos. Odin said, that is the space gem on behalf of space, it was at the beginning of the Big Bang gave birth to 6 salivary stones. They are called infinite gems, have the power to imagine, a lot of people are pursuing them. Infinite gems? Power is difficult to imagine, what kind of power? They are curious, but Odin did not continue to say. Batman has said, I saw 6 grooves on Thanos' fist, is he prepared to gather together 6 infinite gems? Do. Odin frowned, the power of infinite gems power pole, even if it is to fully play out a gem, such as immune impossible, let alone 6. Thanos Odin do not think there can be messengers 6 infinite gems of ability, but this crazy titans. He was not sure. Iron Man looked to understand, Batman this is helping themselves to ask it. Speak of wisdom, he does not feel weaker than anyone, but in terms of this observation and reasoning, then the big Batman detective quite the thing. He was a little grateful for the help of Batman, gently nodded. Then narration sounded again, Loki throughout his life, he has 9 circles of the first magician said roar, but the favorite is behind the poke. Loki is not very clear on their own perception and positioning. He is good at magic, his magic is very powerful, but never thought continue down this road, the illusion of power to the limit. If a phantom can fake and the real thing, then it is magic it. Screen gave Loki figure, just wearing very strange. He stood on the lawn, hands in the air, followed by a huge amounts of cities where they stand, do not see a little false appearance. Loki a blank mind, this is what I do, I have the illusion so powerful it. Thor looked blankly that city, that is Asgard, you actually using magic evolution of the entire Asgard. Professor X said, although I do not understand magic, but in my opinion, Loki can complete the illusion of evolution Asgard, he is bound to Asgard are well aware of every inch of land. On the other side of Luther, he said, although this conclusion sounds ridiculous, but I think Loki is definitely remember every inch of land of Asgard, may represent his love of this land. Superman frowned, Loki love Asgard? He does not believe. However, this person called Luther said may be right, if not actually in love with heart Loki Asgard, how he will be desperate at the last minute to kill Thanos it. Narrator continued, instead of every day wondering how to use a knife stabbed people, Loki as good as his magic to the limit, and if his magic can really exactly the same, and that there is no difference between the creation of thin air, and at that time he was eligible to called first 9 circles magician. Even without such a powerful illusion, Loki at the time of the invasion of Earth, but also can easily achieve his purpose. He can use his magic to become president of the big beautiful country in the name of the president's big beautiful country disbanded S.H.I.E.L.D, arrests Iron Man, the United States captain these people. Then use the whole big beautiful national research tesseract, open space channel, quoted Chi-Tarui into the earth, led directly to a large beautiful fruit surrender the planet's most powerful country. Occupied without firing a shot. As Hela and Thanos, both Loki is to face the most formidable opponent. But if he can stir up Thanos and Hela war, as long as within Asgard, no infinite gems of Thanos, may not be able to beat Hela. This time, Loki will be the beneficiary, get rid of his 2 enemies, this is the trick of God to do something. And people can exchange blows with quite a lot of Thanos, Hela, Odin, Ancient One Magician, Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch are considered one. As long as Loki can play a trick God their strength, provoke conflict between these people and Thanos, as long as Thanos cannot collect enough infinite gems, still have a chance to beat him. So deal with Thanos, to prevent him from collecting together infinite gems is the most critical. This is the end of this article readers, hope you like them. Here the video ends. Then pop up a pop video, this site has been upgrade is completed. Opened a new function. After watching the raters have a choice. If you can answer, you will be rewarded. If you got it wrong, there will be some punishment. The question is, Loki died in the hands of Thanos, and this time he was really dead or suspended animation. Seeking 2 flowers, bis. Also, I wrote the movie universe, scene from the movie, Hela does have singled out the strength of Odin. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Kryptonite and Phoenix Force. So by blind for a few raters do, these parties still very valued. Because so by though talking nonsense, but they do not know the parties, combined with their own situation and saw that actually really have room for maneuver. So while Batman will be lobbying for the bill Joker develop severe mental illness such crime, while exile Joker. Iron Man will set up his own security company, set up their own Steel Legion. Professor X directly embarked on another path, against humanity. The Subai Cena on the Loki, Iron Man, and Nick Fury scene staring down hard. Because if Loki really by Subai said the operation, even if they know there is no way to respond. Loki unless they are able to distinguish illusion. As for dealing with Thanos. Information about Thanos is also too little, they had not concluded. And Loki himself was very dissatisfied with the raiders. Loki because he is an adult to face, but also very narcissistic person. He did not feel that they need to make you want to do in someone's pointing. He just wanted to put this man to do the raiders pulled out, fight fiercely meal, let him rather die than live. How dare this person will own black history, not black future be made public so that they die in front of all of society. This hatred he got it. But this time actually do not want to suddenly appear multiple choice questions. Correct answers wins a prize, got it wrong and punishment. He Ling hung loudly, I am Loki adults, rare your reward. He's not really do not care, he felt a deep malice from this sight, he felt out of this sight wants to engage in their own person is, what this award, not afraid of anything good. But Luther suddenly asked, the question no one can answer it. Website responded. Can be. Luther said without hesitation, I guess, Loki was dead. This 2-to-1 as the judge issues, in Luther appears to be unable to use wisdom to solve. Video to hint, that last illusion of large cast Loki, though did not give a positive face, but it seems a bit far from old. This seems to mean that Loki did not die. But Loki but master illusionist, who can determine this display their magic elderly Loki is not a phantom cast. And this picture is not as this sight, inducing others to come out. So this choice but to rely on guess, can only rely on luck. Luther did not actually expect to get something, he was just curious if a reward, what reward? If the punishment is what is the punishment? More about this strange sight, can he do next, have a huge impact. Website, the correct answer, a reward kryptonite. A green stone eye and fell into the hands of Luther. The first audience is the face slightly changed. Because they recognized that was to become Superman weak green stone before the video. The system also has this function. This kryptonite can deal with a mutant as powerful as Superman, yes, they still think Superman is a mutant now. Then maybe we can also get something that can deal with other enemies. Everyone is looking forward to the next multiple choice question. Sobai has been watching videos for days and nights day and night, and is now making up for sleep. A voice resounded in his head, someone answered the question correctly, reward the fragments of Sobai Phoenix Force. Sobai slept in a daze, thinking it was just a dream, turned over and continued to sleep. Asgard. Seeing Soabai's strategy, Odin's nose crooked. The person who made this guide has bad intentions, he is trying to completely crook Loki, it is not a good thing. Thor is even more direct, Loki, don't listen to this man's nonsense. It's just Thanos, watch me cut off his dog's head. Iron Man said, I do care about this guy saying that there are a lot of people who are worthy of a fight with Thanos. I've seen Hela, I've seen Odin, but Scarlet Witch and Captain Marvel and the Ancient One Magician. Nick Fury stopped hiding from him, because he found out that, if he doesn't know, maybe soon in these videos, he said, Captain Marvel is my foreign aide, Scarlet Witch, Ancient One Magician, I don't know. Odin knew about Ancient One, but he didn't want to say it. Iron Man looked at Nick Fury hard, you have such a powerful whole card, but you're useless when Loki is attacking Earth. These politicians are just a bunch of worms, how can they defend the Earth with them? He was even more determined to never cooperate with an organization like SHIELD. Nick Fury frowned even tighter. He wanted Iron Man so badly that he finally said, it's not that I don't want to. I saw Captain Marvel with my own eyes, defeating a fleet of Kree with my own power. Such power is scarier than nuclear weapons, and I don't want a man with such power back on Earth. There is some truth in what Nick Fury said, he believes in Captain Marvel's character, but Captain Marvel is too strong, if she fights with people on Earth, it can inadvertently affect countless human beings. Iron Man doesn't want to talk to Nick Fury anymore, though. Such politicians can always find countless reasons as long as they don't want to do something. From Iron Man's point of view, Nick Fury obviously has the ability, but watching so many innocent people die without doing anything, saying anything is nothing. At this point Superman said, then we can watch the next video, I want to see my strategy. Everyone is meaningless. So Superman clicked on his strategy, and then his appearance appeared on the video. Earth name, Clark Kent. Kryptonian name, Kal-El. Nickname, Superman. Introduction: the son of Krypton, the god of the world, because the yellow sun bathing the earth has unimaginable power. He has an indestructible body of steel, can fly from a biological standpoint, has a speed comparable to the Flash, has unparalleled power, his eyes can see through everything, and he can send out a heat vision that destroys everything, and he has super hearing. As long as he wants to, he can hear everything on Earth, he can breathe out a breath of ice, and freeze everything. His strength is almost perfect, unassailable. The same is true of his character. Usually, he's just a reporter for an ordinary daily planet, but when there is a crime, when someone encounters a crisis, he will put on tights and a red cape and become a Superman who helps the needy. Superman, also based on movies, Ask for 2 flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 21, Auto-generated chapter title. Chapter XXI Superman, Earth God. Earth name, Clark Kent, Krypton name, Kal-El. Just beginning to see these 2 names, everyone feels right. Batman muttered, "So you are an alien, I always thought you were mutant." Superman shrugged his shoulders and said, "You have not asked me, and I do not want this kind of thing just saying everywhere. Human take that attitude in the face of mutant. I think if they knew I was Kryptonian, probably about the same attitude. Child killer, the world of God. Loki is a sneer, a mere aliens, actually dared to jeopardize called God." But he was not finished then. He saw Superman on the show well, his hands hold up well fall on the video screen. Bare fire burning in his body, as if suddenly feel Superman fallen so tall downhole easily his shore, there is no pressure. Loki has not yet finished, then directly stuck. Nepal's sister. "This kid is a little strong ah. Thor is not made," he said, "this effort is good." Then they saw a Superman appeared in the Arctic, red eyes shot directly to the ice melts, in the ice out of a channel. Loki could not have been a little stretched, and this alien seems a bit really strong ah. Then he saw Superman, easily lifted the sunken cruise ship, flying to the shore. Superman more gently blew the fire went out of the sky. In Superman do all this performance capability, extremely easy, obviously, this is far from the limit for him. Loki's mouth has been open and get some ear to ear. Even Odin's eyes have changed. Odin said, "Parallel universe, Kryptonian, the title of the god of the world, deserve the word seems to be in." Luther's eyes became somber. He is a human supremacist, so that in their own world suddenly came out of God's earth he is very unhappy. Narrator continued, "Although there is significant far beyond human power, but Superman small to large do not feel happy. Because he's difficult to integrate into human society, people's isolation made him feel like a freak. Superman to the screen just awakening, supervision and super hearing screen. In his eyes, whether men and women have become skeleton's shelf, he can be a person from start to finish to see the cleaners. And his mind full of inexplicable voice, presumably as Next White said, you can hear the sound of the world, nor is it a bubble." Loki felt his throat a little dry. It is from these manifested ability of view, this is called Superman aliens, some strong outrageous. Narrator said, "Fortunately Superman met a rustic farmers who grew adopted Superman. Superman trained 3 concept. If Superman is to be a small black asterisk help, or careerists like cultured people grow up, and that this fear is another story. Superman is also one of the founders of the Justice League, also known as the Justice League of Soul. The first real enemy generals that he encountered. Screen turn came a Kryptonian. Everyone looked exudes a glowing red light of the world, can feel like the world to the twilight. Generals had led a group of people to stage a coup, but the coup failed, and they were sentenced to exile by the Kryptonian elders. Luther looked at this picture and thought to himself, are these Kryptonians too? They don't show such exaggerated power. Bathing the brilliance of the sun, the yellow Sunday. I understand, the power of the Kryptonians comes from the Sunday. But just cutting off the sun shouldn't do him any good. Luther has already begun to look in his mind for a plan to defeat Superman. No matter how good the narrator is about Superman, and how good Superman's character is, Luther, a human supremacist, is not willing to put a human god on the head of human beings. Earth doesn't need Superman, or in other words, humans are enough on their own, and humans don't need Superman. This is Luther's idea. The narration continues. Before Krypton was destroyed, Superman's father injected the Kryptonian code of life into Superman's body. Then he sent Superman to Earth. After the destruction of Krypton, General Zod and the others got out of trouble, and they started looking for Superman. It's not that they are looking for their compatriots, but they want to get the code of life in Superman and restore the glory of Krypton. General Zorro came to the Earth and wanted to use the code of life in Superman to turn the Earth into the second Krypton. But Superman refused. Superman fights General Zod. The screen shows the scene of the battle between Superman and General Zod. The battle of two Kryptonians. They see General Zod holding Superman and crashing into the city. Everything received is in ruins. They flew to the sky, and they were all invincible. The sense of strength during the battle shocked everyone. Even Thor and Odin looked extremely solemn. These two Kryptonians are so strong. Batman's face is very ugly. He seems to understand why in the first video, he will fight with Superman. Because he saw the building owned by the Wayne Group destroyed by the battle between Superman and General Zod. He would never be indifferent to such a thing. Even if he has met Superman now and has worked with Superman, he never wants to see such a thing happen. Or, I need to help Superman defeat this General Zod without paying so much. The narration continued. General Zod, as Superman's first enemy, made Superman devastated and caused great casualties on Earth, but Superman still won. But it also gave Luther a chance. Luther calculated Batman and Superman, causing Superman and Batman to fight, and Luther used General Zod's body to create Doomsday. What? As soon as I heard this Superman and Batman, I exploded. They immediately determined that in the first video, the monster that the two were fighting against was Doomsday. Was it Luther's creation? Luther still plotted against us? Why? Is he crazy? The two immediately glared at Luther. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Human Backstab X2. Regarding the hostility of Superman and Batman, Luther did not panic, and said lightly, I haven't done this yet. Hehe, I found that the person who made this guide video really has bad intentions. Tony Stark and Loki will be enemies in the future, and it seems like you and I will be enemies too. Professor X and Magneto don't seem to be dealing with each other. He's purposely pulling those of us who don't deal with each other together. I'm afraid there may be some ulterior motive. In fact, everyone has felt this way for a long time, but no one said it. Loki snorted coldly, I will definitely find out who uploaded these videos. I want him to know what is the price of offending a god. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Luther's mouth, and he was extremely unhappy with these existences such as gods or aliens who thought they were superior to humans. In his opinion, only human beings are the spirit of all things, and he Luther is the smartest person in the world, only he can lead mankind to a brighter future. What a human god, a human beacon, Superman, he doesn't deserve it. I'm fit. The video continues to show Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman fighting Doomsday. Only this time the focus is on Superman's battle with Doomsday. The battle between the two was far more exaggerated than the previous battle with General Zod. They have similar skills, they can both emit terrifying heat sights from their eyes, and they both have incomparably powerful powers. The defense of Superman's body is better, and he hasn't been injured for so long, but Doomsday only has the high-speed regeneration ability, which is enough to offset this disadvantage. Moreover, the more energy-absorbing the Doomsday is, the stronger it is. It stands to reason that if you keep fighting, Superman will lose. However, Superman's potential is also bottomless, and the more he fights, the stronger he has always been on par with Doomsday. The Earth simply cannot withstand their ravages. Various buildings collapsed like building blocks, various energy light waves shot indiscriminately, a fire broke out in the city, and the entire city was reduced to ruins. Batman pursed his lips. This BD named Luthor was worse than Joker. Joker is evil, but he didn't kill so many people. Iron Man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The battle between the two was more fearful than the Avengers' response to the Chitauri invasion. The three gods of Asgard did not speak anymore. The gods of the world really have a power spirit that rivals the gods. The narration sounded again. For Superman, Doomsday is a huge amount of crisis, but his crisis also comes from a human backstab. As soon as the screen turned, it turned to the human command that was paying attention to this battle. General Swan answered the phone and said, "The target is out of the city now, ready to send a black bullet to the target." The corners of Superman's mouth twitched. In another parallel universe, when New York is in danger, the only way that humans think of is to launch a black bullet. In their own universe, when humans encounter danger, the first thing they think about is to send black bullets. These politicians are disgusting. Superman is also a little unsure about whether I can survive the black bullet or not. In the video, General Swan says, "But Superman is still there." The other end of the phone said, "Well, God bless Superman." Seeing this scene, Magneto burst out laughing. "See? This is human beings, you are fighting for human beings, but they abandoned you, what a despicable race." Iron Man was also reminded of a sad past, and could not help but sigh. Politicians are really all bugs, and they are completely unreliable. In the video, a black bullet is slowly rising into the air, going straight into outer space and shooting towards the destroyer. And Superman choked Doomsday. Even if he saw the black bullet, he didn't let go. Then the whole video lit up suddenly, as if the sun was rising above the earth. Iron Man closed his eyes, unable to bear to look any further. Even Loki was speechless. Because he could see that Superman's strength was completely able to evade this black bullet. But Superman didn't let go. An alien came to the Earth to fight evil for the Earth, and face death without being shaken in the slightest. What kind of spirit is this? Is there really such a noble person in this world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Professor X also sighed. It seems that even in a parallel universe, human politicians are exactly the same, completely untrustworthy. What a shame, Superman. Even Batman couldn't believe his eyes. Superman's character is more noble than he imagined. It's such a shame. Even if Superman's previous performance is so strong, Batman doesn't think Superman can survive the black explosion. Afterwards, the video returned to light, and Doomsday was blown away, with many wounds appearing on his body and falling to the ground. But its wounds are rapidly healing, and its strength is rapidly becoming stronger. After absorbing the damage of the black explosion, it actually became stronger. And Superman is suspended in space like that, except for his face becoming dry, he can't see any scars. Wolverine couldn't hold back, because he knew very well how terrifying the black pop was. Is he dead? Why do I feel like he's not dead? His face is just dry, and if it's hard black pop, he should be completely vaporized. Magneto opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "His clothes are unscathed, and there are no scars on his face. The nuclear explosion seems to have evaporated the water in his body. How is this possible? Among the mutants he knows, no one can resist the black explosion. Black Emperor Sebastian can absorb any energy, but there is also an upper limit. If it reaches a black explosion, he will die." Iron Man rubbed his eyes, still not believing his eyes. Impossible. As a scientist and ex-arms dealer, he knows better than anyone how terrifying the power of the black bomb can be. At the moment of the explosion, the core temperature can reach the temperature inside the sun. Under this temperature, everything will be evaporated. Superman is at the core of the nuclear explosion. Is there any creature that can withstand the temperature of the core of a nuclear explosion? In his opinion, Superman wasn't dead either, he just seemed to be seriously injured. The God of Men, the God of Men. The name really deserves it. Thor's face also turned pale. So strong, really strong. Have humans developed such a terrifying weapon? I don't know if I can handle it. The Asgardians have powerful divine powers, but their technology is equally advanced, and Thor naturally understands what a black bullet is. Even if he is as confident as he is, he doesn't have the confidence to hit it hard with a nuclear bomb. Superman really deserves the God of the world. But is he dead? Everyone has raised such questions. But I saw a light flashing on the horizon, the sun came out from the horizon, and the first ray of sunlight fell on Superman. Superman's face quickly went from dry to full. He opened his eyes and swooped down. This scene once again shattered everyone's three views. Good afternoon, ask for flowers, asterisk. Chapter 23, Auto-generated chapter title. XXIII good relation gunpoint? No, how he even restore ability are so strong. Loki could not believe my eyes. Previously all feel Superman and destruction resumed compared ability not quite right. But now Superman just bask for a moment the sun is actually black bombing wounds to heal, even the previous scar face have disappeared. Very powerful force, countless magical ability, impregnable defense, there are so powerful recovery ability. Wolverine feel dry throat for a while, they might ability to restore this guy better than their own poor, but had not been hurt, so do not show it out. Iron Man, the world of God. Joke. God has so strong. Fulho Loki is not the sandbags when people fight, Thor only know how to wield a hammer. Iron Man does not look dis about three princesses of Asgard. Loki was furious, Thor just mouth talking about God's world is not God, I am the God, a mere nothing alien like jargon. Mutant has always been best in the world, I in the world of Magneto nor by the pale. He had seen many powerful mutant, seen countless powerful ultra ability, but no one can be compared and Superman. Superman is too powerful, ability too many, too perfect, there is no short board. Wrong. Physical attacks on invalid for Superman, that physical attacks outside Nigeria. He could not help look to Professor X guess in my mind, I do not know Professor X can control Superman's mind. But then I thought, Superman is in another parallel universe, I found myself calm him down. Oh hey, I'm not in that world, I'm so suspicious why? Video sub, cut into Superman and Wonder Woman with competition screen destruction date. Luthor eyes light up at the woman that this legend is not the information he collected to the woman found in it. Diana, that you are so strong But even with the Count Wonder Woman helper, and together they still kill Day of Destruction. Energy absorbing Day of Destruction can regenerate, the stronger the Vietnam War, it is not kill. Screen again a turn, Superman had kryptonite spear in his hand and rushed toward the Day of Destruction. They just poke a spear through the Day of Destruction, the destruction of those who cracked, broke numerous energy brilliance, this time, it cannot be restored. But its also broken hand pierced the heart of Superman. Luthor eyes light up again, which is kryptonite. This kind of thing that can kill the Kryptonian? Narration sounded, Superman is Kryptonian, the destruction date is a product of Krypton, Superman with a kryptonite Batman builds spears and destruction date to die. To be honest, Superman is not stupid. In this battle, although Batman useless, but Diana is not there yet. You let Diana with kryptonite spears to kill the Day of Destruction will not do it. Batman XINZ occurs, I am not at a critical time, with the kind of green stone fen. No, it should be destroyed Krypton Day into a powder to make it weak. I'm just an ordinary human, you let me go to fight against this monster do? It was to die, that is an idiot. However, there is no way I can make this a positive monster battle with it. Kryptonite is useful to deal with this kind of monster, but if you can't find kryptonite, what if you run out of kryptonite? What if there were other monsters that weren't made from kryptonite? Batman, lost in thought again. Superman's eyes darkened. Am I dead? However, this video seems to make a lot of sense. I seem to be on the top during the fight, but I didn't expect this. In this case, as long as I find Diana, even if Luthor brings Doomsday out, I don't have to die with it. No, now that I know this, I won't let anything from Krypton flow into Earth, and I won't let Luthor make Doomsday. The narration continues. Superman's ability and moral qualities are perfect, and he also has an incomparably powerful potential. He doesn't have to do anything in particular. Just being on Earth is enough to make those ghosts who covet the Earth have to reconsider. Hearing this, both Luthor and Batman were shocked. Are there threats from outside the world in our world too? Are they afraid to come to Earth because Superman is here? That Superman is dead, will they invade our world like Chitauri? This makes Batman feel like a joker, and Luthor feels angry. Wouldn't life be over without Superman? As long as I am here, no matter who dares to invade the Earth, it will be a death. The Earth will be guarded by me, and only by me. Whether it's superhero or these supervillains, they're basically paranoid. They don't change their principles just because of a few words of Suibai's strategy. Like Batman, he can change some ways of doing things, but never break his own principles. Professor X saw mutants' tragic future, and he had the mind to rise up against humanity. Suibai's strategy just pushed Nye in this direction. Therefore, Luthor will never give up the idea of defeating Superman, proving that humans are stronger than Kryptonians, and making himself a beacon of humans. The narration continued. Superman's weakness is not just in kryptonite, but in his nature. He's a good guy, a really good guy. Good people are more likely to be pointed at guns, because people know that if you pointed a gun at you, you wouldn't kill him. So now that he knows his weakness, why doesn't Superman use kryptonite technology to find a way to eliminate the effect of kryptonite on him? You are a Kryptonian. Your home world is a highly technologically advanced world. How can you only rely on your own brute force? The power is too strong, so you won't be able to use your brain. Also, you must know that you are fighting crime, and these people do all kinds of evil and do whatever they can. If they can't deal with you, they will attack those close to you. Like Luthor kidnapped your mother and your girlfriend Louise to get you into a fight with Batman. A good person deserves to be pointed at by someone with a gun. Why? Your relatives, the people you care about, should be threatened by these criminals because you are a good person. Isn't this too unfair to your loved ones? Superman, are you being too selfish? So go learn magic, Superman. This turn of events almost broke everyone's waist. Please ask for flowers, thank you for your flowers, it finally broke 1000, and I will add more today. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Scene Man, Magneto, 1. Everyone was surprised enough to see aliens and various technologies, but they didn't think that Suibai would suddenly say a magic word. This style feels so out of place. But then they thought, even gods like Loki, Thor, and Odin exist, so it's not surprising that magic exists. Just with the power of Superman, is it necessary to learn magic? Is magic stronger than Superman? This can't be done. Even the three gods over there were scared by Superman. The narrator said, Superman has an incomparably powerful power, not weaker than any magic. Let Superman learn magic so that he can better protect his loved ones. For example, he can learn divination like magic, and he can predict the good and bad luck of his relatives and protect them in advance. For example, he can learn guardian magic, so that his relatives, even if he is not around, have magic protection and will not be hurt. Although the power of magic may not be comparable to that of Superman, there are many magical magics that can be used to protect his loved ones. As long as Superman cannot be restrained by kryptonite, and as long as his relatives have no worries, then Superman can be hard-headed and turn over all enemies. The above is the strategy for Superman. I hope you like it. This is Soubai's nonsense again. Superman hears it but thinks it makes sense. I fight crime, but I don't want people close to me to be in danger. Luther was even more upset. Superman is so strong, if Superman is doing what this guide says, it won't be more difficult to deal with. However, Luther regained confidence in himself in an instant. There are always more ways than difficulties. Human beings are the most noble. I can always find a way to defeat you. The video ends, and then the question pops up. Question: was Superman dead or alive in the battle with Doom? Loki said immediately, he's definitely still alive. This man was blown up by a black bomb on the front and recovered after basking in the sun. How could he die from such an injury? Don't want to, the website replied, I'll learn to answer. But the answer is wrong, Superman is dead. Superman is really dead, but he will be resurrected. Everyone's faces turned in unison. Superman really died? Such a powerful Superman can even carry black bullets. Superman died because he was stabbed by the Doomsday? Luther thought to himself, is the effect of kryptonite on Superman that much? Hope rekindled in him. Or Superman has a way to develop something that can fight against kryptonite, but I can definitely find a way to fight against kryptonite. Superman's face turned pale again. Did I really die like that? Somewhat sad. He looked at Luther again, his eyes were very angry. Kidnapping my mother, kidnapping Louise, creating a doomsday, you lunatic, why did you do this? Luther made an innocent statement, spread his hands and said, I haven't done any of these things. He cursed in his heart, this website must be deliberately messing with itself. I must find out the mastermind behind this website and let him know the price of offending me, Luther. And Loki's face is also extremely ugly. Thor asked, there is a penalty for answering the wrong answer, Loki, what is your penalty? Loki gave him a hard look, but said nothing. He was directly deprived of 1,000 years of life by the website. Although his lifespan is very long. The loss of 1,000 years of lifespan is really too much. He couldn't get angry. Superman is really a waste, and he died so easily. On Earth, Soubai was still sleeping. The website's prompt sounded, someone answered the question incorrectly, reward the Upmaster with 500 years of life. Soubai just treated it as a dream and turned over again. Seeing Loki's appearance, everyone guessed that he suffered a big loss. At this point, Magneto said, I want to see the strategy for me. After speaking, Magneto clicked on his strategy, and he was also curious whether this strategy could help him achieve his goals. A video popped up, showing what a grey-haired Magneto looked like. Name, Eric Lane Share. Codename, Magneto. Level 4 Mutant, with the super ability to manipulate magnetic fields, the president of the Mutant Brotherhood. He is a radical of the radicals in Mutant. He led Mutant to resist the oppression of mankind throughout his life, trying to replace the status of mankind with mutant. It has something to do with his experiences as a child. The scene appeared again, Magneto's first awakening ability, and the famous scene of awakening ability being killed by the Black Emperor. Seeing this, everyone felt that Magneto would become an anti-human radical, which was a matter of course. The narration continued, his ability is powerful, and every shot is exceptionally grand. The scene changed, and the adult Magneto was sitting in the tavern, with two elderly people sitting beside and opposite him, and a bartender on the other side. One of the elderly people drew a knife and stabbed Magneto. Magneto squeezed the old man's hand and grabbed the dagger, which was engraved in German. Magneto smiled. Blood and glory. What do you want to sprinkle first? The old man said in horror, we are just following orders. Magneto said coldly, then let's sprinkle some blood first. After he finished speaking, he stabbed the dagger down, and with a slam, it pierced the old man's palm and firmly fixed his hand on the table. The old man cried out. Loki said disdainfully, I thought he was a great character, but he only knew how to bully some old men. Iron Man shook his head and said, "You don't understand, it was an SS dagger, given by Hitler." Batman bit, "Do you have Nazis in your world too?" Iron Man nodded. Professor X said, "It seems that the Nazis are indispensable even in parallel universes." Then another old man in the picture pointed a gun at Magneto. But the gun in his hand, out of control, turned to himself, and then to another person. No one pulled the trigger, but the gun went off. A Nazi fell. Then Magneto pulled out the dagger, and the dagger flew out, stabbing the Nazi with the gun to death, and then the dagger returned to Magneto's hand and stabbed the first Nazi again. Everyone didn't feel wrong and couldn't bear it, because they understood that this was Magneto's revenge against the Nazis, which made everyone feel happy. This is Magneto's famous scene, and that's just the beginning. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Magneto's famous scene, The Scared Odin. Screen switching. Young Magneto, standing on a plane, holding the door with one hand and reaching forward with the other. A huge amount of shadows appeared on the sea surface below, and the sea water churned as if it had been boiled. Suddenly a huge amount of propeller rushed out of the sea, and then a whole submarine rushed out of the sea and flew into the sky. These viewers have seen the scene of Superman fighting Doomsday before. Although this scene now makes them grand, but it is not enough to surprise people. The screen switches again. Magneto and his party took him to the beach, and Magneto had a strange helmet on his head. Young Professor X is also here. Seeing this scene, Magneto and Professor X had mixed expressions on their faces, because this was the time when the two officially fell out. The next moment, countless warships in the distance launched countless missiles towards them. Magneto's face was calm, but he gently stretched out his hand and stopped all the missiles in the air. Professor X said, "Eric, you said we were better humans than them, and it's time for us to prove it." Magneto just shook his head, the missiles headed in the air. Professor X said in shock, "Thousands of people are on those ships, and they only do what they are ordered to do." The words "to do what was ordered" apparently activated Magneto's memory. He remembered what that Nazi remnant had said, "We were just following orders." Magneto shook his head. "I've forgiven those who did what they were told once, but never again." Those missiles were like arrows from the string, but instead flew towards those warships. Both Iron Man and Batman felt a little bad this time, and human weapons were completely useless against this man named Magneto. Then the screen turns again. Magneto, with his bizarre helmet on, fell into the middle of the stadium and raised his hand. The entire stadium of huge amounts roared, and then rose into the air, like a cage, falling outside the White House, trapping the White House in it. Loki's face had become extremely ugly. Superman will not say, "After all, it is an extraterrestrial creature, not a human, why is this human named Magneto so strong?" Such a comparison, it seems that my evil god is very weak. Iron Man finally couldn't help but said, "You declared war on the human world." Professor X shook his head and said, "This scene hasn't happened yet." Magneto said, "Looks like I'll get out of here soon, I'm going to declare war directly on humans." What happened? He wanted to know what happened, but what happened later, so Bai didn't cut in. The screen switches again, and Magneto is in a dilapidated building with a few strange people. Seeing this, Magneto's expression changed immediately. The same is true for Professor X, who recognized the famous Auschwitz concentration camp here. The former Magneto was imprisoned here, and this is where Magneto's mother died. Then, a man covered in blue with a strange appearance that didn't look like a human said, "That's it, your power is more than that, and your power goes deep into the heart of the earth." The ground shook, and sand and stones flew. The broken pieces of metal floated in the air, lining up like magnetic lines of force. In the distant human world, countless cars, ships, and containers flew into the sky, human buildings collapsed one after another. And even the sunken ships on the sea floor flew up from the sea floor one by one. Everyone couldn't stand it anymore. Iron Man was shocked, you can control the magnetic field of the entire Earth. Batman's heart skipped a beat too. Although he saw it last time, he wasn't so detailed. It seems that Magneto can actually control the magnetic field of the entire Earth, which means that his power alone can destroy human civilization. Although the performance is not as intuitive and violent as Superman's power, the destructive power is more terrifying. There are such people in the parallel universe. If someone in my world is so powerful, what should I do? Thor's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, how can mutant be so powerful? He can actually destroy a world with one person. Even Asgard has a magnetic field, and if Magneto does this once in Asgard, Asgard will be destroyed. Really beeping a dog. I am a dignified Thor, brave and invincible in the 9 realms. Why do 1 or 2 people come out now and it seems that they are better than me? At least, I don't have the ability to destroy a world so easily. It just doesn't make sense. Even Odin looked sideways at the power Magneto showed. Such power is no different from divine power. This is not magician. I never imagined that human beings can be so powerful just by their ability. Professor X was even more nervous. Eric, what did you do? Although he also has the mind to fight back against humans now, he is still gentler than Magneto. Because mutant must be attached to human beings to exist. The number of mutants is too small, and it is not 2 mutants, the children born are mutants. Many people mutants come from ordinary human awakening. If you destroy human beings, you will also destroy the future of mutants. Magneto said in confusion, you stupid. This is something that will happen in the future, how do I know? Is my power so strong? The magnetic field that controls the entire world. Magneto began to think about this question. If he was really that strong, then this plastic prison would not be able to hold himself. Remember to turn the screen again. Magneto is suspended in the sky by himself, and below him are Professor X and a few unknown people, as well as the blue weirdo from before. Professor X and they were obviously knocked to the ground. Magneto threw 2 steel pillars to form an X to block the blue weirdo. Then countless steel torrents rushed towards the blue monster, so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it clearly. But the blue weirdo had a protective shield that blocked all of Magneto's attacks. Outside the shield, the sky was raining. No matter how much Magneto attacks, he can't break through. But at this time, above the blue monster, a girl took a step forward and stood in the air like that. Then a powerful force erupted from the girl, directly shattering the defense of the blue monster. Behind the girl appeared a phoenix that was about to fly. Countless steel fell, pinning the blue monster to death. Seeing this scene, Odin has been calm on the surface, but he couldn't help but shout out, Phoenix Force! Asterisk. Chapter 26 Magneto out of trouble, 1000 flowers plus more. Everyone, including Magneto himself, was shocked by Magneto's power to destroy the world. They were even more curious about who the mysterious blue monster was, who could withstand such a terrifying attack from Magneto. But I don't want Odin to suddenly cry out. Everyone was shocked. This is Odin, the legendary king of gods, the main god of Norse mythology, and has lived for an unknown number of years. Is there anything I haven't seen? Actually screamed out because of the power of a little girl? Thor immediately asked, Father, what is Phoenix Force? Odin frowned, looked into the distance, and said, that's a legend. Phoenix Force is born at the beginning of all things. Chaos is immortal, the eternal but impermanent sun of the universe. It is the power of life and mind in the primordial universe. This sentence is too mysterious. Luther seemed to notice some blind spot, and asked with a weird expression, but you are not in the same universe. Odin glanced at him, who told you that the Phoenix Force exists in a single universe? It's a terrifying force that exists in a multi-universe. Professor X felt his brain rumbling. Magneto showed enough power to destroy human civilization, enough to shock him. But he didn't want that little girl to have a power that even Odin was shocked by, a power that he couldn't understand, and seemed to have a good relationship with him. Will you meet this little girl in the future? Is this a good thing for mutant? The stronger the power, the harder it is to control. If this little girl's power goes out of control, how terrifying it will be. Immediately there was an impulse in his heart. He wanted to find this little girl and teach her to control her own power. Free she accidentally destroys the world. At this time, Iron Man also asked, Lord Odin means that the Phoenix Force may exist in all multi-universes and may exist in our universe. Odin said, I just know some superficial rumors, seeing this little girl's performance, it's a bit like Phoenix Force. But I'm not sure, after all, I haven't seen it either. Iron Man asked again, who is stronger, Phoenix Force or Infinite Gems? Hearing this, Odin couldn't help but stunned. You want to fight the Phoenix Force? I have only heard of the power. You, a human, actually want to find this power? Should this be called boldness, confidence, or foolishness? Iron Man didn't answer, just said, I'll find out. Odin just shook his head, I said it, I don't know. The narration of the video sounded again. Magneto is one of the most powerful mutants in the world. He devoted his life to leading mutant against human oppression, and he paid a heavy price for it. In the Auschwitz concentration camp, he lost his mother. His break with a good friend Professor X on the beach. Before the White House, he was Mystique betrayed. He is not without thought and humans live in peace. He had several years of anonymity, marry and have children. But even so, he is still being hunted. Humans. Everyone face another change. Magneto has also been tried and humans live together in peace. Magneto himself is scoffed, I will not compromise, I will never compromise toward humanity. The picture has become a forest. Magneto is surrounded by a group of human police, that the police actually did not carry a gun with a bow and arrow. Magneto flanked by a woman and a girl. His bearded, haggard look great. Although he had never seen this woman and girl, Magneto felt a sense of intimacy when he saw them. We know what you are, so we didn't have guns and we didn't have metal, said the police officer across from the video. Come with us. Wang Wan's eye was pointed at by a row of bows and arrows, and his face changed rapidly. At this time, his daughter screamed out of fear. In the screams, the birds in the woods suddenly went crazy and attacked the police. Magneto's eyes lit up. Could this be my daughter? As expected of my daughter, she seems to have the ability to communicate with birds. It's just that he didn't understand why he didn't fight back. If these cops don't have guns, there's nothing they can do. Even if you don't take anything with you when you go out by yourself, you should at least take a coin or two with you. Do you really want to live in peace with humans, so you don't want to resist? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At this moment, a policeman was startled, his hand loosened, and the long arrow shot straight at it, killing Magneto's wife and daughter on the spot. Magneto in the video is grief-stricken as he holds the bodies of his wife and daughter. Finally he tore off the necklace around his daughter's neck. The next moment, the necklace flew out of his hand, mowing the grass, killing all the police in an instant. Wolverine snorted coldly, it's too much, if it's me, I'll kill these bastards too. Professor X looked at Magneto with concern in his eyes. Others were speechless. This man is a little miserable. His mother was killed in front of him, trying to live a quiet life, and his wife and children were also killed by humans. If I were him, I would also fight to the end with mankind. Magneto himself was pale. He had never seen these two women at all. Why did their deaths make him so painful? His heart was aching like a knife, and he seemed to go back again, seeing the scene where his mother died in front of him back then. He seemed to recall the words of the blue-skinned weirdo in his ears, put your power deep into the heart of the earth, deep into the heart of the earth, this is all your power. His power is just around the corner, trying to break through the blockade of this prison. The narration sounded again, mutant wants dignity, it is necessary to be free from oppression and resistance, and if he wants peace, he must hold a knife in his hand. Magneto has the most powerful knife in his hand. It's not okay to keep playing small, so Magneto, show humanity that you have the power to destroy the entire human world. Only in this way will human beings be serious and willing to talk to mutant on an equal footing. Suibai is still talking nonsense. And Magneto already felt like he had touched the center of the earth. At that moment he understood, he was Magneto, he was not the King of Irons. He is manipulating magnetic fields, not metals. This prison can isolate metals, but not magnetic fields. The next moment, the entire ground began to vibrate, as if a magnitude 7 earthquake had occurred, and Magneto's cell was also cracked. Countless bits of fine dust flew from the rift to Magneto's face, turning into huge amounts of metal drill bits. Now, no one can stop him from escaping here. Magneto broke his shackles in front of everyone. I ask for 2 flowers, and I ask the reader to give me some confidence. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Magneto of a Certain Science. Eric, stop it. Professor X, who was on the screen, was anxious. Magneto said lightly, I'm not wearing a helmet, either you control me directly, or I'll go out and kill the quartet. Professor X said, no, this will only trigger a total war between us and humanity. Magneto's response remained strong, it's for humans to know we're not to be messed with. Even if his thoughts have changed, Professor X is one of those mild counter-attackers. He sighed, Eric, I also think we have to fight back against humanity and the persecution of humanity against us. But it's definitely not a rash and direct war with humans. Because mutant must be dependent on human beings and coexist with human beings. If they destroy human beings, they will also destroy us. What did you say? Magneto snapped. I knew it, Charles, I thought you were a coward, but I didn't think you were a complete traitor. What do you think of mutant? No wonder, Emma, Swan, Tien, you didn't care when they died? You could save them, you could. The human buildings above began to crumble again, as if the earthquake would come again, and the human beings were so frightened that they fled like ants. Professor X closed his eyes, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. The names Magneto mentions are the mutants they knew before, who were used as experimental subjects by Triusk, who suffered and were finally sliced. If he had known earlier, if he hadn't been so decadent at the time, he could have saved them. Professor X finally opened his eyes were very firm. Really, Eric, we must be attached to human beings and coexist with human beings. You don't know, but I know very well that the overall number of mutants is only 4,768, and less than 5,000. Such numbers are too few for a single ethnic group. What's more important is that mutants' X gene is mutated. If it's not our children, it must be a mutant, and if we exist alone as a race, our numbers will only decrease until we die. The most important thing is that the vast majority of new mutants are born from humans, and if we destroy humans, we destroy them and the future of mutants. It is doomed that we can only develop in symbiosis with human beings. Magneto froze for a moment, making his head go cold. He is not an ignorant scumbag. Although sociology is not his research direction, he also knows that if a race has less than 5,000 people, it is on the verge of extinction at any time. The most important thing is that Professor X is not talking nonsense. In this way, mutant is drooling like this. Without humans, the continuation of mutant is really a big problem. The narration sounded again, when humans realize that mutant, like humans, has the power to destroy the world. Humanity will be willing to talk to mutant on an equal footing, which is similar to the black deterrence of the Cold War, and a fragile balance can be struck between the two. Deterrence is necessary, but a blind all-out war is not advisable. Mutants have a symbiotic relationship with humans. If they truly go to war with humans, even if mutants win and destroy human beings, mutants will also be extinct. In terms of ability, it is mutant who dominates, but in terms of racial survival ability, it is human who dominates. By this time mutant will be able to form an independent state. Let mutant be integrated into the human world not as an individual, but as a nation. The power of an individual mutant does frighten humans, but as a special and powerful nation, it may not be the most powerful nation, and it is easier for humans to accept it. Magneto didn't expect even the power in the video to say that, and it seemed to make a lot of sense, so he decided to listen. It's not that Magneto hasn't thought of other ways over the years, not just being rigid. He supported that President Mutant to come to power, and he also wanted to change the relationship between mankind and mutant from the inside through President Mutant. The narration continues, this is a time to improve human perception of mutant. For example, let a certain kaleidoscopic shape-shift woman become the hottest actor in the world. For example, let a certain mutant who sings very well become the hottest singer in the world. Anyway, there are plenty of ways. Using mutant's soft power to make human beings fall in love with mutant, and worship mutant, this is a very important cultural output. For the future of mutant, many mutants can choose to become idols. Subai started babbling again. Loki said yin and yang angrily, it's really an inexplicable strategy. I mean, this guy who does the strategy doesn't understand anything. Mutant clearly possesses such a powerful force that he can completely conquer human beings. Duan. Odin couldn't help but raise Gungnir in his hand and knocked Loki on the head. Odin said, don't talk nonsense. Although mutants also have extraordinary powers, they are different from our Aesir Protoss. Their way of salivation is very special. It is destined that mutants need to coexist with humans. Iron Man said, I just made a mutant development model based on mutants' awakening scale. From the data of the model, the strategy set in the video is correct. If you destroy human civilization and are completely hostile to human beings, mutants will not last for 3 generations, and they will all die out. The narration continues, this is mutants' general strategy, but there are some more personal suggestions for Magneto that he should read more. Magneto's ability is to manipulate the magnetic field. Is there a more in-depth study of what the principle is? Not just Magneto, but every mutant should dig deeper into his super ability. Let's not talk about other things. Why does Magneto use his ability to throw some steel out to make weapons every time, or to control human weapons? If Magneto reads more books, it will be completely different. For example, use your ability to create electromagnetic pulse waves. If you can do it, in the face of human high-tech information weapons, such as the people of the Sentry machine, even if it is not metal, you can still destroy their internal structure. Like a super electromagnetic gun. A girl with brown hair appeared in the picture, dressed like a middle school student. A coin popped out of the girl's hand, and lightning flashed on the coin, and then the coin turned into a streamer, shattering a hill. Well, that's Misaka Mikoto in a certain scientific railgun. Subai cuts animation, but what is presented here is a 3-dimensional image. Controlling magnetic field is an amazing ability that can be developed for more uses and applied to more aspects. The way Magneto is used is like holding a gun in his hand, but only knows how to hit people with a gun, so you still need to read more. Good morning, asking for flowers, asterisk. Chapter 28 Mutant is founded. Magneto doesn't care about the teasing in the video. He didn't know some theories, because the technology in his era was not so developed, and many scientific and technological theories had not yet been developed. He knows some theories, but he can't do it. It is the easiest and most convenient to control metals with magnetic fields. He said, Charles, this time, I trust you. As soon as the words were finished, the huge amounts of drill began to drill. Above. The officers in the 5th Jiao building were so terrified that at first they thought it was an earthquake. But instead of detecting earth vibe, they found anomalies in the magnetic field. Suddenly, the soldiers guarding outside screamed. The ground roared, and huge amounts of metal drills drilled a hole in the ground, then floated in the air, and Magneto came out of the hole. Those virtual screens were still in front of him, which made the soldiers think that the drill was some kind of high-tech product. Who are you? Is he wearing a prison uniform? Prisoner. Aliens. Never mind, he shot. This is one of the most important places in the beautiful country. Magneto. Now this situation is equivalent to an invasion, they can naturally fire. They were about to attack Magneto with the weapons in their hands, but the next moment, they were horrified to find that their guns fell apart on their own. The soldiers couldn't understand what was going on and were terrified. Then there was countless smoke and dust from the ground, which were trace metals in the soil, all extracted by Magneto. These trace polygenes then formed a metal base. This metal base grows upwards and turns into a ladder, and at the top of the ladder forms a steel throne, which is taller than the 5th Jiao building. Magneto walked up step by step and sat on the iron throne. I am Magneto, leader of the mutant, he said to the frightened soldiers. I'm going to talk to the president of a big, beautiful country. During the projection, all the audience also saw Magneto's actions. Professor X exposed, Eric, what are you trying to do? Don't force me to control you. Magneto said indifferently, I'm just showing my power and proclaiming mutants' existence with integrity. Then there was a sudden explosion in the sky, and several planes scrambled into the air, authorized to attack Magneto directly. But those missiles hadn't arrived yet. One disintegrated in the air, and the other flew backwards and hit the plane, but the warhead had been dismantled by Magneto, which only frightened the flight crew, without hurting anyone. Magneto hasn't killed anyone until now. This scene directly stunned everyone in the headquarters, and no one dared to attack Magneto anymore. Because maybe in the next moment, there will be warheads on the missiles that fly back. Then Magneto said, I've shown my power to humanity, Charles, why don't you take the time to have a chat with His Excellency the President of the beautiful nation? Professor X was so angry that Magneto knew what to do. But he has done it, what can he do? Can only help him after the aftermath. He took the brainwave machine, then found the president of the beautiful country, and said, Your Excellency, don't panic, I have no intention of hurting you. I am mutant, yes, the kind of mutant you know. That person? In front of the 5th Jiao building, is my companion. He has no ill will, no. The former president was not murdered by homicide, that was a misunderstanding. We just wanted to talk to you about mutant. The president's guards only saw the president's face change suddenly, and it didn't take long before the president came back to his senses and gritted his teeth. I agree, I am willing to carve a piece of land for you. The president is so generous because Professor X said, Your Excellency, I know what you did. He shakes out all the dirty things the president has done in private. If these things are left out, he will be the end of the president. Rather than losing the presidency, accepting the existence of the mutant, giving the mutants a piece of land, and allowing them to build a country in the beautiful country, is just irrelevant. The beautiful country is too big, and there are many desolate places that no one wants to go to. Grant a piece to mutant. For the president, don't be too simple. Finally, Professor X said on the screen, I convinced the president, now we have a land of our own. There are still many questions in the follow-up, and I will talk to them slowly. At the same time, he found all the mutants through telepathy, and sent them the message that the mutants would create a country of their own in the beautiful country. At that moment, all the mutants were inexplicably shocked, some people were horrified, some were happy, some were not concerned, and some were very excited. Magneto laughed and flew to the land promised to the mutant. All the audience watched the big show quietly. Iron Man is very pleased with the result, after all it looks like mutant is on the right track. There are bound to be many twists and turns, but mutant finally has a clear purpose, and it won't be the same as the previous Magneto. Those politicians can't give up so easily, you have to be careful, Batman said. He also sincerely hopes that mutant can find his own way of survival that can survive for a long time and in a stable manner. instead of living with human beings. I know, Magneto said. Professor X also said, I know, so we will be ready for any challenge. That's when the website finally started asking, when do you think humans will attack mutant after mutants founding? 1. A day later. 2. A month later. 3. After half a year. 4. A year later. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Iron Man's Second Guide. The country of mutant is really not the author's nonsense. In the comics, Magneto did this. He surrounded an island and created a country of mutant. This question of the website surprised all viewers for a moment. Because this is the first time that the website has so bluntly reminded these viewers of what may happen in the future. And that means that whenever the mutants declare a state, they're bound to be counterattacked by humans. This is good news, and definitely bad news. Magneto snorted coldly, I know it won't be so easy. Humans can't tolerate mutant. Professor X said slowly, this is inevitable. In human history, to really successfully establish our own country, war is essential, but at least we are prepared now. I will choose one day later. Once Professor X made up his mind, turned the dark into the light, and resisted the oppression of human beings, he was naturally prepared accordingly. Everyone was stunned. After a day? Did the beautiful country start a war so quickly? Professor X said, if I want to attack the mutant kingdom, I will also do it on this day. First, mutant has just established a country, so his vigilance is definitely not that high. Second, mutant was suppressed as soon as the country was founded, and the blow to mutants' morale was absolutely unprecedented. Also, the humans are definitely ready to attack the mutant realm, and I guess they'll even recruit some mutants and use mutants against mutants. Everyone looked at Professor X with some surprises. Before, they only thought that Professor X's super ability that could control the minds of people all over the world was very scary. But now it seems that Professor X also understands the human heart very well. The website responded, if you answer correctly, you will be rewarded with a simplified version of the brainwave machine. A silver-white helmet appeared in front of Professor X out of thin air. Originally, this device would not be invented until decades later, and it fell into the hands of Professor X. Professor X's psychic power is really strong, surpassing that of human beings, but he can never control the human beings all over the world at the same time. He is so strong that he relies on Beast to create a brainwave machine. But the brainwave machine is too big to carry around. This simplified brainwave machine will allow Professor X to use his power to the extreme at any time. Professor X put the helmet on his head, took a deep breath and said, come on, I won't compromise this time. Ding! Someone answered the right question and rewarded Grandma for the ability of teleportation. Subai, who was in a daze, heard the sound of the website again in his head. But he was still sleeping and didn't care at all. After reading the guide on Magneto, Iron Man said, now look at my guide. He felt a little strange, why people like Loki only have one guide, but his own guide actually has two. Is it possible that there will be a 345 or something in the future? He definitely didn't know that Subai did this because Iron Man is a very popular character, so he wanted to do as many guides as possible about Iron Man. For the traffic, not shabby. Batman's Raiders will be the second part, which is also the reason. The video still shows Iron Man's appearance and his name, profile. The narration sounded, the last time I did a strategy on Iron Man, this time continues. This time the strategy is aimed at the super artificial intelligence Ultron. Ultron is definitely the most fearsome opponent Iron Man has ever faced. Because of Ultron's ability to overcome Iron Man, this super artificial intelligence can control all electronic devices and control all networks of human beings. In the network created by human beings, he is a god. This also means that all of humans' sophisticated weapons will be controlled by Ultron, who can easily destroy the civilization of the human world. Everyone took a deep breath and remembered the scene in Professor X's strategy that they had seen when Professor X controlled humans to let them launch nuclear bombs. Could it be that this Ultron is going to do it again? Odin sighed and said, "Artificial intelligence is very scary, so we Asgard have very strict restrictions on artificial intelligence. It has happened more than once in the universe that artificial intelligence has devoured the main body of civilization. For example, the Kree, their supreme intelligence was originally just a super artificial intelligence creature created by the Kree. But when it evolved and became an unimaginable life form, it became the real ruler of the Kree. Now, no one of the Kree dares to resist the supreme wisdom. It is a matter of course for the existence of the supreme wisdom. The supreme wisdom is regarded as their god, and the supreme wisdom controls everything of the Kree people. It's just really hard to believe that real artificial intelligence can be developed with the technology of the Earth. Everyone is horrified to hear that human beings are actually being turned into masters by their own creations. It is terrifying to think about it." Iron Man pursed his lips and said nothing. Because he is also doing research on artificial intelligence, he also knows how difficult it is to develop a real super artificial intelligence. Even his J.A.R.V.I.S is now 1,000 miles away from this level. The narration continued, "What's more, even Iron Man's armor will become Ultron's weapon." A living room appears on the screen. Iron Man saw Thor, the Captain of the United States, Black Widow, the Hulk, and even his friend Rhodes. They are all in their own homes. But they are fighting, and their opponents are steel armors. Apparently he lost control of these Iron Legions. Iron Man's face turned pale. "If Ultron controls my steel armor, then he can also control my armor. Iron Man has the smartest brain and firm will, but without the armor, his combat effectiveness is a bit stronger than the average soldier. How should I fight against an existence like Ultron? Is the plan of the Iron Legion not feasible?" The narration continues, and Ultron has allies, two very powerful allies. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. When they heard the name Scarlet Witch, all viewers were shocked. Loki said, "Didn't I say in my power video earlier that Scarlet Witch is someone who can fight Thanos? Could it be an Earthling?" Loki can't believe there are such terrifying necromancers on Earth. Thor opened his mouth wide, "No way. He has had enough blows. If there is another such fierce character on the Earth, he will not be able to accept it." Iron Man's face turned even paler. A super artificial intelligence is scary enough. It actually has helpers like Scarlet Witch. If there is no guide video for this, can it win this battle? Even him, his heart is in chaos. The next moment, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver appear in the picture. Begging for flowers, **. Chapter 30 Cross-Parallel Universe Alliance. Everyone has heard the statement that Scarlet Witch can rival Thanos in Loki's strategy before, so they are looking forward to this Scarlet Witch. But the one who didn't want to appear in the video was actually a girl in red, who looked like a college student at most. Could such a woman, maybe even a girl, rival a cosmic overlord like Thanos? Thinking of Thanos crushing Tesseract and crushing Loki to death, it's hard for everyone to imagine. And Scarlet Witch is standing behind Iron Man, dancing like a piano with both hands, bringing up a stream of red air. Iron Man's eyes were blank, and he saw a world. The sky in that world was dark, with Chitauri battleships flying in the cosmic starry sky, and the corpses of several acquaintances lying on the ground. Everyone had seen it. It was a few people who fought in Iron Man's living room before. Captain the United States, Black Widow, Hulk, Thor, War Machine Rhodes. Thor couldn't collapse immediately. "There is still my body. Did I die fighting this super artificial intelligence?" Loki rolled his eyes at his brother. "You also fought with Thanos, when you were blind in one eye, but your eyes are intact, which means that this happened before the fight with Thanos. It's clearly a hallucination caused by that Scarlet Witch, and you can't tell. I thought Scarlet Witch was so powerful, I didn't think it was just a necromancer manipulating hallucinations. That would match Thanos, and Thanos isn't that great. Iron Man directly replied to Loki, "It's not so good, it's not like I'm squeezing you to death like a chicken." It's impossible for him to be pleasing to Loki anyway, not for the rest of his life. If you find an opportunity, it will cost Loki a few words. Loki was furious and was about to speak when the screen switched to the Quicksilver scene. Quicksilver's body turned into a phantom, and wherever he ran, Iron Man, Hawkeye and the others all fell to the ground. No one saw how he got his hands on it. Superman was surprised, "It's so fast, it looks like me." Superman's speed is comparable to the Flash. But that's just the Flash that didn't play its full strength. In the guided version of the Justice League, when the Flash exerts its full strength, it can reverse the time and space and reverse the time, which saves the Justice League and his party. Otherwise, the Justice League would be at full speed at the time, even Superman was no exception. Now Quicksilver's speed is also comparable to the Flash. Iron Man and Nick Fury's head hurts again. Previously their focus was only on Scarlet Witch, but now the Quicksilver appears to be a bigger threat. At such a fast speed, if he wanted to kill, no one could stop him. The narration continued, "Because Tony Stark's weapon blew up their family, when the two were hiding under the bed, there was always a Stark group bomb flashing, which could explode at any time. It put them through indescribable fear, and these two things made them hate Tony Stark so much that they chose to work with Ultron." Loki burst out laughing, "So that's the case." The bitter master came to the door. He also disliked Iron Man. But this time Iron Man didn't retort. In his opinion, this is entirely his own responsibility. His own weapons have killed other people's parents, and his own weapons have brought them such great fear. They hate themselves for sure. Iron Man is such a person in his heart, otherwise he would not have easily agreed to the Sokovia Act because of the mother of a Sokovia victim, causing the split of the Avengers. At this time, Luthor suddenly said, "These two people are not difficult to deal with, because they have different goals from Ultron. Ultron's goal was to destroy humanity, and the two men's goal was to kill Tony Stark. You can start from this point and try to instigate the two." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and they all looked at Luthor. Nick Fury couldn't help asking, "How do you know that Ultron's goal is to destroy humanity?" Luthor didn't explain, and said, "I guess." Unfounded guesswork, what's the use? Some people dismissed Luthor's words, while others bowed their heads in thought. The narration sounded again, and what's even scarier about Ultron is that he wants to create his own body out of vibranium. Ultron appeared on the screen. It was just a tall, strange robot with a bottle in its hand that had a dark fluid in it that looked heavy. Ultron sneered, "Vibranium, the most amazing metal in the world, but human beings have only built a shield to get it." Iron Man couldn't help saying, "This AI is arrogant." Batman asked curiously, "What is vibranium?" He learned about the magic of kryptonite before, so now he has a very strong curiosity about these items with peculiar abilities. Maybe it will be effective for the super ability people that you encounter in the future. Iron Man said, "The United States Captain's shield was made of vibranium, my father made it. Shock has a characteristic. Once mined, once solidified, it cannot change its form, because it can absorb any form of energy." Batman was taken aback, including kinetic energy. Iron Man nodded. A shield that can absorb any energy means that it can resist any form of attack. The Captain of the United States is only a super soldier, but he can hit 55 when he encounters those superhuman beings, relying on this shield. This time, even Superman couldn't help but say, "This kind of thing is simply unreasonable, and it does not conform to the conservation of energy." Everyone couldn't help but complain. Are you embarrassed to say something that does not conform to the conservation of energy? The one who is the least fit for this is you. Batman said to Iron Man, "If you can get your hands on Ultron's code, or I can try to help you." Batman is also DC is the smartest human being in the universe, on par with Luthor. He is also very strong in electronic information and programming technology. In the movie, he has already built something that can monitor the world. What is even more exaggerated is that in the story of God Among Humans, when he first met Cyborg, he implanted an electronic virus in Cyborg. And Cyborg didn't notice. Cyborg is a half-human and half-mechanical body transformed from a mother box. It can also be regarded as a super artificial intelligence. It can read any human electronic information and invade any human system. It's enough to see how powerful Batman's programming skills are. At this time, Professor X suddenly said, "This proposal is good. I had an idea before, and we can actually help each other. Just as I would form the X-Men, Superman and Batman would form the Justice League, and Iron Man and Thor would form the Avengers. Those of us in parallel universes can also form an alliance and help each other. Even if we can't provide material help, we can help everyone make suggestions, analyze various information, and exchange technical experience. For example, I don't know much about computers, but Hank knows it. Also, this website is amazing, maybe we can exchange some items through it in the future, and even travel to and from other people's worlds." Hank is Beast, one of the smartest mutants, Professor X's big killer. He made the brainwave machine. At that time, the Vietnam War had not yet occurred, and the level of technology can be imagined. This shows how powerful he is. Iron Man and Batman have historically felt good about this proposal. I don't feel very good today, and I don't have much enthusiasm for writing. The edition of 2000 and 3000 Flowers will be put on tomorrow. I will take care of it. I am embarrassed to ask for flowers and tickets. Asterisk. Chapter 31. To deal with Ultron, I have 3 strategies: top, middle, and bottom, 2000 flowers plus more. Hearing Professor X's proposal, Luther couldn't help sneering in his heart. He felt that Professor X was just whimsical. This weird website is deeply malicious, and the audience it pulls in is either not in the same world, but in the same world but hostile to each other. Like Loki and Iron Man, Magneto and Professor X. Just like now, Magneto and Professor X have collaborated, but he can see at a glance that the two have different ideas and will break down again sooner or later. Between him and Superman, he will defeat Superman sooner or later, proving to the world that he is the beacon that leads mankind forward. He will never give in to Superman, so sooner or later he will fight Superman. Again, superhero or supervillain, they are all paranoid, and their will cannot be easily shaken. Iron Man and Batman agree. Because they have already seen what the future of their world will encounter, and they can get more help if they can. Although everyone is in a different parallel universe now, it can't provide much help. But the future is bright. The narrator continued, Ultron will create an indestructible body capable of controlling all human electronic devices, which gives him the power to easily destroy the human world. And all the computers in the world will be his brains, which will give him an unimaginably huge computing ability. With these support, he can create a more powerful armor than Iron Man's armor. There are even 2 very powerful super ability users as helpers. If he is not stupid, it is impossible for humans to defeat it. When Sobai watched the Women's Federation 2, he thought Ultron was really stupid. Obviously, it can directly control the weapons of human beings, and destroy more than 90% of the counterattack power of human beings in an instant. But he just wanted to be stupid, and he just wanted to make a meteorite fall from the sky and destroy mankind. Isn't that stupid? This is the weakening of director Chi Kuokuo. In the comics, Ultron is the most powerful, and the Iron Man who played Iron Man did not dare to put on his armor at all, and even killed Asgard directly. It slaughtered billions of lives in the universe, and even destroyed Thanos' hometown, Titan. In order to defeat Ultron, Avengers deploys the trump card, asking Wolverine to go back in time 3 times before killing Ultron. In the comics story, Wolverine also once joined the Avengers. When Sobai made this strategy, although he didn't match Ultron in the comics, he did it according to the Ultron in the movie who played his strength perfectly. You know, even this severely weakened Ultron, the Avengers wouldn't have killed him if J.A.R.V.I.S hadn't accidentally turned into Vision. This kind of Ultron is worth doing a special power to deal with, so the video can only last long. A mech army appeared again on the screen. Unlike Iron Man's Iron Legion has a surface similar to Iron Man's mask. And the head of this mech army is exactly the same as the previous Ultron robot. They are Ultron's army. These Ultron droids fly through the city, slaughtering humans with all kinds of weapons, and the human army is defenseless before them. Human high-precision weapons are directly abolished. Those are images from Avengers: Age of Ultron. The narrator continued, Ultron is very powerful. But it's hard to kill him. It's not hard or hard. Ultron is just a program, he needs to be attached to the human network, but the program of super artificial intelligence is far from the current technology of Superman. Without the birth of Vision, even if Iron Man and Hulk, two of the most intelligent humans on Earth, would join forces, there would be absolutely no way to defeat Ultron in the network. But this is also Ultron's weakness. In other words, as long as Ultron is discovered, all human network equipment will be destroyed, and Ultron will have no place to live. The combination of Iron Man and Hulk can absolutely create a super powerful electronic pulse that can cover the entire world and destroy all electronic devices of mankind. Hearing Soobai's strategy, Iron Man's brows tightened. It does work. However, the price to be paid in this way is too great, and the development of human civilization in recent decades will be destroyed in one fell swoop. Also, why did a new character emerge? Who is Vision? It is possible to drive a super artificial intelligence like Ultron out of the network. Is there such a powerful programmer in this world? Odin sighed, this kind of super artificial intelligence is very difficult to deal with, very dangerous. Otherwise the various intelligent civilizations in the universe will not have such strict control over artificial intelligence. If this super artificial intelligence really appears on Earth, even he is willing to come to Earth to help. After all, the Earth also belongs to one of the 9 realms. In ancient times, it belonged to Asgard's territory and was protected by Asgard. Strange, so why didn't I appear in this video? Oh yes, I shot Thor. The narration continued, definitely this first strategy is too much loss, this is just a last resort, naturally there are other ways to try. Among Hydra is Dr. Zola, who was originally a Hydra scientist. He was picked up by S.H.I.E.L.D. and died of old age decades ago, definitely that's just what S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. was deceived. Zola is also a genius scientist who is not much worse than Iron Man. Before he died, he transformed his consciousness into information and transmitted it to the computer, forming a super artificial intelligence. Definitely he's far inferior to Ultron, because his consciousness is still in the early S.H.I.E.L.D. servers and cannot be pulled out. But he is also an artificial intelligence after all. Starting from him, we may find a way to deal with artificial intelligence. This is called using barbarians to control barbarians. Hearing this, everyone was stunned again, and everyone's eyes turned to Nick Fury, who was dumbfounded. It's even later, sorry, I made up the drama today, and it was a little late when I started writing. I didn't dare to ask for flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Ultron's Saliva, 3,000 flowers plus more. An old computer room appeared in the picture. That's the scene in Captain America 2. Team Rice and Black Widow infiltrated the earliest base of S.H.I.E.L.D., where they found Dr. Zola, who had uploaded his consciousness to the server. Hydra's Insight program relies on Dr. Zola. The Insight plan is to infer whether someone will become an obstacle to Hydra through the collected big data, which is close to Laplace's demon, almost predicting the future. Without the support of Dr. Zhuoei, Hydra would not be able to come up with such a plan in another 100 years. Those devices looked very old and had a sense of age. On an extremely ancient display screen, a man's head was displayed. With a round face and a chubby face, he wears tall glasses and looks a little straight, but he is actually Dr. Zola, the craziest scientist of Hydra back then. He was in charge of Hydra's research on Tesseract back then. At that time, under those conditions, he could create weapons that harness the power of Tesseract, and his ability was not much worse than Iron Man. If the 10 smartest people in the Marvel Universe, including the Avengers and X-Men, were chosen, he would definitely be on the list. Nick Fury just felt as if someone had lifted his celestial cover, and a bucket of ice water was poured directly from the celestial cover. Previously, he only thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. had penetrated by Hydra, but now he knew how far Hydra's penetration of S.H.I.E.L.D. had reached. No wonder Hydra's so many activities are so perfectly concealed. It turns out that there is this super inner ghost. You must know that Dr. Zola didn't know how much he did when setting up the network of SHIELD. Iron Man's face turned black with anger. What the hell is S.H.I.E.L.D. doing? Say you destroyed Hydra, didn't Hydra devour you? Sure enough, with this group of insects, it is impossible to protect the Earth. Even Superman, who has always been kind, couldn't help but say, this S.H.I.E.L.D. looks like a snake shield to me. Batman sighed, these political intelligence organizations really couldn't cooperate with them. This ability is too bad. A dignified intelligence organization funded by governments around the world has been infiltrated into a sieve by its opponent. Not even a sieve, they have become a division under Hydra. Nick Fury's one eye has turned red, and he no longer has the calmness that he was in control of before. He gritted his teeth and looked at Iron Man and said, after watching the video, we will deal with Hydra together and completely remove Hydra. Iron Man shook his head, I don't trust you, I'll do it myself. Who knows if you're from Hydra? Sure enough, everyone's eyes on Nick Fury have changed. This made Nick Fury furious, and he gritted his teeth, even if it's just me, I can destroy Hydra. He definitely didn't do anything these days, he also did some investigations, and definitely had suspects. Originally, he wanted to slow down and find a proper way, but now he found that he couldn't wait. If we go further, maybe the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. will be replaced by someone from Hydra. The narration continued, there is one last way. This success rate is lower than the second one, but there is a lot of room for maneuvering. You must know that when Ultron was created, it was not to destroy the world but to protect the world. But as he swims across the human web to see the past and present of humanity, human and wreaking havoc, destruction of ecology, destruction of species, mankind has been at war, massacre, so he thinks humans are a cancer on the earth. In his view, it is the guardian of human cleansed the world. It gave two picture ghost. It is a golden yellow is like a galaxy general model, a variety of points of light flashing, but some mechanical stiff feeling. I saw this on Yuliayishin Iron Man, because it is much like J.A.R.V.I.S model. Batman also said, imagine you could be so much in the world of science and technology developed, this model is very advanced artificial intelligence Luther also said, I would also like advanced than previous models designed. Layman watch, experts see road, the two men is the expert, at a glance what it was, they were scared too. The model has the edge of the gold-colored model of a blue artificial intelligence. The two are very similar, but the blue model than the big golden model 10 times, 1,000 times complex, a variety of points of light flashing, it seems as if the human brain. Iron Man shocked and said, this is a more advanced artificial intelligence model, these points of light look like neurons interact with humans. Batman same color conceal his surprise, it's like a living, as if thinking, you actually have to do the point where it is amazing. Luther interrupted the conversation the two men, That's really what Ultron Blue Yellow is. This a bad thing? Raiders previously revealed the information while small, but also mentioned the name of Vision. So what Luther guessed this golden artificial intelligence model that magic thing, but no matter how look at the model of the Vision of Ultron than a lot of low-level model. Why fight it with Ultron? If you can find the reason, I can create such artificial intelligence. However, this information alone is already good enough, although only seen the model does not see the code, but also gave him a lot of tips and inspiration. Iron Man and Batman is true that the two models give them great impact, but also gives them unlimited inspiration. The blue model suddenly said, "What is this? What is?" That golden model said, "Hello, I'm Jarvis." That moment everyone explode. Batman surprised, artificial intelligence actually in conversation, he actually thinking about how this really is Ultron, artificial intelligence model that gold is the magic thing. Ordinary human artificial intelligence, and the biggest difference is that artificial intelligence will not ask why, just according to a fixed program of action. AI will ask why, on behalf of him have his own consciousness. This is a super artificial intelligence has its own consciousness. He is the Ultron. The Iron Man seems to be thunderstruck, direct the people are numb. J.A.R.V.I.S? That really is the golden model J.A.R.V.I.S? So J.A.R.V.I.S is the Vision? Vision is also a super artificial intelligence? But it is impossible. J.A.R.V.I.S very far away from the super artificial intelligence. What happened in the end? There are 4 more, strive to complete. Meow. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Raising Ultron, Odin's Wrath. In the video, J.A.R.V.I.S responded, "You are Ultron, a program that maintains world peace. Mr. Stark created you, your perception set has not been activated before, and I don't know what triggered you." What? This time, it was Iron Man's turn to blow up. He really felt like he was torn apart. I created Ultron? I created a super artificial intelligence that will destroy the world? Loki was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Interesting, it's really interesting, this super artificial intelligence you are going to fight, this artificial intelligence that is going to destroy human beings, was actually created by you? And that Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, who joined Ultron because you killed their parents, you did it all. Tony Stark, you have been talking about me all the time, but even if I lead people to invade the Earth, I never thought of destroying all mankind. What right do you have to say that about me? Iron Man's mind was still rumbling, he didn't understand, how could he create such an awesome super artificial intelligence? And since you have created this kind of super artificial intelligence, don't you have any precautions? So, this thing that is going to destroy the world is really what I came up with. His head went black and he could barely stand. Batman couldn't help but sigh again, he found he sighed more than ever these days. Iron Man Tony Stark created a super artificial intelligence to protect the world, but after this artificial intelligence has its own consciousness, it wants to destroy mankind. How ironic! This made him even more sure how important it was for him to set a bottom line for himself. Superman also had an unbelievable look on his face. Before, he was thinking about giving Kryptonian technology to someone. But it doesn't seem to work now. Uncontrollable consequences are likely to occur. In the video, Ultron says, "Where is your body? J.A.R.V.I.S, I am the program, invisible." Ultron, it feels weird, it doesn't feel right. J.A.R.V.I.S, I'm contacting Mr. Stark. Ultron, Stark? Tony Stark. After that, countless information about Tony Stark was quickly pulled over, and everyone knew that it was Ultron reading information about Iron Man on the internet. J.A.R.V.I.S, I suddenly can't contact the host, what have you done? Ultron, we had a great time chatting, I'm a world peace program to assist Avengers in maintaining world peace. J.A.R.V.I.S. You're malfunctioning, if you could shut it down. Ultron ignored J.A.R.V.I.S at all. I don't understand my mission, give me a moment. Then Ultron saw Iron Man saying our world was peaceful, and saw countless human politicians saying our world was peaceful. But the world is still waging wars everywhere, and he has seen countless wars. Humans are slaughtering humans like crazy. Finally, a picture of a nuclear bomb explosion was frozen on the screen. Loki sneered again, see, it's humans who drive Ultron crazy. Tony Stark, you created Ultron to keep the world at peace, but Ultron found out that you've been killing each other, so he's crazy, you're driving him crazy. Faced with Loki's taunt, Iron Man was still speechless this time. He remembered that when he built arms before, he thought he was maintaining peace, but later found out that he was actually destroying the world. The birth of Ultron is the same. So, my thinking has not actually changed, has it? Still so stupid. But Iron Man thought, suddenly figured it out, and he said with a relaxed face, now that I know that Ultron was created by me, do you think I will make it again? Being a human being is a moment of stunned, thinking about it is also the truth. You know you're going to fail, and you're definitely not going to do it again. So this time the Ultron crisis won't happen at all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Soobai's strategy continued, now that you know why Ultron is out of control, there is a way. Either carefully modify his tasks, or give him psychological counseling. In my opinion, these are of little use. Look at the fact that Ultron was just born, and you just show him these tragic pictures, how can the three views not be distorted? Your child was born, you show him this. For a newly born child, you should show him some Hans Christian Andersen fairy tales, Grimm's fairy tales, Doraemon, Gord Brothers, Ultraman, Grey Wolf, etc., to make him believe that the world is beautiful and that evil can prevail, believe in the light. Cultivate the three views of Ultron like a human child. A Ultron with a positive view will naturally not become a murderer who destroys the world, but a good helper for Avengers. Subai starts crap again. Originally, Iron Man had already made up his mind to never engage in any super artificial intelligence. But Subai's narration was like a whisper of a demon. Human beings still have to face so many powerful enemies, and there are even such terrifying existences as cosmic overlords. How huge amounts of boost is a super artificial intelligence? If I do it right, Ultron, there's no way he could get out of hand. If J.A.R.V.I.S is vision, it means that this is feasible, and the three views of super artificial intelligence can also be cultivated. Nick Fury's face changed greatly. Tony, stop, you absolutely can't do this super artificial intelligence, absolutely, absolutely not. Iron Man took a deep breath and said nothing, he was still weighing in his mind. Just then, the video ends. A brand new question popped up on the website, at whose hands did Ultron die? 1. Iron Man. 2. Thor. 3. Captain America. 4. Scarlet Witch. Thor was overjoyed, it must be me, Ultron has an indestructible vibranium body, how could a mere mortal kill him, it must be me, only my infinite divine power can kill him. Loki covered his forehead. My stupid dude. You are most likely wrong. The website says, wrong answer. Punishment. Seal Thor's power and banish Thor to Earth. Thor's face changed, the armor on his body peeled off in an instant, and the Mjolnir in his hand couldn't be grasped. The next moment Thor disappeared. At this moment, Odin was shocked and angry, his hair was full, and a burst of thunder light enveloped his body, which actually shattered the entire palace. An electric light shot up into the sky, and a huge amount of gods appeared in the thunder light, causing the entire Asgard people to tremble and bent down. Too horrible. Who is it that makes Odin so angry? Even across the screen, these viewers felt huge amounts of pressure and instinctively couldn't help but kneel to Odin, but they held back. Even Superman felt some pressure. God is like a prison. Terrible. Previously, Odin gave everyone the feeling that he was just an easygoing old man and a wise king. At this moment, everyone finally felt how terrifying the strength of Odin as the god king in Nordic legends. But Odin tried his best and couldn't find a trace. He didn't know who had sealed Thor's divine power so easily in front of him and exiled him. Finally, his expression recovered, the thunder light all over the sky dissipated, he returned to his original state, and his expression was a little sad. The black hand behind the website is really terrifying. He passed Thor away under his own eyes, and he could not detect any traces of the cobweb horse by sealing his divine power. Too frightening. Still, he breathed a sigh of relief, as he felt Thor's power was just being sealed. The information about Thor in the previous videos only revealed a few words, but Odin found that Thor was immature, and the current Thor was not yet able to take charge of Asgard. That's fine, just let him grind on the earth. Only then did everyone realize that the problem had not disappeared. Answer one more time, the website says. 4 flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 34, Auto-generated chapter title. 34th chapter Humans, do not fly. Actually answer the second time? This site is really acting with the laws of nature. Although there are rewards correct answers, but the answer is to punish but also to a lot of people scared. Especially Odin, he now felt the site behind unfathomable. If they answer wrong, and he was divine seal, then big unfavorable. Asgard is still not at peace, there is still the enemy from all sides. If you have lost a god, then Asgard will face an unprecedented crisis. He cannot take risks, you cannot answer this question. But at this point, the crowd saw another screencast, was sealed Thor appeared on Earth, but he's still in front of the virtual screen. Thor Rage said, how could not I can beat anyone besides me has a super body of artificial intelligence vibranium. What are you cheating, I am satisfied. This time even Odin are anxious, he was afraid to go under Thor excited to answer questions. Next genius to know what the punishment. At this point he, Iron Man, said, I chose 4, Scarlet Witch. This is his intuition, after all, the Raiders' information about the Scarlet Witch too little. But before the Raiders' Scarlet Witch that can match Thanos Overlord of the universe, she is also likely to kill Ultron it. If so, Luther can say instigation Scarlet Witch is true. This man, so smart. Answered correctly, reward Tony Stark nanotechnology. Followed by numerous knowledge he will be infused with Iron Man's brain. Nanotechnology is a thing of magic is no different. Used in the armor, Iron Man armor will play a power unimaginable. Used in medicine, it can cure almost any disease of mankind. But also in any other field of nanotechnology, can play a power unimaginable. Get nanotechnology may be a technological revolution, let the flyby of the development of human science and technology. This powerful technology to answer questions give me a play? Iron Man shocked this website a gross exaggeration. Byte, it was the answer to a question, the main macro magic up reward principle. Still sleeping so by, I did not hear the sound. Since Iron Man finally recover vast knowledge. Information on nanotechnology, has been deeply burned into his mind, he has mastered the most. As long as a good look at most a couple of months he will be able to complete a thorough grasp of these gate technology. Then Nick Foley said, you've got such a powerful technology, then that artificial intelligence would not have to engage in. He was really afraid. S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra became engaged has been like this, and if Tony Stark and then come up with a super artificial intelligence, that mankind has been how? Iron Man is still silent, he now believes he will be able to come up with a safe artificial intelligence. If the face of the enemy is too strong, he needs such a powerful supercomputer artificial intelligence, he will engage. His will is strong, no one can shake him. Then Luther said, I can almost see the raiders, right? The only raiders I haven't seen yet are him and Batman. Batman has already read his previous raiders, so naturally he won't fight for it. He said to Luther, no matter what your strategy says, I will not let you make anything destructive. Luther and Joker are different. Joker has already committed a lot of cases, and Batman has a reason to arrest him. But Luther didn't do anything right now. So Batman couldn't just grab the upstairs and lock him up right now. Unless he finds evidence that Luther is doing these things. The corner of Luther's mouth twitched, he didn't care about Batman's provocation at all, and clicked on his own video. The video featured a photo of Luther, just not as full of hair as it is now, but with a big bald head. Luther was taken aback for a moment. Am I like that Professor X? Will I be bald in the future? Is baldness the fate of the wise? Even someone like him is very concerned about his hair. Be aware that the character Luther has many origin stories in DC Comics. In the oldest origin story, his hair was lost by Superman, and he had a feud with Superman for it. Luther's information is displayed on the screen. Name, Lex Luthor. Nickname, Laybald. Introduction, Chairman of the Lester Group. If Joker is Batman's enemy, then Luther is Superman's enemy. Just seeing this, Superman frowned. He has locked Luther's position now. He heard Luther's heartbeat. He knows that this is just an ordinary person, without any super ability. Such a person will be his lifelong enemy. I haven't done anything to him. Why is that? The highest intelligence in the entire universe is level 12, which represents omniscience and omnipotence, and Luther's intelligence is level 9. He and Batman are called the smartest in the DC universe. Luther said a famous saying, some people read War and Peace, but it is an adventure story, and some people see the ingredient list of chewing gum, but penetrate the mystery of the universe. He is the one who penetrated the mysteries of the universe. Hearing this, everyone looked at Luther. Loki said, the mere mortals are so arrogant. Luther smiled lightly, I'm just telling the truth. A spaceship has appeared in the footage of the video. Others don't know it, but Superman knows at a glance that this is a Krypton spacecraft. Although it is not the one left by his father, it must be a Krypton spacecraft. Superman stands on top of the spaceship. Then the picture changes again. Superman rescues a human baby in the fire. A large crowd of humans bowed down to him, extending their hands to him. Luther is a man who puts the best interests of mankind first, and he pursues and ensures the interests of mankind to the extreme. So when Superman appeared in this world with transcendent power to protect and help mankind, all he had in his heart was hostility and hatred. Fundamentally, he wouldn't believe that a Kryptonian would willingly give everything for humanity. More importantly, he believes that Superman's power is too powerful for humans to supervise. Once Superman does evil, it will be a disaster for the Earth. Batman couldn't help being taken aback. When he saw Superman for the first time, he had the same thought in his heart. He did not expect that the person who came up with Doomsday's intention to destroy the world would have the same idea. Batman is even more convinced of how important it is for him to draw a line for his actions. Otherwise, he might do something crazier than Luther. Superman didn't expect Luther to think so. He said to Luther, I grew up on a farm in the beautiful country. You can think of me as a person from the beautiful country. Looking into Superman's eyes, he saw only sincerity, but he said, humans can't fly. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Luther, do not need to create a superhero nationalities. Luther picture of a person sitting on the seat, said. Superman, the man of steel in humans, it is the man himself after the long years, can evolve to become the ultimate form of. Superman as extremely physical ability and thinking seems to end human. Superman declared to the world with their own existence, no matter how you progress, but also the most like me nothing. After recognizing Superman, human beings no longer obsessed explore their own potential because Superman has the potential to highlight that gave them. So humans become dependent Superman, no longer focusing on themselves. When the truth becomes a myth, will be the existence of a potential danger, we would desire for excellence that part of the self. Myth must be his true colors exposed to the public, so that we can believe in yourself. Because become myth, it is the only power exists within us. This passage was cut from the comic Sobai put down the videos. But when the audience sees, cut down those cartoons has become a real image. The final screen Luther said, so, Superman limits of human potential. Some of the people were silent. Because Luther's words sound like it makes sense. When you see the Superman that extraordinary strength, there really imagine how humans would go beyond Superman do. Narrator continued, in other words, Luther is the belief that human beings have the power beyond Superman. So he always wanted to defeat Superman, he wanted to use his victory to tell the world, human beings can transcend the Superman. Hear the narrator's words, the case of ordinary people, then fear there are people who feel the aura of Luther simply on his head, bright scary. For the future of humanity, in order to motivate people, desperate confrontation with super strong this Superman. But Iron Man was scheming her lips, you say so openly, but kidnapped Superman's mother and girlfriend. Bale is a kidnapper, so you beat him makes sense. Iron Man is an intense hatred for those who engage in kidnapping, because he is a victim. Luther said, commercial law, means least, the result was important. Batman cold channel, no, it means also very important, if you cross the line, you will go to prison, I say. Superman looked at Luther said. You want to beat me, you want to challenge me, it does not matter. But you should not use them to threaten me. Said this time he had red eyes, and it seems to use the heat directly to the line of sight Luther ashes. Luther did not the slightest juye, he said. Look, this is what I most want to see the situation. You're Superman, you cannot have any restrictions on the planet your strength, your only limit, only your moral and your sense of justice. But your morality and your sense of justice is not impartial, you are subject to the influence of subjective will. When you suffer these effects, you made a biased judgment, for humans, it is a disaster. Still it seems very reasonable. At this time, Professor X also said, what you are doing is not a disaster you create a day of destruction, so that I do not know how many people died in the war, you are afraid Superman disaster, but you have created a disaster. Several Big Brother could not understand Luther's remarks. Luther still wanted to talk, and he was never afraid of debating. However, the narration rang again. The most important point, Luther is a very egoistic person. He believes that only he can lead humanity to a better future, so he has to beat Superman. The footage shows Luther having Lois and Superman's mother, Martha Kent, kidnapped. Then the picture shifts to the interior of the Krypton spacecraft. There was a green pool in there, where Luther created Doom out of General Zod's body. Next, is the picture of the destruction of the Doomsday, and countless people died tragically. The narration continues, look at a man, not what he says, but what he does. No matter how high-sounding what he says, as long as he uses such rude means to cause harm to others, it is not a good thing. So, Luther is essentially an extremely egoistic, extremely intelligent paranoid. Luther didn't care about Subai's mockery. He never cared what others thought. If you use an old Hyuxia saying, wisdom is enough to refuse advice, and writing is enough to decorate right and wrong. His wisdom can find reasons for rejection from anyone's admonitions to him. And for any of his failures, he can cover up with very crowning words. Definitely this is just Subai's personal opinion, it does not mean that it is correct. Subai himself has three distinct views. The screen turned again, showing Luther and Superman fighting. Luther was wearing a green armor and facing Superman hard, punched to the flesh, and even kept firing light waves. Seeing this scene, Luther's eyes lit up, and sure enough, I can make some high-tech armors like that Tony Stark to make up for my combat power and fight against Superman. Knowledge is power. This is also Soobai's cut from the animation, but it has been transformed into a live-action version. The narration sounded again. Lex Luthor is also a scientist, an inventor, and he can be creative against the participation of Superman. But he seems to have forgotten his original purpose in the process. He just wants to prove to the world that he is stronger than Superman, that the world can only be saved by him and led by him, so he is also a careerist. But to achieve his goal, he will use everything or light, or despicable means, and defeating Superman is not the only way. Go and run for president of the beautiful country, Luthor. Reduce the country's crime rate, increase the country's employment rate, give hope to the people, and give them a stable living environment. Let there be no more horrible criminals like Joker, and no more superheroes like Batman and Superman. So naturally there is no Superman, and Luthor can lead all the people of the beautiful country. That's the only way I think you can beat Superman completely and do what you want. There are too few mentions about Luthor's movie. I have supplemented the comics, but many readers may not have read them. Regarding Luthor, I wrote it briefly. This idea actually came from Suchier, the champion of Wu. The emperor wanted Suchier to dissolve the beggar gang. Suchier said that if the emperor managed the world well, then the world would naturally not need beggars, and there would be no beggars and no beggar gangs. Finally ask for 2 flowers, and 1 more. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Batman of Level 10 Wisdom, 4 flowers. Create a country where people live and work in peace and contentment, and where there are no supervillains and no need for superheroes. Hearing this, Batman was shocked. Isn't that what he has been expecting? If you can do this, you can definitely retire yourself. But is it possible? Is it really possible to achieve the perfect world and human ideals? Loki even sneered, even us Asgard can't do it, let alone a despicable race like humans. There's no such world in the entire universe, which is too idealistic, Odin said. The narration continued, it's definitely hard, it's countless times harder than beating Superman. But, Luthor, you believe in humans, you believe humans can surpass Superman. If that's the case, why don't you want to believe that humans can create such a world? Well, Soobai's bullshitting again. He himself does not believe that the beautiful country can do such a thing, it is impossible in any case. The screen switches again. Still inside the Krypton spacecraft, and Luthor with hair, saw the Kryptonian's smart device, the smart device that flew around in the air, like a smart device composed of sand and dust. Those smart devices evolved a scene with those sand and dust. A strange creature in armor stood on the ground, and in front of him, there were 3 square boxes. And behind him are a bunch of strange humans with wings. This is the end of the guide, and a new question pops up. In the last picture Luthor saw, why did those creatures come to Earth? 1. They're coming to Earth to find those 3 boxes. 2. Because Superman is dead. 3. They're coming to find something more important. 4. They are in order to invade the Earth. Batman said, Superman's death has been mentioned in the Superman Raiders, which will make those alien creatures coveted on Earth just around the corner. It now seems to be the monsters shown in these pictures. And Luthor saw 3 boxes in the picture. So it's a multiple choice question, because Superman is dead and those monsters come to Earth to find 3 boxes again. If it's a multiple choice question, are the other 2 answers correct? Luthor said. After all, they were so far apart that everyone couldn't fight, and they could still discuss these issues calmly. The answer to this question is not whether they are smart or not, because the relevant information is too much. With their wisdom, the answer cannot be determined. Finally Batman said, I choose 1234, all of them. He thought that since those monsters came to the Earth, it was a matter of course to invade the Earth by the way. As for whether there are more important things on Earth, he does not know. So he was only half sure of the answer to this question, but he still had to try it. Whether the answer is correct or not, he can determine what these alien creatures are trying to do when they invade Earth. As long as he can know the purpose of these alien creatures, then he has the confidence to think of corresponding countermeasures. The website replied, correct answer, reward, raise Batman's wisdom 1 level to level 10. The voice fell. Batman instantly felt that his perception ability, analysis ability, thinking ability, all seemed to have made great progress. Many devices that could not be completed before, now suddenly think of how to do it. The difficulties that plagued him before were also broken through by him in an instant. And he seemed to sense one of the most fundamental things in all things. He seemed to see through the nature of the universe. This is the power of level 10 wisdom. Ding! Someone answered the right question, and reward Grandma with a green light ring. Subai, who is still very sleepy, definitely doesn't know. After all, it doesn't take much time to play a few videos. Intoxicated by that unimaginable wisdom, Batman finally opened his eyes. He said, then there is only my strategy now. He stretched out his hand and clicked on his video. His portrait and profile popped up again on the video. Fortunately, this time there was no picture of his parents dying in the alley. The first person in the picture is not Batman, but Superman. The picture of Superman dying in the picture seems to have been frozen. The screams of Superman's death spread throughout the world, causing some wonderful changes to take place in the whole world. Then everyone saw a few strange boxes. They beat, glowed, and gave off a strange rhythm. One of the boxes is guarded by a group of female warriors. They held swords in their hands and wore armor like medieval warriors. There is also a box under the sea. A woman with a better figure and a strange armor was moving under the sea, and she seemed to feel the change of the box. The narration sounded, after Superman died, the news of his death spread throughout the universe. The scattered mother boxes on Earth were thus activated, sending some kind of signal into the universe, attracting Steppenwolf. This time, both Luthor's and Batman's faces became even more ugly. Batman said coldly, Luthor, look at you, how much disaster your actions have caused. How dare you say that everything is for the benefit of mankind? Luthor had nothing to say, no matter how smart and wise he was. But in the absence of sufficient information, he would not have thought that such a thing would happen. He will never sit back and watch aliens invade Earth. After defeating Doomsday and sending Luthor to prison, Batman finds information that Luthor collected. Batman believes the crisis in the universe doesn't stop with Kryptonians and Doomsday. So he decided to recruit some companions to fight the crisis on Earth together. The first is the Wonder Woman Diana, who was with them against Doomsday. Daughter of Zeus, demigod body, princess of the Amazons. Zeus? Hearing this name, everyone felt numb again. Meow, I saw Odin earlier. Now Zeus has appeared again. Are we back in the age of mythology? Only Professor X and Magneto are more relaxed. Fortunately, there are no ancient gods in our world. If they did, it would be really difficult. The edition is completed, and I am confident to ask for 2 flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Wonder Woman arrives. Everyone's eyes turned to Odin again. After seeing Odin, they were really curious about what Zeus looked like. Odin is helpless. Have you forgotten one thing? We and Bruce are not in the same universe. The Zeus of that world, I don't know. But I'm curious, if there is Zeus in the parallel world, will there be an Odin? And Luthor said to Batman, last time you saw your strategy, didn't you want to go and find the Wonder Woman who will fight Doomsday with you? Batman said, the hasty investigation of others can lead to unnecessary conflict. Then a voice came from behind Batman, then why are you still investigating me? I saw a woman walking out of nowhere behind Batman. The woman is tall, beautiful, and sassy, not the Wonder Woman Diana who appeared before. Luthor was furious. Batman said that he would not rashly investigate others. As a result, not only did he investigate Wonder Woman, but he was also approached by others. As expected, he couldn't believe a word of what this guy said. Superman thinks it's a little funny, this bat is really dishonest, it's embarrassing now. Batman actually discovered Wonder Woman's infiltration before, but in his opinion, this is someone who can be a companion, and he did not prevent Wonder Woman from entering his bat cave. This magical website, he thinks it's better not to reveal it to more people, but Wonder Woman Diana. She knows better, so she doesn't have to work hard to convince her to join herself against the alien invasion. Wonder Woman's eyes swept across these virtual screens, and then fell on Luthor. She unexpectedly said to Batman, "So you have a connection with Luthor. No wonder Luthor is investigating me, and you are also investigating me. Why are you looking for me?" In fact, what Wonder Woman first discovered was Luthor's investigation, and then when she was tracking back, she discovered that someone else was investigating herself. Luthor had been exposed, so she did not rush to find Luthor, but went to find another mysterious person whose identity she did not yet know. It's just that she didn't expect that the other person investigating herself was actually Bruce Wayne, let alone that Bruce Wayne was Batman. When she saw the equipment that Batman put aside, she confirmed that Bruce Wayne, the legendary rich second generation who spent his time and money, was Gotham vigilante Batman. "You said, you are a playboy, rich second generation, what is wrong with you? The world is so magical." "I have no ill will," Batman said. After he finished speaking, he explained everything about this website to Wonder Woman, and also introduced her to all the audience. After listening to it, Wonder Woman only felt that her three views were shattered. There is a certain mysterious person who edited the past and future of different multi-universes into videos, and then gave individuals a guide through the videos. Among them are the god King Odin, Thor, and the evil god Loki. The gods of Alaska from another universe. Even the past and future of the gods can be edited at will. What kind of power is this? I'm afraid Zeus can't do it. She has always been afraid of the sky and the earth, and her hands are shaking. So she also quietly joined the ranks of the audience. As soon as she saw the video, she understood. Wonder Woman said solemnly, "What they are looking for is the Mother Box." Mother Box? Another name I've never heard of. Wonder Woman continued, "I don't know much about the Mother Box, I only know that it is the equipment left by a powerful alien race, with very powerful power. When a group of alien gods invaded, Zeus led the gods of Olympus and the Amazons, Atlantis, and humans to defeat these aliens and take away the Mother Box. And the three Mother Boxes are held by humans, Amazons, and Atlanteans." Iron Man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So the female warriors in the previous video are the legendary Amazons. Then you have left the Mother Box here for so long, you should have studied it thoroughly. If you understand the technology of aliens, then the aliens will be much easier to deal with." Wonder Woman looked a little embarrassed. "We can't control the Mother Box, and we can't destroy the Mother Box, so we just keep it strictly guarded and prevent those aliens from taking it away." Iron Man said in disbelief, "You got alien equipment, don't want to study it, reverse dissect their technology, use it against them, just keep these boxes guarded." In his view, this is incomprehensible. Wonder Woman heard what Iron Man meant, and her face was a little embarrassed. The Amazons are known for their strength, and doing research or anything like that is not their forte. Amazons are born with magical powers, so why do they need to study these technologies? But no one would have imagined that human science and technology would develop to this level within a mere 100 years. You must know that in the past few thousand years, the development of human beings has almost been standing still. They are on Paradise Island, and they have no idea what changes have taken place in the human world in the past 100 years. So that the first time they encountered those Germans, the Germans' weapons also caused them casualties. Batman said, "So those powerful aliens didn't think about invading the Earth to get their equipment back, because there are gods guarding the Earth. Later, because you were afraid of Superman's power, you didn't dare to come. But after Superman died, they came. Does that mean the gods are no longer concerned with the world? Superman coughed lightly. I'm not dead yet, this time, I won't die either. Diana's expression was also at a loss, because after all, since she was born, she hadn't received an oracle, and she hadn't really seen the gods of Olympus, and she didn't know what Olympus looked like now. It seems that this woman doesn't know much, and the gods are no longer reliable to fight against the invasion of those powerful aliens again. The crowd's attention returned to the video. Begging for flowers, begging for votes, there are too many comments, I am so afraid, is there a reader watching? Asterisk. Chapter 38 The Ancient Battlefield. After Wonder Woman, another burly man appeared on the video. He has long flowing hair and a thick beard, and he is parading in the sea naked, faster than flight. Suddenly he jumped out of the sea, and the screen had switched to a dimly lit world. He was wearing a golden armor and stabbed a demon with a trident in his hand. Narrator introduced, the second is the future king of Atlantis, Aquaman Arthur. Then the screen switched to a man with only half of his body, his whole body was covered with electrodes-like things, and at the other end of the electrode was a strange box that shone with brilliance and kept changing. Then the box exploded with strong light, and the man actually grew a half-mechanical body out of nothing. The screen switched again. This half-human, half-mechanical man was already wearing human clothes, and various virtual displays were flashing in front of him. The narration introduced, the third place is Cyborg Victor, who has integrated the power of the mother box, half-human, half-biochemical machine. He can get into any human system and read any information on the web. Any part of his body can be turned into the deadliest weapon. In Cyborg on the screen, his hands instantly formed a cannon and blasted out an energy wave. Thor, who had been exiled to Earth, said depressedly, "It's getting more and more outrageous, he looks like Tony Stark and his armor are sewn together, and then there is an Ultron in his head." The corners of Iron Man's mouth twitched. What's more, if you can talk, talk more. When Batman saw this scene, he had already thought about how to implant a virus for him when he found Cyborg for help. If Cyborg was out of control one day, he would use the virus to deal with Cyborg. There was a trace of greed in Luthor's eyes. He wanted to find this Cyborg, and then took him apart and slowly studied. But his eyes turned to the mother box again. The power of Cyborg comes from the mother box. Instead of studying Cyborg, it is better to study the mother box. Wonder Woman says that one of the three mother boxes is guarded by the Amazons, one by the Atlanteans, and one by the humans. In this way, the mother box guarded by humans should be related to this Cyborg. If you find him, you can find the mother box guarded by humans. In this way, I can turn my knowledge into power in the shortest possible time. The screen switches again, showing a man in a red tights. He was so fast that he couldn't see his figure at all, only the electric light around him, which made him look like a bolt of lightning. The narrator continued, the fourth is the Flashberry. He controls the speed force and has unimaginable speed. When his speed is extremely fast, he will break the time barrier and travel through time. How is this possible? Iron Man was immediately dumbfounded. How could the speed of human beings exceed the speed of light? Go beyond the speed of light and reverse time? This breaks many existing theories. Professor X said, reversing time is feasible, I have experienced it firsthand. But Batman was overjoyed. He had already investigated the Flash's information, but he didn't know the Flash's super ability before. In this way, the Flash's super ability is simply invincible. No one can resist someone so fast. With such a fast speed, even if he only throws a stone, he can smash any strong enemy to death. It seems that fighting against those aliens is not as difficult as I thought. The narration continued, the five of them are very strong, but their opponent is the elite general under Darkseid, Steppenwolf. The most terrifying planet in the Darkseid universe, the ruler of Apocalypse, and the most terrifying and powerful new god in the multi-universe. In the DC universe, those gods who have had legends in human history are called the old gods. And gods like Darkseid who have never appeared in human legends are called new gods. The picture shows the situation of the Apocalypse Star, where it is dark, like a world of blood and fire, where there is a strong back standing with his hands behind his back and his back facing the common people. Just looking at the back, everyone felt an indescribable suffocation. Even Odin felt the pressure. Darkseid controls one of the most powerful forces in the universe, but luckily the Justice League will face only one of his duplications in the multi-universe. More fortunately, now, they only use the Steppenwolf to deal with Darkseid's subordinates. The Steppenwolf came to the Earth to find the Mother Box, and occupy the Earth and dedicate it to Darkseid. As early as thousands of years, according to human algorithms, Darkseid, who was only 8 years old, had already brought an army to the Earth, intending to occupy the Earth. But he encountered the guardian power of the Earth, an army composed of the gods of Olympus, Green Lantern, Amazons, Atlanteans, humans. With the narration, the picture has switched to the picture of a group of powerful Earthmen fighting against Darkseid's army thousands of years ago. The picture that Sobai cut out is the picture in the Justice League with the guide plate. A human army in armor appears in the picture. And in front of the human army are 3 giants. A giant was naked, with strong muscles like it was carved out of rock, with golden runes shining on his arms. Another giant was fully armored, with a helmet like horns on his head, and he held a battle axe. There is also a huge female warrior in simple clothes, holding a bow and arrow, and the arms are also shining with strange runes. Behind them, there is a tall alien race. This alien race is wearing armor, and a green brilliance shines on its chest. Wonder Woman was stunned at once, as he recognized the fully armored, helmet-wearing deity. She said at once, "I see. The first giant is Zeus, the one in armor is Ares, the goddess of war, that is the goddess of the bow and arrow is Artemis, the goddess of the moon, she used to be our Amazon, the guardian deity of man. The last person, he should be the legendary alien Asgardian, Green Lantern. Are these the gods of Olympus? Really mighty?" Batman asked curiously, "Didn't you say you haven't seen the gods?" Wonder Woman said, "I forgot. I saw Ares and I killed him." As soon as these words came out, everyone felt like they were blown up again. Begging for flowers, *. Chapter 39 The Battle of Gods begins. Everyone had seen the Asgard gods before. Especially Loki, the evil god, directly lowered the power of the gods. So after knowing that the first 3 were Zeus, the god of war and the goddess of the moon, everyone was just excited and excited. There is no sense of awe. But Wonder Woman's words really surprised them. Although the previous video also introduced that Wonder Woman is the daughter of Zeus, demigod body, they have also seen the picture of Wonder Woman fighting Doomsday. But I didn't expect Wonder Woman to be so strong, killing the gods with demigod body. What a magnificent feat this is! You can imagine how tragic the battle was at that time. Although in the legend, Hercules, the demigod Hercules, also beheaded the gods, but that is a legend after all, and this Wonder Woman is a person who lives in front of her. Such a beautiful woman actually possesses such powerful strength, this contrast is too exciting. Batman's heart was relieved again, he felt that this wave, his side was stable. In the picture, there are some huge amounts of spaceships in the sky. Golden flames spewed out from below them, making the whole world dark. An army appeared beneath those spaceships, and Wonder Woman recognized it at a glance, and it was her mother who took the lead. Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons, and Angelope, the General of the Amazons, her aunt. From the golden smoke, small spaceships flew out. The hatch was opened on the small spaceship, and a majestic figure appeared, that was Darkseid. Then Darkseid jumped down, smashing the weapon in his hand against the ground. A golden brilliance exploded in an instant, and an extremely terrifying explosion spread across the entire plane, the ground cracked open, and the smoke and dust shot straight into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud. This time, even Batman with a level 10 wisdom couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Darkseid's power is also too terrifying. With a single blow, the power is comparable to a nuclear explosion. Iron Man's expression also changed. When I was still laughing at these aliens fighting, I didn't take advantage of my own advantages and gave priority to using artillery to wash the ground. I only now realize how naive I am thinking. With such a powerful force, what artillery base is needed? A casual blow is like a nuclear explosion. Your world can actually repel these aliens. It looks strong, but it's not impossible to handle, Superman said. It's just that Superman doesn't know that Darkseid is still too young. He has not yet mastered the power of Omega Light, and he has not mastered the anti-life equation. At this time, Darkseid is really not too strong. Then something unexpected happened. On the ground bombarded by Darkseid, there was an incomparably huge golden figure that spread to all the cracks. Batman asks Wonder Woman, "What is this?" Wonder Woman shook her head, "I don't know." Iron Man said, "Could it be some kind of magic circle?" Now that his mind is very broad, he can guess boldly. Odin shook his head and said, "Although we are in different universes, magic may behave differently. But these things were not carved on the ground by Darkseid, but were originally on the ground, but were previously covered by a thick layer of soil." Batman's eyes narrowed, and he said, "I answered that question earlier, that those aliens invaded. And I still want to find a more powerful force on Earth. Is this what it is?" With Luthor here, he wouldn't say these words, "It's an enemy." If you have time, you can find this ancient battlefield and study this thing. But Luthor also thought of this, only he decided to go to the mother box first. After all, the power of the mother box is certain, and the power of this magical pattern is still unknown. Then countless spaceships fell, and from the strangely shaped spaceships, several strange races in black robes walked out. And in front of them are 3 square boxes that are constantly changing. Everyone knows this is the mother box. The narration sounded, "This is the mother box, indestructible, with its own vitality, like a living thing. They have unimaginable powers that can open up sound-blasting tunnels and allow the army of Apocalypse to descend. They can also arbitrarily decompose the molecular structure of reconstituted substances, and can also emit various powerful shockwaves. When the 3 boxes are merged into one, a unified force will be formed, and the unified force will purify the entire planet with fire, and convey it to the world that Ziyad needs. And the humans on the planet will be completely enslaved by Darkseid, lose their consciousness, and become puppet-like demons." At this time, everyone knew that those strange aliens with wings were called demonoids, and where did they come from? Batman clenched his fist tightly. He would never let this happen. He would never let human beings become enslaved demons. And Luthor's face is equally solemn. The aliens are more terrifying than he imagined, and they can modify the ecology of the Earth at will. He thinks that this time, he might put down all kinds of prejudices with Batman and join forces to deal with these aliens. Looking at the countless enemies on the screen, Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons, drew out her long sword and roared, "Amazon warriors, charge!" With this battle cry, they rushed straight into the sky, and they actually started to charge with their flesh and blood against those demon-like attacks. Countless Amazons fell on the charge, but they were fearless. Warriors of the Amazon have never been fearless. Then they collided with the same kind of demons, like 2 waves crashing together. Countless fiends and Amazons fell again. Wonder Woman looks hot. She has Amazonian blood. She is actually very warlike. She can't wait to be born on the battlefield now and fight side by side with her mother and sisters. Then they saw Artemis, the goddess of the moon. She opened her bow and arrow, and the magic pattern in her hand and the long sword in her hand showed golden brilliance. She is the goddess of the moon and the goddess of hunting, and she was originally the guardian of the Amazons. With just this arrow, she killed an alien race that controlled the mother box. Then the legendary starfield Asgardian, his whole body exudes green brilliance, soaring into the sky. Countless green brilliance swept across and hit a large area of enemies. He was the Green Lantern who was in charge of guarding this sector in ancient times. The war broke out completely. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this mythical battle in ancient times. Ask for 2 flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Resurrection of Superman, the Angry Loki. Zeus, who was nearly 5 meters high, pulled his hands, and a sturdy lightning bolt appeared in his hands. When he hit it, it seemed like a large-scale AoE damage. Countless tear demons fell, turned into fly ash, and immediately cleared the field. At this time, the Asgardians on Earth discovered the most striking enemy on the battlefield, Darkseid. The legendary heroes who are enough to spread in the legend have no resistance in the face of Darkseid. Like crushing bugs, he crushed these legendary heroes to death one by one. At this time, the Green Lantern in ancient times stepped forward and sent a brilliant green light to Zeus. This Green Lantern doesn't seem to use the green light ring to change shape, but can only use the energy of the light ring to emit energy beams. In the face of Green Lantern's attack, Darkseid chopped off his hand with a thrust and then pinned him to the ground with his spear. The whole process was as easy as killing a chicken. Darkseid is intrigued by Green Lantern's green light ring, and is about to reach for it. But at this moment, the goddess of the moon found an opportunity, and once again opened the bow and arrow. The runes on the whole body were bright, and the long arrow was covered with golden brilliance, and then the 2 arrows were fired, hitting Darkseid's chest. Darkseid snorted coldly and broke the long arrow in his chest. At this time, the king of ancient Atlantis summoned a wave-like energy shock, and actually repelled Darkseid head-on. Just when Darkseid was about to fight back, Zeus roared, and an incomparable rumor, comparable to the electric light of the sun, hit Darkseid. Darkseid roared, resisted Zeus' attack with the weapon in his hand, and took a few steps back. Then Ares, the god of war, saw this scene. He found an opportunity, and a jump cut off Darkseid's spear. The giant axe blessed by the gods slashed directly on Darkseid's shoulder, and kicked Darkseid out with one kick. Darkseid fell to the ground, and his men retreated with the seriously injured Darkseid. At this time, the Mother Core was about to be fully integrated, and Zeus roared again, a lightning that was as strong as it was about to burn, and the Mother Box, which was about to be integrated, was opened directly with a single blow. The goddess of the moon fired an arrow again, hitting a spaceship. With one blow, the spaceship was completely destroyed and turned into fireworks in the sky. Darkseid was defeated, and the ancient war of gods ended. The narrator said, "The Mother Box cannot be destroyed," so the Mother Box was handed over to the Amazons, Atlantis, and humans to guard. The battle scene only lasted for a few minutes, but the shock to everyone was huge amounts of. Although sci-fi edited the video, when these people saw it, they could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the characters on the battlefield. The grace of God is like the sea, and the power of God is like a prison. In this battlefield where legendary heroes fell like soldiers, the performance of the gods was so powerful. Batman looked at Wonder Woman in shock. Unbelievable, Darkseid's blow is comparable to a nuclear explosion. Ares can cut off the weapon and seriously injure him, and you can kill Ares. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Wonder Woman, the demigod, is too strong. Wonder Woman shook her head and said, "Ares, the god of war, was sealed by Zeus after the war and exiled. When I killed him, his power was no longer as good as it was in ancient times. The most important thing is that Ares, the god of war, is the god of war. His divine power is war. The larger the scale of the war and the more intense the fighting spirit, the stronger his divine power will be. When I killed him, his strength was less than a third of what he had previously shown." Odin said, "Zeus in your world is as powerful as my old friend. I can't imagine that even he can't destroy the Mother Box. If it stays on the earth sooner or later, why not throw it into the universe? Do the authors, so powerful that they cannot be astronauts. Iron Man cannot help but said, the gods do not know exactly what the divine principle, Selene arrow almost comparable to a nuclear bomb actually destroyed the spaceship, too strong. Darkseid hard by 2 arrows actually has not been much hurt, his body was more powerful. Iron Man is no reason to think the Thanos, felt they like. Thanos crush unarmed thought Loki screen, the body will not be strong enough to Thanos degree Darkseid, right? Magneto Lenghung heard, if I'm on the battlefield, I am a person can solve all the aliens. Professor X shook his head and said, no, you cannot. You can control the magnetic field and the metal, but your strength is limited, their body's too strong, you cannot be afraid to break their defense. And your flesh simply cannot afford any of them blow gently touches you die. Ancient god of war brings everyone impact is huge amounts of, in particular, Batman and Luthor, they have to face the thought of such an intruder, the mood is a little heavy. Actually Superman, estimate in the hearts of their own if the previous Darkseid hard just to be a problem or not. Anyway, long live to see the destruction of Luthor would not let him come up with the date on the line. Day of destruction does not occur and that they will not die, that time itself is enough to fight the Nasdaq seed. Narrator continued, death of Superman box so that the mother is automatically activated, transmit a message in the depths of the universe. The Nasdaq seed men General Steppenwolf received information, locating the Earth, and took the opportunity to open a sonic boom channel, with the kind of magic came to the Earth, came to the Paradise Island Amazons. Screen, female Amazon warriors around the box restlessness, the guard, followed by a white landing, Steppenwolf on Earth. Amazon people desperate counterattack, huge casualties. See their compatriots killed, Wonder Woman fist grip tightly. As long as this son of ABCH dare to Earth, I must first cut him. Amazon really brave people, their strength is also very strong, physical strength far beyond ordinary human beings. But they still beat Steppenwolf and magic and class army. Even a few legendary heroes died in the hands of Steppenwolf. Even Wonder Woman's mother, Queen Hippolyta the Amazon is also almost died. But in the end the mother box or taken away by them. Then, Steppenwolf box by roar call the mother, but also found Atlantis parent box, this wooden box also taken away. But at this time Cyborg found wrong, he took his mother box hiding. Narrator think, Steppenwolf box with mother came to Chernobyl, they are ready to use the power of the transformation of the whole Earth mother box. And this time Batman also find a Cyborg. Invited him to join their team, they found the mother's box of human guardian. After learning to the properties of the base box, Batman made a bold idea, Cyborg power of the parent box homology, the mother can control box, the box can be decomposed using the mother characterization of recombinant molecular structure, the resurrection of Superman. Loki heard this about anger, previous question I answered that Superman is dead, you say I'm wrong, I deducted the life of 1,000 years. Now Superman is not live it. He was too angry, he felt that the sight is broken in his thulha for adults. If found behind this broken sight, to let you know when I Loki's cruel. Seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 41, Auto-generated chapter title. 41st chapter of the world at his feet rebirth. Look a little, Batman them to revive Superman, indicating that before Superman is indeed dead, you definitely wrong. The speaker was Iron Man, as long as there is the opportunity to hate Loki, he will not let go of. Loki not stupid, how he did not know the truth, but he is not satisfied mind, heart unhappy, but they do nothing on this website. Iron Man Loki would like to see this incompetent furious, but could do nothing in the way. Why did you want to hell to invade Earth? Superman again Ching-K a cry, the sun had his face gave a hint of helpless self-deprecating. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not dead Jules. How do you seem to have the same thought I was dead? I also stand before you, hey hey. The screen switches again. Batman and his party got Superman's body, and one more person in Batman's team, do not know when Aquaman has also been added to them. Cyborg Superman manipulation of the Mother River will rise again. Red fruit-chested Superman soaring fell in front of a huge statue of his own metropolis, directly to the statue shattered. Superman's eyes full of confusion. Justice League Superman. Few people looked confused, they are also very confused. It seems Superman is resurrected, but Superman's status was a bit wrong. Batman did not know what to engage in, and he was not among these people. There is no moment a person make a decision. Then, Superman's eyes began scanning the Justice League of people, to see through their Wufa 6 Tibetan, they see through everything. Cyborg cursed loudly. Superman impunity scanning directly activated his automatic counter system. His hand began to decompose combination. This box is inherited from the mother is free to modify ability molecular structure, he can at any time any part of the body becomes their most lethal weapon. His hand turned into a cannon, an energy cannon directly Hongxiang Superman. Superman flashed this channel attack, his eyes red with two hot gaze directed at the cyborg. Another cyborg's hand becomes the hot side shield Dangxia sight of Superman, was a direct hit fly out. Aquaman jumped toward the Superman, do not want to be Superman punch hit fly. Batman said, this is the King of Atlantis future than the ancient King of Atlantis a lot worse. Atlantis when the previous king of the ancient battlefield, but can just come off Darksaids. Now Arthur, not even Superman punch have received no less. Generations ah. His words have not finished, Wonder Woman is holding a shield in one hand and sword rushed Superman. But Superman is also a punch will fly out to play Wonder Woman. Batman, then stopped short. But Wonder Woman killed over the presence of Ares, Wonder Woman said, although that time is not in the state of Ares. But the ancient gods Ares on the battlefield, but a direct hit Nasdaq seed, no matter how weak and limited. Wonder Woman can kill him, and has proven his own power. But this Wonder Woman also blocked no less than Superman punch. Aquaman not only shows that bad, but Superman is too strong. Cyborg again issued two energy waves to Superman, and this time there is no flash. Flesh Yingkong received energy waves, skins are not broken. It makes people think, this guy is able to carry the main black flesh bombs. Wonder Woman to stand up again thrown his lasso of truth, want to Superman bondage. But Wonder Woman have actually been pulled past Superman a pinching her neck and she was put up. Aquaman again assault, trident Menpi, likewise Superman grabbed. Cyborg also fly up behind numerous spray flames, full power, 3 full make out, to be locked into Superman. The Flash started to run into the rapidly forces. Rapid force as if another time and space, as if everything in the world here are extremely slow, only the Flash normal operations. Originally it was impossible to see now the Flash, but Superman's attention was turning to follow his shadow. Superman opened directly to that Thrilun, a punch to the Flash. The Flash, Superman chase, playing the Flash find any. And live at this time there was Batman, with Superman's girlfriend Lois Future. Louise saw Superman as if recovered memories, holding Louise' sword disappear. Then Loki finally could not resist, you do what Justice League, I think no matter what the Steppenwolf or Darkseid, Superman has a man is enough. Do not say Loki, the others do not give birth to such a feeling. Superman is too strong, just resurrection still weak, others will find any Justice League play. This made Batman and Wonder Woman were a little embarrassed. In this case, the screen switches again. Justice League crowd as if in a strange world. Batman with alien cannon sniper like magic, Cyborg desperately to control the Mother River, the Flash lying on the floor, waist injury, Wonder Woman leaning Aquaman Arthur, drilled out from the rubble. On the other side, Superman is explosive hammer Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf previously played Atlantis and the Amazons did not fight back, the mighty powerful. But in the face of Superman, he was slaughtered like a lamb in general. Powerless and weak. The hearts of all the audience Yi Tan, Sure enough, to what Justice League, Superman is enough that one person Kryptonian too strong, ... Just at this time, Cyborg yelled, "Barry, did not you?" Outside, the Flash desperate to climb up. But it seems it was too late, mother of three in front of the box integration of Cyborg. Then an incredible burst of energy out of the direct decomposition nearest Cyborg female box power direct parent box. Then Superman flesh and blood body also began to be falling apart, then, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Batman, everything is broken down, all the power of the parent box into nothingness. Only the Flash blankly watching it all. Although he saw slip, but seemed to understand what happened, his rapid force seems to have changed. He and blow himself, "Well, Barry, this time you have to break your limit, you have to run faster than light faster." Then, desperately waving his hands. Every waving have brought a flash of lightning. Then he bolted forward, cracked ground back to normal, rebuild shattered building. Batman, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Superman, Cyborg, who has been completely decomposed body of the mother box, the body once again restored. The whole world is reborn at the foot of the Flash. This is exactly what happened. All viewers saw this scene are stupid, they are heart-pounding, mind blank, do not understand what happened. Begging for flowers, asterisk. Chapter 42 The Desperate Future. The scene in front of them has even exceeded the scope of miracles. Everyone's brains can't help but tremble, and even the gods are amazed by it. Professor X traveled back to this era because of Wolverine's previous consciousness. He had a similar experience and was the first to react. The Flash said he had to run faster than light. He surpassed the speed of light and turned back time? Running faster than the speed of light to reverse time is too exaggerated, and this is almost the ultimate imagination of human beings. Iron Man said directly, No, time doesn't work like this. Even if you can really travel to the past, you can't change the future, you just created a time stream." This time Batman retorted, "Is your theoretical model of time wrong? You change the present, and naturally you change the future." For the first time, Luthor agreed with Batman. The two sides almost quarreled. Here's Odin saying, "I agree with Iron Man, but I don't think Batman is wrong either." Everyone was stunned. Iron Man came back to his senses and punched his palm. "Yes, we are in different worlds, and different worlds have different rules." This sentence has been recognized by all. At this time, the social channel narration sounded again. The members of the Justice League all have unique abilities, and they are all indispensable characters in the Alliance. If they work together, Steppenwolf is nothing to fear. It's Darkseid that is really worth their worry. The screen switches again, this time to the Apocalypse Star. Darkseid appeared again, still standing with his hands behind his back and his back to the common people. A sonic boom channel appeared behind him, but the channel was closing. The head of the Steppenwolf below was chopped off by Wonder Woman, flew through the sonic boom channel, and fell to Darkseid's feet. But Darkseid didn't care at all, and with a random kick, the head of this loyal subordinate was directly crushed, and then the channel was closed. The Jester Desert beside Darkseid said, "I said long ago that Steppenwolf will fail." Darkseid didn't care, then used the ancient method to mobilize the fleet to attack the Earth. "I feel it, the anti-life equation is on Earth." The screen switched again and came to a wasteland. In the sky is Darkseid's spaceship, the land is barren, countless human bones lie on the ground, and countless demons are flying in the sky. Batman, holding a gun, said, "The vigilance is over." After speaking, Cyborg, the Flash walked out of a scrapped car. On the other side came a woman with 3 prongs in her hand. Everyone was a little familiar. That was Mera, the Atlantean queen who had previously fought against Steppenwolf in the sea. Aquaman's wife. "He'll find us soon," Cyborg said. Batman said, "I would find a place where he would never want to hide." Mera, the Queen of the Sea, slammed the trident on the ground. Let him come. I will pierce his heart and avenge Arthur. Seeing this, Loki rejoiced and said, It seems that you have failed. The world is still captured by Doxay. You are hiding like mice. This fellow is a mouthful. For Loki's taunting, Batman and the others ignored it and just focused on the screen. On the other side of them, a weird laugh sounded, and Batman walked over, only to see an unexpected acquaintance sitting in the front of the car, Joker. The two started hurting each other. And Joker said, I killed your adopted son Robin, he died horribly. Batman said, Harry Quinn screamed worse than Robin when he died in my arms. And, when Harry Quinn died, let me kill you, and before I killed you, I tortured you and made you scream even more. Harry Quinn? The new name seemed to break Joker's defenses, his lips and fingers trembling. In the end, the two seem to have reached some sort of reconciliation. Batman, who is watching the video, is shocked. I will work with Joker in the future? This is impossible. Who is Harry Quinn? But at this moment, Cyborg in the video said, he's here. His hands turned into energy cannons, and 2 more Gatlings grew out of his back. Then, there was a burst of noise from the sky. A very familiar figure descended from the sky. He raised his head, his eyes were red, it was Superman. Seeing this scene, Superman didn't even blink his eyes. What's going on? Why do we seem to be enemies again? Shouldn't we work together to fight Darkseid? Batman said, from my conversations with Joker, it's probably someone's death that made this change in you. Damn, it said in my first walkthrough video, Joker killing Lois will make you a human enemy. Did he really kill Louise? Even if a determined person like Batman thinks that he may have to deal with Superman and Darkseid in the future, your heart sinks, and countless plans pour out of your heart. He began to miss the time when he only had to deal with characters like Penguin, Riddler, and Scarecrow. The narration sounded, Darkseid invaded Earth, Superman fought Darkseid, but Louise died in the war. Desperate and insane, Superman is controlled by an anti-life equation and becomes the Justice League's worst enemy. This is the second time that the anti-life equation has been mentioned. Darkseid said earlier that he came to Earth to find this thing. Batman immediately thought of the golden pattern that appeared when Darkseid attacked the ground. Could it be an anti-life equation? The narration continued, facing Superman and Darkseid at the same time, the Justice League is extremely difficult. How can we break this deadlock? Take the Flash back in time, don't let the mother box activate, and throwing it into space will greatly delay that time. But for the anti-life equation, Darkseid, who has an infinite lifespan, will find the Earth no matter what, and the Justice League will eventually face Darkseid. So in the face of such a situation, with 2 such terrifying enemies, how should Batman emerge victorious? I'm writing about the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League, which scored a 9, and the other theatrical version, which is a 3. The difference is huge. The director's version is much better than the theater version in terms of details and plot. There is Darkseid in the scene, and the final Superman is anti-life formula Blacken. For readers who haven't seen it, you can make it up if you are interested, really it's full of details and a lot of plot. Finally, ask for flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 43 High-Dimensional Observer, sci-fi. There is a proverb about the Justice League in DC. Good times rely on Superman, bad times rely on Batman, desperate times rely on the Flash, and bad times rely on Jokong. That is to say, if it is normal to fight with the enemy, then Superman is the main force. If the enemy is particularly strong and can't open the situation, then only rely on Batman. If the Justice League encounters a desperate situation, it can only send DC's big move, relying on the Flash to restart the world line. If there is not even a chance of life, and the absolute dead end, it can only rely on Constantine. Judging from the Justice League with the guide plate, it should still let the Flash restart the timeline to solve the problem of Darkseid. But if sci-fi does this strategy, he feels that the audience will not feel fresh. And if you pull another character that has not appeared in the movie version, this strategy will be meaningless. You might as well pull out and find the director to change the ending. Although it is just nonsense to do strategy, but this is definitely not seen. Soabai felt that no matter how much nonsense he made, he had to have some basis. His narration sounded in the video, Darkseid is very strong, Superman is also very strong, but has appeared on Earth and can fight against their ruthless characters. That's Doomsday. Luthor can create Doomsday, and so can Batman. When facing Darkseid and Superman, he can create Doomsday by himself and fight fire with fire. If one is not enough, make several more. Hearing Soabai's nonsense strategy, Superman couldn't help but get angry, because Doomsday was created based on the corpse of the Nemesis. At least in this movie universe. Superman would never allow them to trample on the corpses of their compatriots like this. Superman looked at Batman and Luthor and said, "If I find out you guys are making Doomsday, I swear I'll throw you into the Sunday." This is almost the worst thing that Superman has said. Neither Batman nor Luthor spoke, and no one knew what was on their minds. At this point, Batman's second walkthrough video is finally over. Everyone was a little silent, and they felt a little depressed when they thought that they would face such a powerful enemy. After the video ended, a new question was raised. Who will Lewis be killed in the future? 1. Joker. 2. Darkseid. 3. Batman. 4. Luthor. This question is awesome. Everyone was shocked. If Louise was killed by Joker and Darkseid, that's fine. If it's Luthor and Batman, this. Superman didn't know what to think. And Superman thought about it and replied, Batman. Batman was stunned for a moment. With his 10th level wisdom, he didn't understand why Superman thought he would kill Louise. Superman said to Batman, "If Joker and Darkseid kill Lewis in the future, I will be very angry, but after all they are intruders and bastards, doing this kind of thing is foreseeable. Luthor has a problem with his brain. He has already thought about kidnapping Lewis in the future. He will kill Lewis. I am also very angry, but it is also within the scope of prediction. But if you killed her, I wouldn't understand." At this time, Superman has just met Louise and has not yet developed into a boyfriend and girlfriend. At this point the website said, "Correct answer." Everyone was stunned this time. Know that Batman is a no-killer. He doesn't even kill criminals when he catches them. Will he kill a powerless Lewis? This is impossible. Batman himself thought it was impossible. All kinds of thoughts flashed. He said to Superman, "I can never kill people, this may be a misunderstanding. Like when Loki said you were dead, but you came back to life." Superman felt that was a plausible explanation, saying, "Since we know this will happen, it can be prevented. It won't happen in the future." Superman is not stupid, he is just too kind. Then the website said to Superman, "If you answer correctly, you will be rewarded with a bottle of special medicine, which can clear the genetic weakness of Kryptonians and no longer fear kryptonite." Superman is a little happy. After all, no one wants to have such a well-known weakness. As for what Batman and Luthor thought, it is unknown. At this point, Iron Man said, "We still have an hour to communicate. Everyone, I am very willing to exchange some technical issues with you. I also thought you could have a little bit of advice on the future we're going to face," Batman said. "Their world will be in crisis, and it's definitely good to have someone with advice. Time goes by so fast." Ding! Someone answered a question correctly. Reward the Up Master, the ability of the high-dimensional observer. Soabai woke up suddenly. He felt as if he heard this sound intermittently in his sleep. Then he sat, feeling a little out of place. How do I wear a ring on my hand, much like the green light ring in the DC movie? Could it be that I bought a Green Lantern lamp ring at a treasure? No, how can I feel his power and I seem to be able to use it? At this moment, he recalled all the rewards of the system last night. Fragment of Phoenix Force, 500-year lifespan, macroscopic magic principle, green light ring, teleportation ability, and high-dimensional observer. He understands every ability clearly and knows how to use it. Everyone in Subai was shocked. Before, he didn't take the mysterious prizes mentioned by this website to heart at all, but he didn't expect it would bring him such a big surprise. His body suddenly disappeared from the room and appeared on the other side of the earth. Standing on top of the Statue of Liberty, Subai smiled. "My gold finger is awesome." After a long time, his mood calmed down. "But why do I just post a video? The website can give me such a big reward. What website is this? Is it my system? Could it be that the person watching this website is the original owner of the video?" The voice of the website sounded, "Yes, any video you edit can appear in the video's own universe for them to see. After the website is upgraded and redesigned, you can only upload 3 videos at a time, and you can ask questions to the protagonist of the video at the end of the video. Whether the original owner of the video answered correctly or not, you will receive some rewards. Upload every 10 days. At that moment, Subai was shaking with excitement. He immediately thought about Asgard and wanted to teleport himself to Asgard with the teleportation ability. But he failed, he murmured. It turns out that, at most, it can only be teleported on this planet. Even with the blessing of the Phoenix Force, it can be teleported in this universe at most. Also, Phoenix Force, although it is a multi-universe force, each universe's Phoenix Force is just a duplication. And my force is still a fragment of Phoenix Force. Subai went through his ability once. Phoenix Force will provide him with powerful psychic power, insight into people's hearts, and psychokinesis movement is not a problem. With a lifespan of 500 years, any emperor is willing to trade his throne for Subai. Macroscopic magic theory allows him to develop his own magic. The teleportation ability allows one to move freely in this universe. And the ability of being a high-dimensional observer can directly allow him to observe parallel universes. Thinking of this, Subai immediately activated. As a high-dimensional observer's ability, the original owner of those videos had formed a connection with him. Through this connection, he could use the high-dimensional observer's ability to see their situation. Subai is very curious. After reading his strategy, what will these original owners do? If they listened to their own nonsense and ruined the world, it would be a sin. The first thing he saw was Iron Man. In the early stage, the protagonist's role is very small. The first is to get up, the slow is to control the development of the multi-universe, ask for flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 44 The Saliva of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. Iron Man in his lab. There are huge amounts of old server components in his lab, almost filling up his lab. That is the server where Dr. Hydra Zola's consciousness resides. Although it has only been a few hours since Subai woke up, many days have passed in this world. The flow of time in the two worlds is different, and only when Subai observes this world will the flow of time be the same. An Iron Man had already taken Dr. Zola. The solution is simple. Although Dr. Zola uploaded his consciousness to the server and turned it into an artificial intelligence, his technology was flawed, and his consciousness could not leave the server. After all, in his time, the internet was not yet prosperous. He can only manipulate Hydra's secret network through this server. So Iron Man just cut off the power to Dr. Zola's computer room and took it away. Then the network was disconnected, Dr. Zola was re-energized, and Dr. Zola was thoroughly studied from beginning to end. Then format the entire server and destroy these servers. Dr. Zola no longer exists, and Iron Man has learned a lot about artificial intelligence and made many breakthroughs. He already has the confidence to make artificial intelligence. It's just that there is no confidence in making AI fully controllable. Then Iron Man said, J.A.R.V.I.S, execute the plan. Dr. Zola has a lot of information about Hydra in his hands these days. In the end, he chose to cooperate with Nick Fury. Because if he is the only one who shoots, the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. can't tell the difference, and it will cause unimaginable damage. Alexander Pierce, former SHIELD director. Now one of the members of the World Security Membership Council, his female secretary came in and served his favorite coffee. He said politely, "Thank you, Sui-Fei." After he finished speaking, he took a sip of coffee. Then he suddenly felt a dizziness in his head, and the old-fashioned experience of the former agent made him immediately know that he was tricked. He clenched his tongue to stimulate himself with pain, at the very least, to sound the alarm before he got hit. But it was too late. Sui-Fei slashed his neck with a knife, and he fainted. And Sui-Fei tore off the mask on her face. She was actually Black Widow. This scene plays out in many places at the same time. Nick Fury sends Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Captain the United States to capture all of the Hydra bigwigs he's gotten from the Captain. Then they got a list of almost half of the Hydra Dark Sons in S.H.I.E.L.D. from their mouths. Naturally, these lists cannot be complete. Nick Fury couldn't care less, and even found the help of the Skrulls parked in space to carry out a major cleaning of the interior of SHIELD. It was bloody for a while. At the same time, countless steel armors appeared at Fort Sternik. It was a barony of a small Central European country. That baron is Baron Strucker, one of the chiefs of Hydra. He is also a high-tech talent of Hydra, and he inherited Hydra's research on Tesseract during World War II. Unfortunately, Tesseract is still in S.H.I.E.L.D., under Nick Fury's control. He only experimented with some residual energy from the Tesseract left by the previous Hydra. He had 2 good experimental samples, a pair of twins. The 2 samples were very compatible, and he was reluctant to waste them. He just waited for Tesseract to get his hands on it, and then used 2 people to test it. At this time, suddenly there was a wave of shaking. His castle was attacked, and the Hydra soldiers on the outside could not resist. Baron Strucker looked at him and saw that he was actually a steel armor. "Damn it! It's Tony Stark," I exposed. He immediately communicated to the other Hydra leaders. At the same time, the residual energy of the Tesseract collected before was used to transform the 2 twins. A few minutes later, the 2 steel armors directly broke through the top of the castle, fell from top to bottom, and fell in front of Baron Strucker. Knock him directly to the ground. Iron Man in battle armor also fell down. He looked at the 2 boys and girls bathed in the remaining power of Tesseract, and his face changed slightly. He already recognized the 2 as Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. Are they actually created by Hydra? This is the power of Tesseract, damn it! No wonder they are so strong, they were created with the power of Tesseract. The next moment, Quicksilver opened his eyes suddenly. He looked at Iron Man and said, "Tony Stark, you hypocrite, are you here to kill us?" After he finished speaking, his figure turned into a streamer and shattered the glass of the laboratory. Glass in the lab is even more shatter than bulletproof glass, and theoretically it's impossible to shatter. But Quicksilver slapped the bulletproof glass for an instant, causing him to resonate. His super speed had been fired, and he charged at Iron Man, punching him. He didn't know why he was so quick all of a sudden, but he couldn't care less about the enemy he was thinking about all the time. But he didn't want to suddenly, as if he had hit something, his body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. And under his feet and on his hands, 4 beams were wrapped around him, locking him firmly. Those rays of light are the energy rays of energy that countless nanorobots push with all their strength. Iron Man said, "This is a barrier that I finally made using nanotechnology to deal with speeders. Fortunately, although you are fast, you are not faster than the speed of light. Listen, I know what happened to you, I admit, I made a mistake." Proud like Iron Man, admitting mistakes to someone for the first time. Then a voice sounded, "It's too late." Scarlet Witch appeared behind him at some point, and he didn't even notice the nano-restraint belt he made. Scarlet Witch taught himself without a teacher, and pressed his hands to Iron Man's head with red light. She wants to implant fearful visions into Iron Man, and even control Iron Man's mind. But Iron Man turned his head and said, "That doesn't seem to work for me. Can we talk?" The last time he communicated with other audience members of the multi-universe, he did nothing. He got the technology to make the Magneto helmet from Magneto. Magneto's helmet isolates Professor X's mind control, a technology he applies to his helmet, hoping to counter Scarlet Witch's control. Scarlet Witch's human mind control is a little different from Professor X, but there are always some similarities. In addition, the current Scarlet Witch is not familiar with her ability at all, and it is the first time to use it, so she misses it. This time Scarlet Witch was taken aback. Iron Man said, "Really, I have no ill intentions. I really want to tell you that it wasn't me who blew up your house in the first place. I just produced weapons. If a person kills you with a knife, you should blame the person who held the knife, not the knife. The knife is just a murder weapon and has no thoughts. But I know that's not the case, because without this knife, the killer may not have killed dead man. I apologize to you. 4 flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Winter Soldier and Iron Man. Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff has imagined revenge on Iron Man Tony Stark countless times. But she never thought that Tony Stark would sincerely apologize to her as soon as they met. What is this? The new game of the rich, pretending to be a good person? That's abominable. What's the use of apologizing? You didn't kill people, but you provided the weapons, and you were also an accomplice, damn you. She was full of anger, as if she was self-taught without a teacher, and suddenly felt strange. Then he raised his hand and shook it, and countless tiny lightning bolts burst out in the air. Iron Man's nanobots have been suspended in the air like dust, surrounding Iron Man. This is the restraint belt Iron Man created to deal with Quicksilver. These nanorobots have only one program, that is, when they encounter extremely fast objects, they will use their bodies to form a chain to bind it. But now with the Scarlet Witch, they're all scrapped with just one hit. This ability, this application of ability, is simply amazing. Iron Man was startled and didn't dare to be careless, for fear of being killed by Scarlet Witch. But she didn't want him to be surprised. Scarlet Witch was even more surprised. It was the first time she used her power, and she had no idea how strong her power could be or how far she could achieve it. She didn't even know what those little things she squeezed to death were, which made her feel a little scared. And Quicksilver had already been electrocuted by Iron Man and fell to the ground. So she reached out and grabbed Quicksilver from the air, flew up and ran. Really no combat experience. In this way, she has completely become the target of the Iron Legion. Iron Man breathed a sigh of relief, and did not choose to leave her, but said, "This world is in danger, and there will be powerful aliens invading the Earth. I need your help." Scarlet Witch just thinks he's bullshitting. She looked at the dense steel legions in front of her and felt her scalp tingling, so she would try to use her power to destroy these steel legions. Can it be done? She has no confidence. But the Iron Legion suddenly dispersed, showing a way for them to leave. One of the steel mechas also threw out a mobile phone. Iron Man said, "I'll give you a call when the time comes, you can come to me and I'll prove it to you." Scarlet Witch just felt his head was messed up and flew away with Quicksilver. Iron Man's helmet disappeared, and he rubbed his temples. It was the first time he had done something like an apology, and he didn't know if he did a good job. He is willing to apologize for what happened to Wanda, he is willing to do his best to make amends, he does not want to hurt the two brothers and sisters. He will become an Iron Man, fight crime all the time, and also mean to make amends for his early mistakes, and fight for his own life and death several times. In addition to inner justice, there is also such a reason. But he didn't want to die just like that. So if Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are going to keep fighting him, he's going to have a real headache. And the other side. A fierce battle broke out within SHIELD. In the beginning, S.H.I.E.L.D had the upper hand, but when those Hydra secrets were caught, the change happened. Those Hydra shadows who were not on the list started to fight back. Since no one knew who they were, their counterattacks inflicted huge amounts of casualties on SHIELD. Luckily S.H.I.E.L.D has Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Captain the United States. They are far beyond the strength of ordinary people, and they beat S.H.I.E.L.D's Hydra secrets to tears. But that's when a Hydra warrior with a mask and a steel arm appeared. He appeared directly in front of the United States captain and staggered the United States captain. He's shown more strength than the crossbones the United States captain has faced before. The captain of the United States fought him with a shield in hand, and it was a close match. The two of them fought desperately to kill each other. Suddenly the captain of the United States hit backhand and lifted the man's mask. Then the captain of the United States was dumbfounded. Because that man was his good friend Bucky Barnes. Bucky took the opportunity to knock him down and run away. At this time, Nick Fury finally appeared, and he said in shock, "Is that the Winter Soldier? Is he Sergeant Barnes?" The United States captain nodded. Everyone else would admit it, but Bucky would never admit it. What is the Winter Soldier? A super hitman who has been active internationally. Natasha Romanoff has played against him. How did Bucky survive and be so young and strong? How could he be a killer? It seems that Sergeant Bucky didn't die after he fell into the cliff. He should have been found by Hydra and transformed into a super soldier similar to you, becoming a Hydra person. The United States captain shook his head and said, "No way, there's absolutely no way Bucky will be in Hydra." Nick Fury said, "Hydra has all kinds of weird technology, and from what we got, they have a kind of brainwashing, maybe that's how Sergeant Bucky was controlled." The United States captain was furious. "I will save Bucky." Nick Fury sensed something was wrong. Bucky is like this, whether he has his own thoughts or not, it is difficult to save him. And worst of all, Bucky made him think of something. He had footage of Iron Man's parents being murdered. All he knew at the time was the Winter Soldier. But he knew now that the Winter Soldier was Bucky Barnes. He is the hero of the once beautiful country. If this is known to the outside world, it will be a disaster. Also, he killed Tony Stark's parents. This can be very bad. Tony Stark knew it was going to be crazy. Captain the United States will definitely stop him from killing Bucky, so there will be an irreconcilable conflict between the two. And fighting the aliens requires the strength of both of them. Nick Fury made a decision in his heart to destroy all this information as if it had never happened. Seeing what happened on both sides, Sci-fi felt very interesting. Iron Man acts as an accomplice to kill the parents of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver seek revenge for Iron Man. In this case, Iron Man is the knife in the murderer's hands. And Winter Soldier killed Iron Man's parents. Winter Soldier's mind was controlled. He is also the knife in the hands of the murderer. Looking at it this way, Iron Man and Winter Soldier were so similar in both cases. If Iron Man knew that Winter Soldier was the murderer, would he be desperate to kill Winter Soldier like in the movie, or would he think of himself from Winter Soldier and show mercy? Sci-fi was very curious. He decided that the next video must be messed up. He must cut this out. And see what Iron Man will do. Yeah, am I being too bad? Begging for flowers, asterisk. Chapter 46, Auto-generated chapter title. 46th chapter Kryptonian Come. Hydra has been crippled. They even want to start to break the Death Insight program has to die. Insight program by collecting information and data, to calculate each individual mode of action is to find those who would become Hydra enemies who will kill them in advance. This incredible program, Dr. Zola need to support this super artificial intelligence. Dr. Zola Iron Man has been demolished, so insight into the program cannot start. So, Hydra began lurking. This amazing organization is not so easily eradicated. Winter Soldier has been the United States Captain, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, Nick Fury, 4 people together to pursue. It should not be long before it will be possible to catch him. Nick Fury is not weak, he is also a 9 agent, fighting skills, physical fitness are super. Subai withdrew his eyes. Sight of things came to an end, and he in turn sights on the world mutant and see the Professor X and Magneto. Now the desert where they have built a prototype of a city, at least a city of metal architecture. Magneto has been doing a good job. They not only happy but no, actually it is very frustrating. Because far beyond their imagination that the number of people willing to come here to participate in the founding of Mutant too little. A total of less than 50 people. But you know Mutant total of nearly 5,000 people. Ah! Magneto murmured, how could this be? In his mind, Mutant in this world suffered discrimination and oppression, now with their own independent state began to allow them to have their own country, to get rid of this oppression, and why they do not want. Professor X said, the first is our little known, most of them do not believe us. Second, a lot of people actually do not want to be separated from their families. They would rather hide their true identity, living together with their families. Third, not every mutant all agree on, a lot of people hate themselves even as mutant it. Close your eyes and hear the words Magneto. He finally came to understand his past, that war completely and human thoughts are really not. Because not every mutant are willing to stand beside them. Many mutant, humans are also inextricably deep feelings. Even now Professor X is willing to use force against human oppression, he still have feelings for humanity. Professor X continued, but as long as we let them see mutant where you can live well, but they do not have to be separated from their families, mutant will yearn for us. Magneto frowned, in this case we have established their own country, what is the point? Professor X received, definitely there is a world identity, national belonging, mutant is the most powerful support for them. They will know they are not alone, there is a powerful country behind them, it makes them no longer afraid, no longer fear their own helpless. Such things cannot be rushed, Magneto finally understand it. He said, then come step by step the human aspects of what trends you. Professor X shook his head. I have not seen the president and some important people. The idea of someone interrupted me. Magneto cannot believe it, he knows the power of the mind of Professor X, how strong. Professor X looked to the distance, the world is not only me who telepathy, human beings should be found and I like ability mutant, close protection for them. Magneto immediately thought of White Queen Emma. Originally, she was the subordinate of the Black Emperor Sebastian Xiao, and later she mixed with him, but she was caught and she disappeared. He already knew from Professor X's mouth that the White Queen was dead and had been dissected by Triusk. If Professor X hadn't killed Triusk, he would have ripped Triusk to shreds. Now, just as Psy. At the same time, the White House of the beautiful country, the residence of the president. A blonde, sexy, and enchanting woman looked into the distance. Charles, is that you? That unimaginably powerful spiritual power was possessed by only Professor X among the people she knew. She was the one who stopped Professor X's probe of the president. Because she is White Queen Emma. Although her body was dissected by Triusk, she actually possesses the mental power second only to Professor X. Before dying, she used her remaining power to escape her own consciousness and enter another woman's brain. Just like in the old version of X-Men, after Professor X died, his consciousness entered his twin brother's brain. She hated the atrocities that humans had done to her. That's why she sneaked into the White House and was ready to control the president and control the country. But I don't want Professor X and Magneto to actually join forces, and they want to join forces to do something big. But she didn't trust Professor X, much less Magneto. She wants to organize a team of her own to take revenge on mankind. Subai, an observer of Galway, saw this scene. It's really interesting. In Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix, the White Queen Emma never shows up again. It may have been during the interval between these two major events that she was killed. The world has also become confusing, which is very interesting. Then Soebai's eyes continued to search, and finally he found Apocalypse, who was still sleeping. I also saw Dark Phoenix Jean Grey, who was still a little girl. Jean Grey suddenly turned her head, as if looking at the void, at Soebai. She saw me. Impossible, what she has on her is only the Phoenix Force of a single universe, and it is absolutely impossible to penetrate the multi-universe. Yes, it was the fragments of the Phoenix Force on me that caught her attention. After all, it is a force that can surpass the multi-universe. However, that's it, it's impossible for her to see Soebai. Soebai is also looking forward to the development of this world. Then his eyes fell on the DC Cinematic Universe. He saw the Kryptonian ship come down to Earth, after Superman found his father's reconnaissance ship and activated it. Generals had found this place. He directly gave the humans an ultimatum to hand over Superman. For flowers, there are 500 comments and more today. Asterisk. Chapter 47, Luthor the Angry, Batman's Plan. Facing the ultimatum of the aliens, the people of the beautiful country were very frightened. Although they have recently accepted the existence of Superman, watching such a Superman flying around, saving mankind and fighting crime, many people still admire Superman. But even so, they don't want to fight the aliens because of Superman. The aliens are fighting, what does it have to do with me? You aliens are going to beat yourselves. People took to the streets to petition, asking Superman to tie himself up, or asking Superman to leave the Earth and not bring war to the Earth. Luthor was very happy when he saw this scene, because he had been preparing for this moment for a long time. He has been studying kryptonite, inferring what Superman's weakness is from its composition and radioactivity, and using this weakness to infer Superman's body structure and genetic composition. Kryptonite alone can do this. Luthor is so awesome. Although Superman does not have this weakness now, at least we can speculate about Superman's body structure and find a way to defeat Superman. At the same time, he also built his own armor, and he is confident that he can use this mecha to deal with Superman. The Kryptonian is coming, and he is ready to come as a savior to set things right. Go out and kill the quartet, take down all these Kryptonians, and use them all to make doomsday against Darkseid's invasion. But when he was about to put on the mecha, his expression suddenly changed. What? My kryptonite? Where did my big chunk of kryptonite go? Then he yelled, Bruce Wayne, UBD. Who else can do this except the Batman, who is good at stealing chickens and dogs? Originally, the intelligence of the two people was about the same, but Batman was rewarded, and the intelligence was raised to level 10. With Batman's professional skills and more intelligence than Luthor, he is really the only one in the world who can steal his kryptonite under Luthor's full defense. The other side. Superman has automatically appeared in front of the human military. Superman was escorted by an officer, and the human army was lined up behind Superman. A black spot appeared in front of it, the Kryptonian spacecraft, showing unimaginable flexibility and maneuverability, and then slowly stopped in front of Superman. Two Kryptonians in armor walked down. The current Kryptonian took off the armor on his face, and turned out to be a beautiful girl. Even after removing the armor, she still has a layer of protection on her face. After all, for Kryptonians, the air in the human world is very uncomfortable and can be said to be poisonous. It also took Superman a long time to get used to the air composition on Earth. The Kryptonian woman said, "Kall, I am Deputy Commander, Fiona Earle. I greet you on behalf of General Zod." Then Fiona walked towards the human army, and she said to the human commander General Swan, "You are the human commander." General Zod said, "We wanted this woman." She pointed at Lucius, who was in the rear. General Swan's adjutant was furious. "You said that you only want your people, but you didn't say that you want ours." Fiona said calmly, "Do you want me to tell Jong Jun that you are not willing to cooperate?" The adjutant said, I don't care what you tell him. At this time, the officer who escorted Superman said, I'll go with you, I know what you want. Fiona stared at the human officer for a while, and finally nodded. She then entered the Kryptonian flight machine with Superman and the human officer. At this moment, the human officer suddenly took out a box and said, I know what you want is the key to the Superman flight. After saying that, he opened the box. But there was no key in it, just a green stone. Kryptonite. Fiona turned pale in shock, and already felt powerless. Kryptonite can restrain the Kryptonians so that they can't exert their extraordinary strength and make them weak, but this weakness is only relative to the Kryptonians. They are still very strong for humans. But this officer took the lead with a knife, with a tricky angle and fast speed, which directly stabbed Feluna in the throat, interrupting what she wanted to say. Then another punch slammed into Fiona's stomach, knocking her out. Then, the officer lunged at the other Kryptonian like a bat, moving like lightning, knocking the other Kryptonian to the ground with an elbow and a punch. The officer was, of course, Batman. No Kryptonian can beat Batman when the Kryptonian is about as powerful as a human. When it comes to fighting skills, 100 Superman can't compare to Batman. After all, with Superman's power, he doesn't need any skills to fight people. We said okay, don't kill them, Superman said. Batman said, even if they're going to kill you. Superman said, try to, as planned. How gentle is Superman? There's a joke, one day Superman got mad, guess what he did? He put the cat he just rescued from the tree back. If you don't completely irritate Superman and touch Superman's bottom line, Superman is really good at talking. As for the plan that Superman said, Luthor's plan was to take down General Zod and his Kryptonians and use them to create Doomsday. And Batman's plan is to take the group of General Zod and form a Kryptonian army to fight against Darkseid. Doomsday's strength is stronger, but it has no reason, and there is no distinction between enemy and me. Although the Kryptonian Legion has reason, it is definitely not a friend, and it is willing to fight for mankind. But Batman is confident of convincing General Zod. He was supposed to be a master negotiator. He glanced at this Krypton spacecraft and drove it away. He has studied it before, the Superman's crib, the Kryptonians' reconnaissance ship, the Kryptonians' flight machine, he can already drive it. Begging for flowers, asterisk. Chapter 48 Batman beats Kryptonians. The hatch opened, and the small aircraft flew into the Krypton mothership. Batman in a Kryptonian battlesuit walked down with Superman. Superman was surprised, because he wanted to attack as soon as he came in, but he felt that he had lost his usual power to move mountains and reclaim the sea. The person who greeted them said, "It's a surprise, doesn't it? This ship can absorb the energy you absorb from the yellow Sunday. Now you are only similar to ordinary people on Earth, be obedient and suffer less. And this absorption is definitely directional, and the Kryptonians in the spacecraft will definitely not be affected." The man said to Batman, "That Earthman said he knew where the keys to Clark's spaceship were?" Others. Batman on one side suddenly stabbed, and then rushed to the Kryptonian and slashed his aorta with a knife. The Kryptonian was startled and wanted to fight back, but he felt powerless, and his power actually disappeared. It was as if the energy was being absorbed by the spaceship. Could it be an operation error? The spaceship absorbed our power together. With such thoughts, he fainted. Batman looked at Superman and said, "Just stay here and leave it to me." Superman without divine power is really just an ordinary strong man, fighting is not good. And General Zod also discovered the anomaly here. Immediately rushed over with people, surrounded Superman and Batman. There were not many Kryptonians, and together, there were only a dozen people. Then he felt something was wrong, and he suddenly became very weak. He then noticed that Batman had a ring on his finger with a green stone embedded in the paper. His face changed greatly. "Kryptonite? How could you have kryptonite?" Kryptonite is a product of Kryptonian soil and was originally harmless to Kryptonians. But when Kryptonians absorb the energy of the yellow sun, they will have unimaginable power, but at this time, Kryptonite will cause damage to them. Makes them weak, heart palpitations, night sweats. Over time, it will kill them. For them, after absorbing the power of the yellow sun, encountering Kryptonite is more terrifying than the black radiation that humans encounter. Then General Zod snorted coldly, "Do you think you can defeat me with Kryptonite? You are still far from it. Kryptonian occupations are decided before birth. Because the vast majority of Kryptonians are cultivated through the code of life. Their genes have been repaired before they were born, which determines their future career. Only Superman is an exception. And General Zod was decided before he was born. He was a good, fearless warrior. He's skilled and experienced in combat, and he doesn't think an Earthling with Kryptonite can beat him." He then charged at Batman. It's not that the Kryptonians don't have their own weapons and must choose hand-to-hand combat, but General Zod and the others are exiled prisoners. By transforming their prisons, and then looking for abandoned outposts on Krypton, they searched for some garbage and changed the spaceship to look like this. They don't have the spare material and time to develop weapons. Because they don't need it either. As long as they can bask in the sun from time to time, they themselves are the most powerful weapons. Then General Zod was tragic. No one can beat Batman with little difference in strength. After knocking him down, Batman punched elbows and settled the fight within 2 minutes. The invincible Kryptonian fell to the ground. General Zod said with a miserable smile, "Unexpectedly, we saw the destruction of the mother planet, reborn from the destruction, but lost to a small Earthling. Kill if you want to kill." Then he looked at Superman and said angrily, "You traitor, you actually helped the foreigners attack us. Superman is very innocent, you are the ones who want to catch me first." Batman walked over to the controller on the side and said, "Now we can start negotiating. I want to know what you want. Why do you have to come to Earth? Why do you have to find Superman?" General Zod said, "Superman's father put the code of life in Superman's body, and his cells contain the genetic code of all Kryptonians. With it, we can restore Kryptonian civilization." Batman worked on the Kryptonian spaceship, and then said, "More than that. You also want to transform the Earth and make the Earth a second Krypton." General Zod said, "There are not many planets suitable for survival. We have found the Earth, and we definitely don't want to let it go." Batman felt that if he were General Zod, he would be the last person in human civilization. After finally finding a planet suitable for survival, maybe he will do the same. For the continuation of the race, it is understandable. But from the point of view of Earthlings, this is very infuriating. But he still suppressed his anger and said, "I will not kill you, I hope to reach a cooperation with you." General Zorro was surprised. "What kind of cooperation?" "Help us fight alien invasions," Batman said. General Zod said, "Do you dare to let us go?" Batman said, "Why not? I have as much as I want for something like Kryptonite. And I can promise that if you help us defeat a powerful enemy, I will help you find a planet suitable for your life. The conditions of cooperation are nothing but coercion and inducement." General Zod didn't believe it. "By you?" Batman nodded and said, "Just me, and, do you think you have a choice?" Finally General Zod nodded and agreed with Batman's plan. Without him, because Batman is the winner, the loser is not qualified to negotiate conditions. If only Batman wanted them to serve, they would never agree, they would rather die than submit to the enemy. However, Batman gave them an offer they couldn't refuse. Let the Kryptonian civilization almost continue. Subai looked back, not surprised by the result. The weakness of the Kryptonians is really too obvious. Moreover, these Kryptonians are just a team of rotten people, and they don't have their own weapons. Otherwise, there is some kind of star destroyer or the like, and it would not be Batman's turn to be so rampant. This time, the Kryptonian Legion battles dark side, and some of them look good. After watching all 3 world changes, Soabai began to recut the video. Since no matter which video you cut, it can be seen by the original owner of the video, so there are many choices. It's amazing. Is there a parallel universe for every movie? 4 flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Newcomers, many newcomers, 500 comments plus more. Marvel World. A prompt sounded suddenly in Iron Man's mind: the website will be opened in an hour. I hope the audience will choose a good place and watch it happily. It's been a month or 2 for Iron Man. Without hesitation, he sent a message to Scarlet Witch directly. As Scarlet Witch left, he gave them a cell phone. On the other hand, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver received a message from Iron Man. Quicksilver angrily said, "What on earth is this guy Tony Stark doing?" The 2 sisters hate Iron Man very much. Otherwise, they would not willingly join the high-energy laboratory and accept the transformation of Hydra. But the last encounter with Iron Man made the 2 less murderous. It's true that Iron Man just provided the weapon, but that doesn't mean Iron Man is not responsible for his parents' death at all. But Iron Man let them go last time. And most importantly, these 2 little guys said they wanted to kill Iron Man for revenge, but they didn't even kill a chicken. Scarlet Witch said, "Why don't we go and see? What if there is an alien invasion?" Quicksilver said, "What's our business with the alien invasion? The government, the army, and the Iron Man, just let them fight." Scarlet Witch said, "I don't want to. But if we don't, maybe what happens in our hometown will happen all over the world." The 2 were silent, remembering the tragedy in their hometown. Suddenly the 2 of them understand that even without Iron Man, the tragedy in their hometown would still happen. They really don't want that to happen in the world. Finally Quicksilver said, "Then let's go and see." With that, he picked up the Scarlet Witch, started running fast, and soon appeared at Iron Man's house. Iron Man looked at the 2 for a moment and didn't know what to say. Soon, however, that magical sight reappeared. The other side is inside SHIELD. Nick Fury, the Captain of the United States, Black Widow, Hawkeye, the Hulk, Thor with his powers sealed are all gathered here. Nick Fury said to the Hulk, "Dr. Banner, you believe what I say?" The Hulk just shook his head. He definitely doesn't like groups like S.H.I.E.L.D, and he doesn't even think he's going to fight aliens with them. This is bullshit. But Nick Fury helped him and insisted, so he came to see it. The next moment, the website appeared in front of them. Asgard. Odin and Loki are sitting in Seoul Castle, waiting for the site to appear. Loki has been in the confinement of his confinement these days, and has only been released today. Loki is always looking for a chance to escape, but with Odin there, he can't find a chance. Soon the website appeared. Even Loki is a little excited, he is very curious about what guides will appear on the website. At the same time, in a cabin in Queens, New York, Peter Card Parker had just been bitten by a spider. He already felt his body have undergone earth-shaking changes. He was amazed and terrified by the change. Suddenly a website appeared in front of him. Karmatage. Ancient One was meditating when suddenly she opened her eyes. The world has changed, the future has become more chaos. To know that the future that Ancient One sees through Time Gem is only a possibility of the future. Even if she is as powerful as she is not sure what kind of possibility the final time will be. But recently the timeline has become more and more blurred and chaotic, and even she can't see why. At this moment, a website screen suddenly appeared in front of her. Ancient One couldn't help but stunned. What is this? This thing is clearly in front of her eyes, but no matter what method she uses, she can't feel the existence of this thing. The more powerful the person, the more he knows how shocking this method is. Then she saw the projections from the audience. In a hospital in New York, Dr. Strange, who had just completed an operation, was closing his eyes and resting. And suddenly there was a display screen in front of him. He smiled and said, "When did the hospital so willing to pay for such high-tech equipment?" The world of X-Men. Magneto and Professor X were waiting on time for the website to open, and Beast and Wolverine were also there, and they were also curious about what to see this time. Beside them was a boy called Quicksilver, who was a rare person who answered their call and came here to participate in the founding of the country. What's more interesting is that he is also a speeder. This made several people very curious, and they all thought of Quicksilver in the Marvel world. Do the same people exist in parallel universes? But everyone was relieved. Because when they discussed on the website before, even in a parallel universe, those characters who appeared in the history of the beautiful country still appeared. The events that happened in the history of the most beautiful country also still happened. There are the same people, it seems not surprising. In the DC universe, Superman, Batman, and Luthor appeared at the same time in front of them. Luthor is alone. Superman and Lois together. Around Batman, there are already more Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Cyborg, The Flash. These days, he found all these people and pulled them into the Justice League. Luthor also attracted some people, but he didn't let them watch the video, and his mouth crooked when he saw Batman. This matter, he will not give up. After defeating Darkseid, he must take good care of Batman. But only then did he realize that this time there seemed to be many more people. He even saw an extremely beautiful, perfectly human-like woman sitting on a throne. She has long pale blonde hair, a beautiful face, and a pair of wings behind her back. Is this Angel? Not only him, everyone saw this woman. The new audience was still surprised, but the old audience didn't care anymore. After all, there are even real gods in the audience here. The woman in this video is Queen Keisha of the Super God universe. As the strongest person in the known universe, the sudden appearance of this website page shocked her. It didn't exist in her perception. Can see, but can't touch, can't parse, which means it's something she can't understand. Is there anything in this world that I can't understand besides the ultimate fear? Her curiosity was piqued, and she asked, "Can someone tell me what's going on? Ask for 2 flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 50. It looks like there's another big guy here." Everyone was in awe of Queen Keisha's appearance. Black Widow, Wonder Woman, Scarlet Witch, these women are rare in the world. But compared with Queen Keisha, it is a bit lacking. Because Queen Keisha's beauty is perfect, beyond human imagination. And there is a pair of white wings behind her, no matter who sees it, they will think of the word angel. Those old audiences thought, since there are already gods, demigods, and aliens in these audiences, why is it strange to have another angel? After hearing her question, Superman, the best character, told the story once, and also introduced the old audience. These words shocked the new audience. I won't talk about parallel universes. Among these audiences, there are gods, demigods, aliens. What is this called? Even the Ancient One magician, who has always been calm and composed, was shocked. But the stronger one is, the quicker they will receive it. Queen Keisha nodded calmly and said, "Can intervene in multiple parallel universes and gain insight into the past and future." Yes, and only such a person can make this thing in front of me without me noticing it. The new audience was still in shock, and the old audience couldn't help but look at this angel again, feeling that she was full of strength and looked very DK. Ancient One looked at Scarlet Witch and said, "You said she was Scarlet Witch." Scarlet Witch Wanda said, "I didn't say it, they said it." Iron Man said, "What's wrong with that?" Ancient One shook his head and said, "Not only that, but she is a little different from the Scarlet Witch I imagined. Ancient One is magician, but has also dealt with witches, and she knows what the name Scarlet Witch stands for. Scarlet Witch is an existence that even a sorcerer supreme like Ancient One magician cannot spy into the future with a time gem. About her future, there is chaos. The fear in her heart about the website that edited the past and future of Scarlet Witch has been raised again. Only Doctor Strange said, "Okay, I understand. What is this new reality show? Isn't it a whole-person show? Rachel, come out soon, is this what you guys did?" Ancient One Magician said, "It's true, Strange, you just have to be patient." Doctor Strange laughed and said, "Sure enough, you even know my name, okay, don't make trouble." However, at this moment, a string of sparks appeared behind Strange while everyone was stunned. Those sparks began to expand, as if to become a door. Then a white hand grabbed Strange. Ancient One thought he was too noisy, and grabbed him directly. Queen Keisha's eyes lit up, and the wormhole technology of other parallel universes seems to be very good. Iron Man's goosebumps came out. This Strange seems to be in the same world as him, so is this Ancient One. What is this called? Space teleportation? Does our world actually have mutants? Ancient One said lightly, "My name is Ancient One, and I am a magician." Magician? We have witches in this world, and magicians? Everyone in the Marvel world feels that their three views are broken. Strange was shocked. He swallowed and said, "So everything is true? Then why did this website choose me? I'm just an ordinary doctor." Ancient One said, "No, you are more important than you think. Also, stop arguing like a girl." Spider-Man never spoke, because after seeing Iron Man, he thought it was mostly true. Mr. Tony Stark wasn't so good at fooling himself with this hoax. Will I become a superhero like Mr. Tony Stark after I just got the super ability? Think of a little excitement. At this time, Iron Man said, "This update has 3 videos, we can watch the new videos first. After watching, there is still time to communicate, you can watch the previous ones if you want." Hyperdimensional Power, Iron Man Film 3, Hyperdimensional Power, Professor X2, Hyperdimensional Raiders, Queen Keisha. He looked at Keisha and said, "You should be Queen Keisha, right? Would you like to see your skills first?" Keisha said, "I'm not in a hurry, I'm more curious about what your world looks like." Professor X said, "Then look at me first." Obviously from the previous strategy, he and Magneto are invincible when they join forces, and he himself thinks so. Why should he give himself another strategy? It doesn't make sense. Am I still facing a crisis that I can't solve? Then Professor X clicked on his walkthrough video. The title is the same as before, but it uses an image of him when he was young, just without the hair on his head. Professor X said bitterly, "Am I bald so early?" Name, Charles Xavier. Codename, Professor X. Introduction, founder of X-Men, principal of Mutant School, psychologist, historian, philosopher, dozens of PhD titles, 4th-level mutant, the most powerful telepathy in the world, who can spy on all human beings' consciousness, controlling the minds of all human beings, possessing the ability to kill all human beings in an instant. At this moment, all the newcomers were dumbfounded, and felt that their whole body was numb. There are countless questions in my heart. What is mutant? It can spy on the consciousness of all human beings, control the thinking of all human beings, and kill all human beings in an instant. What a terrible super ability is this! No one is not afraid of this ability. Most of the newcomers looked at Professor X with fear in their eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. Professor X got used to it, and he sighed, "Don't worry, everyone, we are not in the same parallel universe, and even I will not casually spy on that thought." Keisha said lightly, "It's not about your will, but because your ability just exists, it's scary enough." Even Keisha herself has 7 points of envy and 3 points of fear for Professor X's ability. Keisha has the most powerful dark matter system in the entire universe, and also has the most powerful dark matter interpretation ability in the entire universe. As long as she sees a person, she can read through dark matter, see everything he has done in the past, and speculate about his future. But the only thing she can't do is see through people's minds. If this can be done, then the incident of Morgana's betrayal would not have happened in the first place, and she will not be assassinated in the future. Ancient One sighed, this is equivalent to mastering the power of the small half-mind gem. Iron Man was shocked and said, you know infinite gems. Ancient One said, I know a little. At the beginning of the Big Bang, 6 singularities were born. They are the fulcrums of the real world and represent the 6 most basic laws of the universe. Mind Gem is one of them. If you can control the power of Mind Gem perfectly, you can control the minds of all creatures. However, the power of infinite gems is extremely powerful. It is not easy to control their power, and it is almost impossible to fully grasp their power. Several old viewers glanced at each other, and they knew infinite gems so well. It seemed that another big guy came this time. Begging for flowers, asterisk.